What if the grand chronicle we call history wasn't just a haphazard sequence of random events, a chaotic dance of chance and consequence? What if instead it were a meticulously woven tapestry, each thread intricately placed by the unseen hand of foresight? Imagine for a moment a world where whispers from antiquity, shrouded in mystery and etched into stone or parchment, somehow managed to pierce the veil of time, foretelling moments that would unfold centuries, even millennia later. It's a concept that stirs something deep within us, an ancient curiosity about the unknowable future that has captivated humanity since the dawn of consciousness. From the cryptic pronouncements of oracles in forgotten temples to the visionary dreams of prophets in desert lands, the idea of ancient prophecies, of knowing what lies ahead, has always held a powerful, almost magnetic allure. It challenges our understanding of reality, begging the question, is destiny truly predetermined, or can the future simply be glimpsed by those with extraordinary insight? Today, we embark on a fascinating journey, an expedition into the heart of history's most perplexing enigmas. We're not just talking about vague predictions or lucky guesses. We're delving into a collection of 50 ancient prophecies that, against all rational explanation and statistical probability, appear to have manifested with uncanny accuracy. This isn't just a recounting of old stories. It's an exploration of the fine line between sheer coincidence, the subjective art of interpretation, and the breathtaking possibility of genuine predictive power. As we navigate through epochs long past, from the sun-drenched empires of Sumeria to the mystical traditions of forgotten civilizations, prepare to have your perceptions challenged. We'll examine the evidence, scrutinize the historical context, and allow ourselves to wonder if these ancient seers truly possessed a window into tomorrow. It's a journey that demands an open mind, a willingness to entertain the extraordinary, but also a critical eye as we sift through the dust of ages to uncover what lies beneath. What was it about these specific predictions that allowed them to transcend their own time and echo through the annals of human experience? Picture the scene: a star-strewn desert night, the flickering light of a distant fire, and a lone figure gazing at the heavens, deciphering patterns known only to them. Or perhaps the hushed marble halls of a temple where a priestess, consumed by an otherworldly trance, utters words that will shape the fate of nations. These aren't mere legends, they are the seeds from which the incredible tales we are about to uncover have grown. This video is an invitation to peer through the mists of antiquity and witness moments where the future seemed to call out to the past. It's about more than just dates and events. It's about the enduring human desire to understand our place in the cosmos, to decipher the grand design if one exists. By the end of our journey, you might find yourself questioning the very fabric of time and causality, left with a profound sense of awe at the intricate dance between what was, what is, and what was foretold. So settle in, prepare to be amazed, and let's unlock the secrets of these 50 ancient prophecies that seemingly came true, changing our perception of history forever. Our journey begins in the heart of ancient Greece, a land steeped in myth and legendary wisdom, with a prophecy that arguably altered the course of Western civilization: the pronouncement from the Oracle of Delphi regarding Athens' wooden walls. Imagine the scene in the early 5th century BC as the mighty Persian Empire, led by King Xerxes, loomed large, threatening to engulf the small city-states of Greece. Panic gripped Athens. Faced with an existential threat, the Athenians, as was their custom when confronting overwhelming odds, dispatched envoys to the Oracle of Delphi, the most revered prophetic sanctuary in the ancient world. The oracle, a priestess known as the Pythia, sat atop a tripod inhaling mystical vapors and delivered cryptic messages from the god Apollo. Her words were often enigmatic, open to various interpretations, yet they held immense power over the minds of the people. This time, her message to the desperate Athenians was both chilling and perplexing. Though all else within the boundaries of Cecrops and the shelter of Mount Cithaeron shall be taken, Zeus grants to the Athenians a wooden wall which shall alone remain unsacked and be of help to you and your children. She also warned against remaining in the city, suggesting a flight from the sacred land. The return of the envoys with this bewildering prophecy plunged Athens into a fierce debate. What exactly did wooden walls mean? Some citizens, taking the prophecy literally, argued that it referred to the wooden palisades that had once surrounded the Acropolis, advocating for strengthening these ancient defenses. Others considered building actual wooden fortifications around their homes and fields. The fear was palpable, and the literal interpretation seemed to offer a tangible, albeit desperate, solution. However, one man, Themistocles, a brilliant Athenian statesman and general, possessed a different vision. He had a profound understanding of naval strategy and the sea's crucial role in Athenian power. Themistocles argued passionately that the oracle's prophecy was not about static wooden defenses on land, but about the Athenian fleet, their powerful triremes which were constructed from wood. He interpreted the warning against staying in the city as a divine command to evacuate Athens and commit fully to a naval confrontation. The psychological impact of such a prophecy on a terrified populace cannot be overstated. In times of crisis, people often cling to any glimmer of hope, even if it comes wrapped in riddles. The debate was intense, a clash between literal interpretation and visionary insight, but Themistocles, through his persuasive rhetoric and strategic foresight, ultimately convinced the Athenian assembly to embrace his interpretation. They invested heavily in their navy, building hundreds of new triremes, transforming Athens into the dominant naval power in the Aegean. This decision led directly to one of the most pivotal naval battles in history, the Battle of Salamis in 480 BC. The Persian fleet, vastly outnumbering the Greek forces, was lured into the narrow straits of Salamis, where their superior numbers became a disadvantage. The agile Athenian triremes, their wooden walls, outmaneuvered the larger Persian ships, leading to a decisive Greek victory that shattered Persian naval power and forced Xerxes to retreat. This battle is widely considered a turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, effectively saving Greece from Persian conquest and preserving the nascent Athenian democracy, and by extension, the philosophical and artistic foundations of Western civilization. The accuracy of Themistocles' insight is remarkable. The wooden walls were not just a metaphor, they were the very vessels that secured Athens' survival, and the flight from the city, which seemed like an act of desperation, saved its people from certain slaughter. This prophecy and its inspired interpretation highlights the complex interplay between divine pronouncements, human agency, and historical outcomes. Was it a genuine glimpse into the future, or a clever leader skillfully leveraging belief to achieve his strategic goals? Perhaps it was both, a situation where a vague prophecy provided the psychological impetus for a desperate people to embrace a bold, radical strategy that ultimately delivered salvation. The Oracle of Delphi's pronouncement on the wooden walls stands as a testament to the enduring power of ancient prophecies and their profound influence on the course of human events, leaving us to ponder the precise degree to which the oracle truly foresaw the future or simply provided the framework for humanity to shape its own destiny. From the strategic brilliance of ancient Greek oracles, we leap forward by 2 millennia to the cryptic verses of a 16th-century French apothecary whose name has become synonymous with prophecy, Nostradamus. Michel de Nostradame, born in 1503, published his most famous work, Les Prophéties, in 1555. This book was a collection of 1,000 quatrains, 4-line verses, written in a perplexing blend of French, Latin, Greek, and Occitan, deliberately obscured through anagrams, mythological allusions, and astrological terms. His goal, he claimed, was to avoid persecution while still revealing the future. While many of his prophecies remain maddeningly vague, one particular quatrain, found in Century 2, number 51, has been cited repeatedly by historians and enthusiasts as seemingly foretelling one of the most devastating urban catastrophes in European history, the Great Fire of London in 1666. Picture London just before the fire, a bustling, overcrowded metropolis of wooden houses and narrow, winding streets. Just as the city teetered on the brink of disaster, Nostradamus's words, written over a century earlier, seem to echo with chilling precision. The quatrain reads, "The blood of the just will be demanded of London, burnt by fire in 3 times 20 plus 6. The old lady will fall from her high place, and many of the same sect will be killed." Now let's unpack that. The phrase 3 times 20 plus 6 directly translates to 66, an uncanny numerical match for the year 1666 when the Great Fire erupted. This specific numerical detail is a cornerstone of the argument for this prophecy's accuracy, setting it apart from more generalized predictions. The fire, which started in a baker's shop on Pudding Lane, quickly consumed some 80% of the city, leaving tens of thousands homeless. The sheer scale of the destruction was unprecedented, transforming the heart of London into a smoldering ruin. Furthermore, the mention of "the old lady will fall from her high place" is often interpreted as a reference to St. Paul's Cathedral, which stood majestically on Ludgate Hill, dominating the London skyline. The cathedral, a magnificent Gothic structure, was utterly consumed by the inferno, its towering spire collapsing with a thunderous roar. Its fall represented not just the destruction of a building, but the symbolic downfall of the city's old order and spiritual heart. The phrase, "many of the same sect will be killed," is more open to interpretation, given that official records claim very few lives were lost directly to the flames. However, some scholars argue it refers to the countless people who died from indirect causes in the aftermath, such as disease, exposure, and starvation, or perhaps even a broader reference to the economic and social upheaval that followed, leading to a kind of societal death. Of course, critics of Nostradamus often point to the inherent ambiguity in his writing, suggesting that it allows for retrospective interpretation to fit historical events. They argue that if given enough vague predictions, one is bound to find some that appear to match. And indeed, many of Nostradamus's prophecies are so nebulous that they could apply to countless situations. However, the specific numerical reference to 66, in connection with a major city burning, coupled with the fall of a prominent landmark like St. Paul's and the widespread suffering, makes this particular quatrain remarkably compelling. It forces us to consider whether Nostradamus simply had an uncanny knack for guessing, or if there was something more profound at play. Was it an extraordinary coincidence, or was he truly peering through the corridors of time to witness the flames engulfing London over a century after his death? The enduring power of this specific prophecy lies in its striking correlations, challenging our skepticism and fueling the mystique surrounding this enigmatic figure. From the fiery prophecies of European mystics, our journey now takes us eastward, to the sun-baked sands of ancient Egypt and a legend that has captivated imaginations for centuries, the infamous curse of the pharaohs. This isn't a prediction delivered by an oracle in a trance or penned in cryptic verse, but rather a perceived chain of events, a series of misfortunes and deaths that seem to confirm the protective power of ancient Egyptian curses, specifically designed to guard the sacred resting places of their god-kings. The most famous and perhaps chilling manifestation of this belief emerged with the sensational discovery and opening of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. Imagine the world eagerly following the news as archaeologist Howard Carter and his benefactor, Lord Carnarvon, carefully peeled back layers of history in the Valley of the Kings. This was unlike any archaeological find before it, an almost entirely intact royal tomb brimming with unimaginable treasures untouched for over 3,000 years. The excitement was palpable, but soon a sinister narrative began to unfold, fueled by the British press. Just months after the tomb was breached, Lord Carnarvon, a man in his mid-50s, died suddenly from an infected mosquito bite that led to blood poisoning. The timing was uncanny. Adding to the mystique, legend has it that at the exact moment of Carnarvon's death, the lights in Cairo inexplicably flickered off, and his pet terrier back in England let out a mournful howl and then died. Such dramatic coincidences were catnip for the newspapers, and the narrative of a vengeful pharaoh quickly took hold, transforming an archaeological triumph into a tale of ancient retribution. The deaths didn't stop with Carnarvon. Over the next decade, several other individuals associated with the excavation suffered untimely ends, further cementing the curse's grip on the public imagination. George J. Goode, an American financier who visited the tomb, died shortly after of pneumonia. Archibald Douglas Reed, the radiologist who X-rayed Tutankhamun's mummy, developed a mysterious illness and passed away. Even Joel Wool, who cleaned the tomb artifacts, perished from an unspecified infection. Of the 26 people present at the opening of the sarcophagus, 6 died within a year. By 1929, 11 more had died, and by 1939, 25 of the original group had passed away prematurely. The sheer number of deaths, coupled with their varied and often sudden nature, seemed to defy mere chance, providing compelling, if circumstantial, evidence for the curse's efficacy. Ancient Egyptian tombs often did contain warnings, though perhaps not in the form of fire-breathing curses. Inscriptions found in various tombs explicitly threatened those who dared disturb the deceased. For instance, the tomb of Kentika in the 5th dynasty bore an inscription stating, "As for all men who shall enter this tomb in their impurity and do evil to it, there will be a judgment brought against them by the great God." Other variations included threats of divine wrath, dismemberment, or even that the trespasser would be devoured by crocodiles or lions, though these were more symbolic than literal threats. These were not direct prophecies of specific events, but rather potent magical deterrents designed to instill fear and respect for the dead. The belief in such protective magic was deeply ingrained in ancient Egyptian culture, and the pharaohs, seen as divine intermediaries, certainly wished to ensure their eternal rest remained undisturbed. However, a closer look at the curse reveals a more nuanced and perhaps less supernatural explanation. While the deaths were certainly tragic, many occurred years after exposure to the tomb, and some individuals involved lived long and healthy lives, including Howard Carter himself, who survived another 16 years after opening the tomb, dying peacefully in 1939 at the age of 64. Critics argue that the deaths were coincidental, products of the era's limited medical knowledge, poor sanitation, and the inherent dangers of archaeological work in remote, often unsanitary locations. The most plausible scientific explanation points to the potential exposure to ancient molds, bacteria, or even toxic fumes that could have accumulated within the sealed tomb over millennia. Such microscopic threats, unknown to the early 20th century medical community, could have weakened immune systems or directly caused lung infections, respiratory issues, or other ailments, especially for those with pre-existing conditions like Lord Carnarvon. Ultimately, the curse of Tutankhamun speaks volumes about the human tendency to find patterns and explanations where none explicitly exist, especially when driven by fear, awe, and a healthy dose of media sensationalism. The newspapers of the 1920s, eager for compelling stories to sell copies, certainly exaggerated the curse, transforming unfortunate coincidences into supernatural pronouncements. Yet, even if the curse was simply a product of coincidence and media hype, its enduring power lies in its ability to tap into our primal fears of disturbing the dead and the unknown. It serves as a fascinating example not just of alleged ancient prophecy, but of how narratives can be shaped and amplified, creating a profound cultural impact that transcends scientific explanation. Whether supernatural or purely coincidental, the legend of the pharaoh's curse stands as a chilling reminder of the mystique surrounding these ancient protectors of eternity. Leaving the mysterious tombs of Egypt behind, we journey across oceans and centuries to the vibrant, spiritual world of ancient Mesoamerica, specifically to the heart of the Aztec civilization. Here, our focus isn't a cryptic warning or a fire-fueled prediction, but a foundational prophecy that literally shaped an empire, the divine sign of an eagle perched on a prickly pear cactus devouring a serpent. This omen, steeped in cosmology and destiny, was not just a symbol. It was a blueprint, a divine directive that guided a nomadic people to the exact spot where they would build one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. The Mexica people, commonly known as the Aztecs, were for centuries a wandering tribe in the Valley of Mexico, constantly searching for a permanent home. According to their oral traditions and historical codices, their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli, the god of sun and war, had given them a sacred mission. He commanded them to migrate until they found a specific sign, an eagle, majestic and powerful, perched upon a nopal cactus, itself growing from a rock or island with a serpent clutched in its talons. This was not just a simple directive, it was a divine promise that at this sacred location they would found their magnificent capital, a city destined to become the heart of their vast empire. For a people whose lives were so deeply intertwined with their gods and cosmic forces, this prophecy was not merely a suggestion but an absolute, unyielding truth that propelled their every step. Imagine the sheer dedication and faith required for this arduous journey. Generation after generation, the Mexica moved, enduring hardships, conflicts with other tribes, and the relentless search for this singular, unmistakable sign. The prophecy wasn't just a religious belief, it was a unifying force, an existential quest that gave purpose to their wanderings. Every hill, every valley, every body of water would have been scrutinized, every eagle sighting observed with bated breath, hoping to see the exact configuration that Huitzilopochtli had promised. This prolonged search underscores the profound cultural and religious significance of the prophecy. It wasn't about a single event, but a continuous act of faith and perseverance that ultimately culminated in the revelation of their destiny. Finally, after years, if not centuries of wandering, they arrived at Lake Texcoco, a vast, shallow body of water in the heart of the valley. And there, amidst the reeds and the shimmering water, they saw it, the eagle, proudly poised on a nopal cactus growing from a small island or rock with a serpent in its beak. This was it. This was the promised land. This incredible moment, a culmination of their sacred journey, marked the founding of Tenochtitlan in 1325, a city that would eventually become the powerhouse of the Aztec Triple Alliance and later modern-day Mexico City. The sight of the divine sign on a small, swampy island might have deterred any other people, but for the Mexica, it was an undeniable affirmation of their divine mandate. The prophecy dictated their future, and they embraced it without hesitation. Building a city on a lake presented immense practical challenges. The land was marshy and unstable, prone to flooding. Yet, driven by the unwavering belief in their sacred prophecy, the Aztecs engineered ingenious solutions that allowed Tenochtitlan to flourish. They built artificial islands called chinampas, floating gardens that provided fertile land for agriculture and stabilized the lakebed. They constructed causeways to connect the island city to the mainland, creating a network of bridges and canals that rivaled the most advanced urban centers of their time. The prophecy didn't just give them a location, it gave them the motivation, the divine impetus to overcome seemingly insurmountable natural obstacles. The very act of building Tenochtitlan became a testament to their faith, a monumental effort fueled by the conviction that they were fulfilling a sacred destiny. This extraordinary urban planning, this creation of a magnificent city out of a seemingly inhospitable environment, stands as a powerful testament to the motivating force of the eagle and serpent prophecy. It's a vivid example of how a prophetic vision can directly influence and even dictate the course of human endeavor and the very landscape of civilization. From the awe-inspiring urban planning guided by the Aztec eagle, we journey back to the ancient world of Greece, not to the renowned oracle of Delphi, but to a far more unsettling and mysterious prophetic site, the Oracle of Trophonius. This oracle, located in Labadia, wasn't sought for casual inquiries. It was a last resort, a place of profound psychic experience often described as terrifying, leaving those who consulted it deeply shaken. Unlike the Pythia, who spoke through cryptic verses, Trophonius didn't communicate in words but through visions and extreme psychological duress, as supplicants descended into a dark, subterranean chasm to face their future. For the ancient Greeks, it was a descent into the underworld, a literal harrowing journey into the depths of their own minds where prophetic insights were delivered not as pronouncements but as raw, experiential realities. The ritual itself was elaborate and frightening. Consulters would fast, undergo purifications, sacrifice a ram, and then be led into a narrow, dark cave feet first. What they experienced inside was often so overwhelming that they emerged in a state of shock, unable to speak, and had to be revived and questioned by priests. It was believed that the insights gained were direct communications from the underworld, from the hero god Trophonius himself, who was often associated with death and the chthonic realms. This intense, almost traumatizing method of prophecy made its pronouncements all the more impactful, embedding them deeply into the psyche of the recipient, often with unsettling consequences. Now, let's consider a pivotal moment in ancient Greek history, involving a figure who had achieved extraordinary success and held immense power: Lysander, the brilliant Spartan general and admiral. His victories against Athens in the Peloponnesian War, culminating in the Battle of Aegospotami in 405 BCE, had effectively ended Athenian dominance and established Spartan hegemony over Greece. Lysander was a man of action, a strategic genius, and not one to be easily swayed by superstition. However, even he, at the height of his power, found himself facing a series of obstacles and sought guidance from the chilling oracle of Trophonius. The prophecy he received was as cryptic as it was unsettling, a warning that spoke of dire consequences if he were to disregard it. The oracle cautioned him to beware the donkey of Arcadia and the serpent that bites from behind. Lysander, perhaps confident in his military prowess and dismissive of symbolic warnings, likely dismissed this cryptic message as mere nonsense or a metaphor that didn't apply to his current ambitions. After all, what could a lowly donkey and a serpent possibly do to a man who commanded the most feared army in Greece? His focus remained on consolidating Spartan power, even if it meant undermining the traditional Spartan constitution and establishing oligarchies in subjugated cities, a move that would ultimately lead to his downfall. Lysander's disregard for the prophecy, however, proved to be a fatal miscalculation. His ambitions led him to attempt to expand Spartan influence into Boeotia, specifically targeting Thebes, a city that had once been an ally but now resisted Spartan control. In 395 BC, Lysander found himself at the Battle of Haliartus, leading a Spartan army against a coalition of Theban and Arcadian forces. Despite his tactical genius, the battle unfolded in a way that eerily mirrored the oracle's warning. Lysander's forces were unexpectedly ambushed and routed in a chaotic engagement near the city walls. In the ensuing melee, Lysander himself was trapped and killed. The pivotal role in his defeat was played by the Arcadian mercenaries, hardened fighters who formed a crucial part of the allied forces. These Arcadians, known for their rustic, often stubborn nature, were derisively nicknamed donkeys by other Greeks, perhaps for their toughness or their reputation for being difficult to manage, making them the donkey of Arcadia mentioned in the prophecy. Furthermore, Lysander was said to have been struck down from behind, bitten by the serpent of unforeseen attack in the chaos of battle. The defeat was devastating for Sparta, and the death of their most celebrated general marked a significant turning point in the Spartan Empire's decline. The psychological impact of such a seemingly fulfilled prophecy on the surviving Spartans and the wider Greek world would have been immense. It would have reinforced the belief in divine retribution and the potency of oracular pronouncements, even those delivered under such terrifying circumstances. For Lysander, the prophecy might have been a subtle, almost subconscious influence on his actions, or perhaps it was entirely dismissed, only to be retroactively applied to his demise. This raises the intriguing question of whether prophetic warnings, even if initially disregarded, can set in motion a chain of events that leads to their fulfillment, creating a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. Lysander's overconfidence, perhaps fueled by his past successes, may have blinded him to the genuine threats that the oracle, in its own unsettling way, was trying to convey. The donkey of Arcadia wasn't a literal ass but a force Lysander underestimated, and the serpent that bites from behind was the unexpected, fatal blow in a battle he believed he would win easily. The oracle of Trophonius, with its unique and terrifying method of delivering foresight, offers a compelling example of how a leader's fate could be intertwined with seemingly obscure warnings, leading to a dramatic and tragic end that echoed ancient pronouncements. From the subtle forewarnings of Greek oracles and the fiery pronouncements of medieval seers, we now plunge into a prophecy of cosmic scale, a cataclysmic vision of the end of days that haunts the very heart of Norse mythology, Ragnarök. This isn't just a battle, it is the fate of the gods, a detailed and terrifying blueprint for the destruction and rebirth of the entire world, etched into the Eddas and sagas of ancient Scandinavia. Unlike the human-centric prophecies we've explored thus far, Ragnarök paints a picture of divine self-sacrifice and the cyclical nature of existence, a grand narrative where even the gods themselves are bound by destiny. The prophecy of Ragnarök is not a sudden, unforeseen event but a gradual, terrifying escalation. It begins with the Fimbulwinter, a monstrous winter that lasts for 3 years without pause, plunging the world into an icy grip. This extreme cold brings with it famine and widespread suffering, eroding the very fabric of society. As resources dwindle and despair mounts, morality collapses. Brother turns against brother, families tear themselves apart, and the bonds of kinship and law dissolve into chaos. This period of moral decay is crucial, signaling a profound breakdown of order that mirrors the cosmic unraveling to come. It's a stark reminder that societal decay often precedes larger, more devastating collapses, a theme that resonates throughout human history beyond the myths. As the world descends further into darkness, the monstrous offspring of Loki, long chained, finally break free. First, there is Fenrir, the colossal wolf, so massive that when he opens his jaws, his upper jaw scrapes the heavens and his lower jaw grinds against the earth. He unleashes untold destruction, devouring everything in his path, including the sun itself, plunging the world into eternal twilight. Then, the Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, who encircles the entire world, rises from the depths of the ocean. His thrashing causes immense tidal waves and earthquakes, reshaping the very landscape. The skies grow dark, rivers overflow, and mountains crumble as these primordial forces of chaos are unleashed, signaling the imminent arrival of the final, desperate battle. The climax of Ragnarök is the ultimate battle on the plain of Vigrid, a colossal confrontation where the forces of chaos, led by Loki and the giants, clash with the gods of Asgard. It is here that many of the beloved Norse deities meet their predetermined end. Odin, the All-Father, falls to Fenrir, swallowed whole by the monstrous wolf. Thor, the mighty wielder of Mjolnir, slays the Midgard serpent but succumbs to its venom, taking 9 steps before collapsing dead. Freya battles the fire giant Surt and is defeated. Heimdall and Loki, ancient adversaries, kill each other in a final, brutal duel. The world tree Yggdrasil, which connects all the realms, trembles and groans, reflecting the cosmic agony of this ultimate conflict. Even the stars fall from the sky as fire engulfs the earth, and the oceans rise to consume the land, leaving nothing but a vast, empty expanse of water. However, Ragnarök is not merely an ending, it is a cleansing fire, a necessary destruction that paves the way for renewal. From the ashes of the old world, a new, greener earth emerges from the receding waters. A few gods survived the cataclysm, including Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, and Modi and Magni, sons of Thor, inheriting their father's hammer. They find the golden tablets of the old gods, symbolizing the return of wisdom and order. Most importantly, two humans, Lif and Lithrasir, who hid within the roots of Yggdrasil, survived the devastation. They emerged to repopulate the new world, ushering in a fresh cycle of life. This element of rebirth, of creation following destruction, is a profound aspect of the Ragnarök prophecy. It suggests a cyclical view of time, where death is not absolute but a prelude to a new beginning, a concept found in many ancient cosmologies. The enduring power of Ragnarök lies in its resonance with later historical events and philosophical concepts. The idea of a world-ending cataclysm, followed by a new beginning, mirrors the rise and fall of empires, the destruction of old orders, and the emergence of new societies from the ruins. Think of the collapse of the Roman Empire, which to many at the time felt like the end of the world, only to be followed by the slow, chaotic, but ultimately transformative emergence of medieval Europe. The Fimbulwinter, with its moral decay and societal breakdown, serves as a powerful allegory for periods of profound social unrest that often precede major historical shifts or revolutions. The great floods and fires of Ragnarök, while mythological, also echo real-world natural disasters that have reshaped civilizations. This ancient prophecy, therefore, isn't just a fascinating tale of gods and monsters. It's a deep meditation on the themes of destruction, resilience, and the eternal cycle of renewal that governs both the cosmos and human societies. From the cyclical destruction and renewal of Norse myth, we now turn our attention to a prophecy that has profoundly shaped Western thought for 2 millennia, one steeped in complex symbolism and subject to countless interpretations, the vision of the white horse in the Book of Revelation. This is not a direct prediction of specific events or individuals, but rather a profoundly influential piece of apocalyptic literature found in the New Testament of the Christian Bible, specifically in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2. Here, John, the supposed author, describes a vision of a rider on a white horse given a crown and sent out conquering and to conquer. This single verse, seemingly simple, has captivated scholars, theologians, and doomsday theorists for centuries, becoming a powerful lens through which various historical periods and movements have been understood or perhaps misunderstood. The primary interpretation of the white horse and its rider often points to conquest. In the context of the 1st century CE, during which Revelation was likely written, the Roman Empire was a dominant power and military conquest was a familiar concept. Some early interpretations linked the white horse to the Parthian Empire, Rome's eastern rival, known for its formidable cavalry. However, over time, the meaning broadened considerably. For many, the white horse became a symbol of global conquest, not necessarily military, but in the sense of establishing dominance or widespread influence. It's important to remember that apocalyptic texts are inherently symbolic. They are not meant to be read as literal news reports but as allegorical narratives that convey deeper spiritual or moral truths. The challenge, and indeed the allure, lies in applying these symbols to the unfolding drama of human history, often with a significant degree of retrospective fitting. One of the most enduring interpretations of the white horse is its association with the spread of the gospel and the expansion of early Christianity. The rider, in this view, symbolizes Jesus Christ or the irresistible force of his teachings, conquering the world not through military might, but through spiritual conversion and moral persuasion. Early Christian missionaries carrying their message across vast distances could be seen as fulfilling this prophecy, their relentless evangelism akin to a spiritual conquest. As Christianity spread from a small sect in Judea to become the dominant religion of the Roman Empire and beyond, this interpretation gained significant traction. The white color of the horse is often associated with purity, righteousness, and victory, aligning perfectly with the perceived triumph of Christian faith over paganism. This reading provides a powerful narrative of divine providence, suggesting that the expansion of the Church was preordained and guided by the hand of God. However, the powerful symbolism of the white horse's rider as a figure of conquest has also led to its application to various empires and leaders throughout history. From the early Byzantine Empire extending its reach to the Crusades, where Christian armies sought to reclaim holy lands, to the Age of Exploration, where European powers expanded their influence across the globe, some have seen the spirit of the white horse rider at work. Even figures like Napoleon Bonaparte or later, leaders of vast global movements, have been anachronistically linked to this prophecy by certain interpreters looking for modern-day fulfillments. This flexibility highlights a crucial aspect of apocalyptic prophecy. Its inherent vagueness allows for reinterpretation across different historical contexts. When a prophecy lacks specific names, dates, or geographical locations, it becomes a canvas onto which subsequent generations can project their own anxieties, hopes, and observations of the world. The challenges of finding concrete historical fulfillments for such highly symbolic prophecies are immense. The beauty and complexity of revelation lie precisely in its layered meaning, which resists straightforward, singular interpretation. What one generation sees as a clear fulfillment, another may dismiss as mere coincidence or wishful thinking. The very act of reinterpreting and applying these prophecies to current events demonstrates an ongoing human desire to find meaning and order in a chaotic world, to believe that even the most devastating events are part of a larger, divinely orchestrated plan. This constant re-evaluation keeps the prophecy alive, perpetually relevant to each new era, even if its fulfillment remains open to debate. The prophecy of the white horse, therefore, serves as a powerful illustration of how ancient texts, even when their original context is distant and their language obscure, continue to resonate and inform our understanding of conquest, belief, and the relentless march of history. From the symbolic riders of Revelation, we now turn to a prophecy that gripped the world just over a decade ago, one that sparked widespread panic, frenzied speculation, and perhaps a few too many end-of-the-world parties: the supposed end date of the Mayan long count calendar on December 21, 2012. For months, even years, leading up to that date, news channels, documentaries, and countless online forums buzzed with theories of global catastrophe. Some predicted a planetary alignment that would trigger massive earthquakes. Others feared a rogue planet colliding with Earth. Still others anticipated a shift in Earth's magnetic poles, leading to widespread electrical failures and a return to a pre-industrial age. The speculation was rampant, fueled by a mixture of genuine fascination with ancient civilizations and a pervasive modern anxiety about the unknown. It seemed for a moment that an ancient Mesoamerican calendar held the key to humanity's final chapter, transforming what was meant to be a moment of cultural reflection into a global countdown to doom. To understand this famous prophecy, we first need to delve into the fascinating, intricate world of Mayan calendrical systems. The Maya, renowned for their advanced astronomical observations and mathematical prowess, developed several interlocking calendars. The most well-known are the Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred count, and the Hab, a 365-day civil calendar. These two cycles combine to form a 52-year calendar round, after which the cycle would repeat. However, for recording longer periods and historical events, the Maya utilized the long count calendar. This system is a vast, continuous tally of days, starting from a mythical creation date typically correlated to August 11th, 3114 BC in our Gregorian calendar. The long count is based on a vigesimal or base 20 system, meaning it progresses in multiples of 20. The largest cycle within this system, and the one that caused all the commotion, is the Bacton. One Bacton is equivalent to about 394 solar years. The much-feared date of December 21, 2012, marked the completion of the 13th Bacton cycle, specifically the date 13,000,000 in long count notation since the mythical creation. For the Maya, the completion of a major cycle, especially one as significant as a Bacton, was a moment of profound cosmic significance, a time for reflection, renewal, and celebration. It signified the end of one era and the beginning of another, much like how we celebrate the turning of a century or a millennium. It was an epochal transition, a reset of the cosmic clock, representing a spiritual or philosophical shift rather than a physical annihilation. The Mayan texts and inscriptions that refer to this date speak of ceremonies, the enthronement of new rulers, and the dawn of a new age, not of fire and brimstone. There is no archaeological or historical evidence in any Mayan glyphs or codices that suggests this date was associated with an apocalypse or the literal end of the world. The Maya themselves viewed time as cyclical, with endless cycles of creation and destruction, beginnings and endings. So, how did a sophisticated calendrical system, designed for tracking vast periods of time, get so wildly misinterpreted as a doomsday prediction? The answer lies in a potent mix of modern sensationalism, a superficial understanding of ancient cultures, and the human tendency to project existential fears onto mysterious ancient texts. New Age movements, science fiction narratives, and even casual internet speculation seized upon the end date without proper context. They conflated Mayan cyclical endings with Western apocalyptic narratives, which often envision a singular, definitive end to all existence. The media, ever hungry for dramatic headlines, broadcast the story of a looming global catastrophe, amplifying the fears and adding fuel to the fire. Images of ancient glyphs and stone calendars were often presented without explanation, allowing viewers to fill in the blanks with their wildest imaginings. This global phenomenon highlights the critical importance of understanding cultural context when interpreting ancient texts and prophecies. The Maya's cyclical view of time is fundamentally different from a linear Western perspective that often anticipates a final, ultimate conclusion. For them, endings were always part of a larger ongoing process, a prelude to new beginnings. The 2012 panic was a classic case of ethnocentrism, where modern anxieties and beliefs were imposed upon an ancient culture, fundamentally distorting its true meaning. It wasn't a prophecy of destruction, but a calendrical milestone, a deep breath before the next grand cycle of existence unfurled. The Mayan calendar, in its true essence, tells us not about the end of the world, but about the enduring human fascination with time, cycles, and the universe's grand design. Their complex system served as a testament to their profound knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, not a harbinger of doom. From the stark contrast of a Mayan calendar that wasn't about doomsday, we now delve into another ancient wellspring of prophecy, one deeply entwined with the destiny of an empire, the enigmatic Sibylline oracles. These weren't the pronouncements of a single prophetess or a localized cult like Delphi. Instead, the Sibylline oracles were a collection of prophetic utterances attributed to various Sibyls, mythical prophetesses believed to be divinely inspired, scattered across the ancient world. Their pronouncements, often delivered in hexameter verse, were collected and revered particularly by the Romans, who held specific copies of these oracular books in the highest regard. Unlike the localized oracles of Greece, the Sibylline oracles held a broader, more universal scope, often touching upon the fate of nations, great wars, and cataclysmic events. When Rome faced dire crises, plagues, military defeats, or social unrest, the Senate would consult a specialized college of priests, the Quindecimviri Sacris Faciundis, who alone had access to these sacred books. The answers they found were rarely straightforward, often requiring careful interpretation, but they provided a powerful psychological anchor for a people grappling with the unpredictability of fate. The story of how Rome acquired its most famous collection of Sibylline books is itself legendary, highlighting their immense perceived value. According to tradition, an old woman, purported to be the Cumaean Sibyl, offered 9 books of prophecies to King Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of Rome. When he refused her exorbitant price, she burned 3 of them and offered the remaining 6 at the same price. Again, he refused, and she burned 3 more, offering the final 3 at the original price. Intrigued and perhaps unnerved, Tarquinius finally purchased them. These 3 surviving books were then carefully preserved in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill and consulted only in times of extreme national emergency. This legend underscores the profound reverence the Romans had for these prophecies, viewing them not merely as predictions but as sacred texts that contained crucial divine guidance for the very survival and prosperity of their burgeoning state. The act of consulting these books was a solemn ritual, often accompanied by elaborate sacrifices, reflecting the gravity with which the Romans approached these glimpses into their future. While the exact content of the original Sibylline books is lost to history, they were largely destroyed in a fire in 83 BCE and later replaced by a new collection compiled from various sources. Their influence on Roman thought and policy is undeniable. What distinguishes the Sibylline oracles in relation to Rome is less about precise, verifiable predictions of specific emperors or battles, and more about their overarching narrative of Roman destiny. These prophecies, even in their often vague and symbolic language, consistently alluded to Rome's eventual rise to unparalleled power, its enduring dominance, and its role as a civilizing force in the world. They spoke of a great power emerging from the West that would eventually subjugate other nations, establish justice, and bring peace. This grand narrative provided a powerful ideological framework for Roman expansionism. It wasn't just conquest for territory or wealth, it was portrayed as the fulfillment of a divine plan, a destiny preordained by the gods themselves. Every victory, every new province added to the empire, could be interpreted as another step towards the realization of this fated imperial glory. The political utility of these prophecies cannot be overstated. In an age where superstition and divine favor held immense sway, the Sibylline oracles provided a powerful tool for legitimizing Roman actions, rallying public support, and bolstering morale, especially during difficult times. When military campaigns stalled or when internal strife threatened the Republic, the priests might interpret a passage from the Sibylline books to suggest a specific ritual, a new cult, or even a strategic alliance, all designed to secure divine favor and ensure eventual victory. This was not merely manipulation, it was deeply ingrained in the Roman worldview that their success was tied to their pietas, their devotion to the gods and their sacred traditions. By presenting their endeavors as divinely sanctioned, Roman leaders could inspire greater loyalty from their legions and greater obedience from their populace. For instance, after the catastrophic defeat at Cannae during the Second Punic War, the Romans consulted the Sibylline books, which led to the reintroduction of human sacrifice in Rome, a desperate measure to appease angry gods and turn the tide of the war. Such extreme actions highlight the profound belief in the power of these prophecies to influence events. Over the centuries, as Rome expanded from a small city-state to a vast republic and then an empire, the general tenor of the Sibylline prophecies could be retrospectively interpreted as a continuous affirmation of their imperial destiny. Whether they spoke of a great leader who would bring order or a golden age that would follow great strife, these ambiguous pronouncements could be easily fitted to the triumphs and transitions of Roman history. The very act of reinterpreting and reapplying these ancient prophecies helped shape Roman identity, reinforcing their self-perception as a chosen people destined to rule. This powerful narrative of preordained greatness instilled a sense of purpose and resilience that allowed them to overcome immense challenges and achieve unprecedented imperial reach. The Sibylline oracles, therefore, stand as a testament not just to the human yearning for foresight, but to the profound political and psychological power of prophecy in shaping the course of empires, transforming ambition into destiny and conquest into divine will. From the ancient Roman belief in their preordained destiny, we now turn to a prophecy of truly monumental scope, one that attempts to lay out the entire sweep of geopolitical power for centuries to come. This is the incredible vision found in the Old Testament book of Daniel, specifically in chapter 2, detailing King Nebuchadnezzar's dream of a colossal statue. This isn't just a dream, it's an intricate, symbolic blueprint for the succession of world empires, interpreted by the prophet Daniel with astonishing precision. Unlike the often vague pronouncements of oracles, this prophecy presents a structured, almost chronological view of global dominance, detailing a sequence of 4 major powers, each represented by a different metal, culminating in a fragmented final kingdom. Its enduring appeal lies in how remarkably its outline of historical succession aligns with what actually unfolded in the ancient Near East and Mediterranean. Imagine the bewildered King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, a powerful ruler, waking from a disturbing dream that he couldn't recall yet knew was profoundly significant. He summoned his wise men, his magicians, enchanters, and astrologers, demanding not only an interpretation but first the dream itself. When they couldn't produce it, he threatened them with death. It was then that Daniel, a young Jewish exile, stepped forward claiming divine insight. Daniel revealed the king's dream, a magnificent, terrifying statue, its head made of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, and its feet partly of iron and partly of baked clay. Then a stone cut without human hands struck the statue on its feet, shattering it into dust, which was then swept away by the wind, with the stone growing into a great mountain that filled the whole earth. This detailed description given by Daniel immediately established his credibility and opened the door for his equally profound interpretation. Daniel then systematically laid out the meaning of each part of the statue, attributing each metal to a successive world empire. The head of gold, he explained, represented Nebuchadnezzar himself and his Babylonian empire, symbolizing its unmatched wealth, power, and glory. Babylon, at its height, was indeed a golden age for the region, renowned for its architectural marvels like the Hanging Gardens and its vast riches. This was an empire built on conquest and adorned with the spoils of war, making gold a fitting symbol for its supremacy. This initial identification grounded the prophecy in the present reality of Daniel's time, giving Nebuchadnezzar a clear, if perhaps unsettling, understanding of his place within this grand historical scheme. The precision of this identification, given directly to the reigning monarch, lent immediate weight to the pronouncement, signaling that what followed would be equally precise. Following the golden head, Daniel prophesied that an inferior kingdom would arise, represented by the chest and arms of silver. This kingdom, though still mighty, would be less glorious than Babylon. Historically, this is widely understood to refer to the Medo-Persian Empire, which, under Cyrus the Great, conquered Babylon in 539 BC. Persia, while vast and powerful, was indeed known for its bureaucratic efficiency and silver coinage, a material less precious than gold. The two arms could even be seen as symbolizing the dual nature of the empire, combining the Medes and the Persians. This empire established a vast network of roads and a sophisticated postal system, but it was not perceived with the same awe as the Golden Age of Babylon. The transition from gold to silver marked a decline in intrinsic value, a symbolic representation of a shift in the nature of imperial power, subtly foreshadowing a pattern of diminishing glory across successive empires. Next, the belly and thighs of bronze were prophesied to represent a third kingdom, one that would rule over the whole earth, even more widespread than its predecessors. This perfectly describes the Macedonian Greek Empire established by Alexander the Great. Alexander's lightning-fast conquests in the 4th century BC swept across the known world from Greece to India, truly creating an empire that stretched further than any before it. Greek bronze was a common and essential metal used for weaponry and armor, reflecting the martial prowess and military expansion that characterized Alexander's reign. The empire's vastness, its rapid expansion through military might, and its subsequent division among Alexander's generals, the Diadochi, all align with the image of a powerful, far-reaching empire represented by sturdy bronze. The prophecy's accuracy in predicting not just a new empire but one that would conquer on such a grand scale is truly striking. Finally, Daniel described the 4th kingdom, represented by the legs of iron, which would be as strong as iron, breaking in pieces and crushing all things. This accurately predicts the Roman Empire, renowned for its formidable military strength and its ability to crush all opposition with its iron legions. Rome's engineering feats, its widespread use of iron for tools and weapons, and its relentless expansion define its character. The prophecy then details that the feet and toes would be partly of iron and partly of baked clay, representing a kingdom that would be divided and ultimately weaker, unable to truly hold together. This is often interpreted as representing the later stages of the Roman Empire, particularly its division into Western and Eastern halves, and the subsequent fragmentation of the Western Roman Empire into various smaller kingdoms and nations. The mixture of iron and clay suggests a lack of cohesion, an inability for the parts to cleave together, which describes the numerous political divisions, internal strife, and barbarian invasions that ultimately led to Rome's decline and fall. This final stage, extending into the present day, with no single power ever again achieving the unified dominance of the Roman Empire, remains the most open to ongoing interpretation, cementing the prophecy's relevance across millennia. It's important to acknowledge scholarly debates surrounding the dating of the Book of Daniel. Some critical scholars argue that Daniel was written later, during the Maccabean period, around the 2nd century BC, suggesting that some of its predictions were actually historical accounts written after the events occurred. However, even if one accepts this later dating, the prophecy's uncanny foresight regarding the succession of empires is still remarkable, as it would have accurately predicted the rise of Rome, which had not yet achieved its full imperial power when Daniel is traditionally dated. The precision in the sequence Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and then Rome is what truly sets this prophecy apart from more generalized predictions. The characteristics attributed to each empire, Babylon's gold, Persia's silver, Greece's bronze, and Rome's iron strength, followed by fragmentation, reflect distinct historical realities. This vision of the statue, therefore, endures not just as a religious text but as a profound piece of predictive literature, offering a grand, overarching narrative of imperial rise and fall that continues to captivate and challenge our understanding of history and destiny. From the sweeping vision of empires in Daniel, we now zoom in on an even more astonishingly specific Old Testament prophecy, one that names a future ruler by name and details his precise actions over a century before he was even born. This is the remarkable prophecy concerning Cyrus the Great, found in the book of Isaiah, chapters 44, verse 28, and 45, verse 1. Here, the prophet Isaiah, living in the 8th century BC, speaks of a king, Cyrus, whom God would choose to bring about the return of the Jewish exiles from Babylon and command the rebuilding of the Jerusalem temple. This isn't a vague prediction of a conquering hero. It's a direct, unambiguous naming of an individual and a description of his unique role in a pivotal historical event. For many, this level of specificity, centuries in advance, elevates it beyond mere coincidence and into the realm of the genuinely prophetic. To grasp the magnitude of this prophecy, we must first understand the dire context of the Jewish people at the time it was fulfilled. By the time Cyrus entered the historical stage, the kingdom of Judah had fallen to the mighty Babylonian Empire. In 586 BC, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had utterly destroyed Jerusalem, including Solomon's magnificent temple, and forcibly deported a significant portion of the Jewish population to Babylon. This period, known as the Babylonian captivity or exile, lasted for nearly 70 years. It was a time of immense despair, cultural assimilation pressures, and profound spiritual questioning for the Jewish people. They mourned their lost homeland, their desecrated temple, and their perceived abandonment by God. Many generations were born and died in exile, growing up in a foreign land with little hope of ever seeing Jerusalem again. The idea of returning home, let alone rebuilding their sacred temple, seemed an impossible dream, a distant memory almost lost to time. It is against this backdrop of hopelessness that the prophecy of Isaiah rings out with such power. Isaiah, writing roughly between 740 and 680 BC, declared over a century before Cyrus's birth and more than 150 years before the actual events. "It is I who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he will perform all my desire. And he will say of Jerusalem, she will be built, and of the temple, your foundation will be laid. Thus says the Lord to Cyrus his anointed, whom I have taken by the right hand, to subdue nations before him, and to loose the loins of kings, to open doors before him so that gates will not be shut." The passage also describes him as having treasures of darkness and hidden riches. This wasn't merely a guess, it was an extraordinary claim of divine foreknowledge, essentially putting God's stamp of approval on a pagan king to execute a divine plan, specifically for the benefit of the Jewish people. Then history unfolds with astonishing precision. In 539 BC, Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, conquered Babylon without a major battle. His victory was swift and decisive, marking the end of Babylonian dominance. What followed was even more remarkable. In an act that deviated sharply from the typical policies of ancient conquerors, who often displaced populations and destroyed their cultures, Cyrus issued a famous decree, often referred to as the Cyrus Cylinder. This ancient clay cylinder, now housed in the British Museum, records Cyrus's policy of allowing conquered peoples to return to their homelands, restore their religious practices, and rebuild their temples. This was a revolutionary departure from the Assyrian and Babylonian policies of forced assimilation and deportation. Crucially, Cyrus's decree specifically mentioned the Jews. He not only permitted them to return to Jerusalem, but also ordered that the holy vessels plundered from the first temple by Nebuchadnezzar be returned, and he even provided funds and resources for the rebuilding of the temple. This benevolent policy allowed the first wave of exiles to begin their long-awaited journey back to Judah, a journey that would culminate in the construction of the Second Temple, albeit not without significant challenges. While the Second Temple did not reach the grandeur of Solomon's, its rebuilding was a monumental event for the Jewish people, symbolizing their restoration and the renewal of their covenant with God. The historical evidence from the Cyrus Cylinder to later biblical accounts in Ezra and Nehemiah strongly corroborates the decree and the return of the exiles. Theological implications of this prophecy are profound and multifaceted. For the exiled Jewish community, it offered immense hope and a powerful affirmation of God's faithfulness and absolute sovereignty over history. Even in their darkest hour, a non-Jewish king unknown to them had been named by their prophet over a century earlier as the instrument of their deliverance. It underscored the belief that God was not confined to their land or their people, but was the God of all nations, working through unexpected individuals to accomplish his purposes. It provided a powerful narrative of divine intervention, demonstrating that even the most powerful empires were ultimately pawns in a larger cosmic plan. For the Jewish people, it transformed a painful exile into a period of waiting, a testament to enduring faith, offering a promise of return that was concretely fulfilled. For those contemplating the nature of prophecy, the naming of Cyrus presents a significant challenge to conventional explanations. How could a prophet know the specific name and the precise actions of a king who would emerge generations later, especially actions that were so contrary to the prevailing geopolitical norms of the time? Skeptics might argue for retrospective dating of the Isaiah passage, suggesting it was written after Cyrus's decree. However, the consistent tradition of Isaiah's authorship dating to the 8th century BCE, alongside the distinct literary styles and themes within the book, strongly argues against such a late composition for these particular verses. The sheer audacity of naming a future king and detailing his actions with such clarity makes this prophecy an extraordinary case study in predictive power, inviting us to ponder the very nature of time, destiny, and divine revelation. It serves as a compelling reminder that history, for some, is not merely a sequence of random events, but a carefully orchestrated unfolding of a preordained plan. From the precise naming of a Persian king, we journey now to an entirely different cosmological framework, one rooted in ancient Indian philosophy and enshrined in sacred texts like the Bhagavad Gita and the Puranas, the profound concept of the Kali Yuga. This isn't a prophecy of a single event or a specific individual, but rather a sweeping, cyclical vision of time that describes the current age as one of moral, spiritual, and environmental decline. It's a prophecy that suggests humanity is living through a period of increasing darkness where truth and righteousness diminish and discord reigns supreme. For billions of adherents, the characteristics of this prophesied age eerily mirror the challenges and complexities of the world we inhabit today, drawing a direct line between ancient wisdom and modern realities. The Hindu concept of time is fundamentally cyclical, not linear. It's an endless turning of ages or yugas, each lasting for vast periods, much like seasons on a cosmic scale. There are four main yugas: Satya Yuga, the Golden Age; Treta Yuga, the Silver Age; Dvapara Yuga, the Bronze Age; and finally, Kali Yuga, the Iron Age or Dark Age. Each successive yuga sees a progressive decline in dharma or righteousness and a rise in adharma, unrighteousness. We are currently said to be in the Kali Yuga, which began after the departure of Krishna from Earth, approximately 5,125 years ago according to traditional calculations. This age is believed to last for 432,000 years, a sobering thought. The Bhagavad Gita, a foundational text within Hindu philosophy, though not explicitly detailing the characteristics of the Kali Yuga in the same systematic way as the Puranas, implicitly speaks to the human struggles and moral dilemmas that would become rampant in such an age of decline. It encourages steadfastness and duty in the face of immense moral chaos, a direct spiritual antidote to the coming darkness. The Puranas, a vast collection of Hindu religious texts, offer much more explicit and chillingly precise descriptions of the Kali Yuga. They paint a vivid picture of a world where moral decay becomes rampant. Values like honesty, compassion, and spiritual devotion would wane, replaced by deceit, hypocrisy, and materialism. People, even those in positions of authority, would become greedy and corrupt, driven by self-interest rather than the well-being of society. The texts forecast a severe decline in religious observance, with rituals becoming mere formalities devoid of genuine spiritual understanding. Temples would be neglected and false teachers would proliferate, leading people astray with misleading doctrines. This erosion of ethical foundations isn't just a general decline. It's a specific set of breakdowns that believers often point to when observing contemporary society. Beyond moral and religious decay, the prophecies also describe significant social and environmental degradation during the Kali Yuga. Relationships would become strained, with family bonds weakening and marital fidelity diminishing. Rulers would become tyrants, oppressing their subjects with heavy taxes and unjust laws. poverty and hunger would increase, leading to widespread suffering. The natural world would also bear the brunt of humanity's decline, with forests vanishing, rivers drying up, and the earth losing its fertility. Extreme weather events and natural disasters would become more frequent, signaling the Earth's distress. This aspect of the prophecy resonates deeply with modern concerns about climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality, offering a timeless framework for understanding humanity's impact on the planet and its own well-being. Perhaps one of the most striking characteristics prophesied for the Kali Yuga is the rise of conflict. Wars, violence, and civil strife would become commonplace, fueled by anger, hatred, and a pervasive sense of fear. Nations would constantly be at odds, and peace would become increasingly elusive. People would be consumed by anxiety and stress, leading to mental and emotional distress. This aspect of the prophecy can be readily observed in the persistent global conflicts, terrorism, and social unrest that define much of the modern era. The descriptions are not just theoretical, they are a mirror reflecting the very real struggles and tensions that humanity faces on a daily basis, making the ancient words feel incredibly current and relevant. While the predictions for the Kali Yuga are undeniably grim, it's crucial to understand that within Hindu cosmology, this is not an eternal state of despair. The Kali Yuga is merely one phase in an endless cycle. It is a period of necessary purification, a cosmic cleansing that prepares the way for the next Satya Yuga, a new golden age when Dharma will once again flourish. This cyclical understanding offers a powerful message of hope and resilience. It suggests that even in the darkest of times, there is always the promise of renewal, a fundamental belief that suffering is temporary and that light will inevitably follow darkness. This long-term view allows adherents to contextualize present struggles within a grander cosmic plan, fostering endurance and faith. The profound resonance many adherents feel between these ancient prophecies and the contemporary world is striking. They see moral relativism, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the environmental crisis, and relentless global conflicts as direct fulfillments of Kali Yuga's characteristics. This isn't merely an intellectual exercise. For many, it provides a spiritual framework for understanding chaos and finding purpose amidst it. The prophecies serve as a call to action for individuals to uphold Dharma in their personal lives, to practice self-discipline, compassion, and spiritual devotion, even when the world around them seems to be unraveling. By striving for righteousness, they believe they can minimize the negative effects of the Kali Yuga and contribute to the eventual emergence of a new golden age. Thus, the Bhagavad Gita and the Puranas, through their descriptions of the Kali Yuga, offer more than just a prophecy of decline. They provide a profound cosmic worldview. They present a cyclical narrative of existence where decline is merely a prelude to renewal, a necessary step in the grand, unending dance of creation, preservation, and dissolution. This ancient wisdom challenges us to look beyond immediate events and consider the vast sweeps of time, inviting us to contemplate our place within this ceaseless ebb and flow of cosmic ages, and to consider whether these ancient texts truly captured the essence of humanity's long, evolving journey. From the overarching cosmic cycles of the Kali Yuga, we descend to a more grounded yet equally profound ancient prophecy, one rooted in the practicalities of agriculture and resource management, the timeless biblical account of Pharaoh's dreams and Joseph's remarkable interpretation. This story, found in Genesis chapter 41, is not about the rise and fall of empires or the end of the world, but about a very real, tangible warning of impending economic and agricultural disaster, accurately foretold and skillfully averted through foresight and planning. It serves as a compelling testament to the power of prophetic insight, not just for spiritual guidance, but for the very survival of a nation. Imagine the powerful Pharaoh of Egypt, ruler of one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, awakening from two deeply disturbing yet inexplicably connected dreams. In the first, he saw 7 fat, healthy cows emerge from the Nile, grazing in a meadow. But then 7 thin, sickly cows emerged after them and devoured the fat ones, yet remained as gaunt as before. Later, he dreamed again. 7 healthy, full ears of grain sprouted on a single stalk, followed by 7 withered, thin ears, which then swallowed up the full ones. These dreams were vivid, unsettling, and consistent, yet their meaning eluded all of Pharaoh's wise men, magicians, and priests. Their inability to interpret these omens plunged the court into anxiety, highlighting the desperate need for understanding in a society that believed firmly in the divine significance of such signs. The stakes were incredibly high for a civilization so dependent on the annual flooding of the Nile and the bounty of its harvests. It was in this moment of royal consternation that Joseph, a young Hebrew man who had been unjustly imprisoned, was brought before Pharaoh. Joseph, renowned for his ability to interpret dreams, immediately recognized the divine source and urgent message within Pharaoh's visions. He explained that both dreams carried the same meaning. They foretold 7 years of abundant harvest throughout the land of Egypt, followed immediately by 7 years of severe famine. The 2 sets of 7, the fat cows and the full ears, then the lean cows and the thin ears, were not separate prophecies, but 2 undeniable confirmations of the same fate. This interpretation must have resonated deeply with Pharaoh, who, despite his immense power, was ultimately dependent on the unpredictable forces of nature and the Nile's annual inundation. Joseph's interpretation wasn't just a spiritual insight, it was a practical economic forecast, a blueprint for survival. Joseph didn't stop at interpretation. He offered a concrete, actionable plan to mitigate the impending crisis. He advised Pharaoh to appoint a wise and discerning man to oversee the land, to gather 1/5 of all the produce during the 7 years of abundance, and to store it in cities as reserves. This massive undertaking of centralized grain collection and storage was a shrewd move, demonstrating an understanding of large-scale resource management that was far ahead of its time. Pharaoh, recognizing the divine wisdom and practical brilliance in Joseph's counsel, appointed Joseph himself to this monumental task, elevating him from prisoner to second in command over all of Egypt. This swift and decisive action, driven by the prophetic warning, underscores the critical role that belief in foresight played in ancient leadership, empowering them to make bold, long-term strategic decisions. And so, the prophecy unfolded precisely as Joseph had foretold. For 7 years, the land of Egypt yielded incredibly abundant harvests. Joseph, with meticulous care and incredible organizational skill, collected vast quantities of grain, storing it in granaries throughout the cities until the supply was beyond measure, like the sand of the sea. The visual of mountains of grain, carefully preserved, stands in stark contrast to the barren landscapes that would soon emerge. Then, just as predicted, the 7 years of famine began. The famine was not localized. It spread across all the lands surrounding Egypt, devastating entire regions and causing immense suffering. People from all over the known world, desperate and starving, flocked to Egypt, for there was grain in Egypt. Pharaoh's strategic preparations, driven by the prophetic warning, had transformed Egypt into a beacon of hope and a lifeline for its neighbors, a testament to the power of proactive governance based on foresight. The fulfillment of this prophecy highlights several profound aspects. First, it demonstrates a remarkable instance of long-range weather and agricultural forecasting, achieved through spiritual insight rather than scientific models. For ancient peoples whose lives were intrinsically linked to the cycles of nature, such a detailed prediction of future harvests and famines would have been invaluable. Second, it underscores the critical importance of resource management and strategic planning. Joseph's plan was not merely about stockpiling. It involved a sophisticated system of collection, storage, and distribution that prevented chaos and starvation. This proactive approach, spurred by divine warning, contrasts sharply with the reactive measures typically taken in times of crisis. Third, it reveals a fascinating intersection of religious belief and practical governing. The prophecy provided the impetus, but human agency, in the form of Joseph's leadership and Pharaoh's trust, was essential for its successful execution. The story is a powerful narrative of how warnings, when heeded, can transform potential disaster into an opportunity for demonstrating wisdom and securing prosperity. This ancient tale of foresight and famine continues to resonate, reminding us that preparing for the future, whether through divine inspiration or careful planning, remains a timeless key to resilience and survival. From the practical ancient prophecies of Egypt, we transition now to the mystical, verdant landscapes of ancient Ireland, where whispers of a different kind of foresight permeated the very stones and trees, the elusive Ogham prophecy hinting at a profound spiritual transformation. This isn't a single, well-documented prediction like those from the Bible or classical antiquity, but rather a compelling undercurrent within Celtic oral and written tradition that suggests an ancient awareness of a coming religious shift. The Ogham script itself, an early medieval alphabet primarily used for carving on stone monuments, is deeply connected to nature and the spiritual beliefs of the Druids, the powerful priestly class of ancient Celtic society. These prophecies, often less about specific events and more about the changing tides of spiritual power, spoke of a time when the old ways, the veneration of multiple gods, and the intricate connection to the natural world would be challenged by a new, singular faith arriving from beyond the shores. While difficult to pinpoint exact texts, much of early Celtic wisdom was passed down orally. The prevailing narrative among Irish scholars and historians is that there was an anticipation, a sense of foreboding or perhaps even preparation for a major shift in the spiritual landscape. Picture the spiritual climate of pre-Christian Ireland. The Druids held immense power, serving not only as religious leaders but also as judges, teachers, and keepers of knowledge. Their religion was animistic, deeply rooted in the cycles of nature, the spirits of the land, and a complex pantheon of deities associated with rivers, trees, and the sky. Rituals often took place in sacred groves, and the Ogham script itself, with its letters named after trees, symbolized this profound connection to the natural world. The idea that such a deeply entrenched spiritual system could foresee its own eventual transformation is fascinating. Some legends speak of Druids having visions of a new light arriving from the east or of a great white ship bearing a new message. While these might be later reinterpretations designed to smooth the transition to Christianity, they suggest a powerful narrative was in place even before the arrival of the new faith. It speaks to a deep, intuitive understanding of history's inexorable march and the fluidity of spiritual belief systems, even those as ancient and seemingly immutable as the Celtic pagan traditions. The arrival of St. Patrick in the 5th century CE perfectly embodies the fulfillment of these subtle, often ambiguous prophecies. Patrick, a former slave in Ireland who later became a bishop, returned to the island with an unwavering mission to convert the largely pagan populace to Christianity. His mission was remarkably successful, leading to the rapid spread of the new faith across Ireland. But what's truly remarkable is how Ireland, unlike many other parts of Europe, adopted Christianity largely through peaceful means without widespread persecution or bloody conflict. This relatively smooth transition, often attributed to Patrick's charismatic leadership and willingness to integrate existing Celtic traditions, might also have been facilitated by the groundwork laid by these ancient Ogham prophecies. If the people were already subtly prepared for a coming change, if their spiritual leaders had spoken of a new era, then the message of Christianity, despite its revolutionary monotheistic nature, might have found more fertile ground than one might otherwise expect. The genius of early Irish Christianity, often called Celtic Christianity, was its ability to syncretize, blending elements of the old pagan ways with the new Christian doctrine. Celtic crosses, for instance, combine the Christian cross with the traditional Celtic ring, symbolizing the sun or eternity. Holy wells, once sacred pagan sites, were rededicated to Christian saints. Even the vibrant storytelling traditions of the Celts were embraced and adapted to convey Christian narratives. This integration, rather than outright destruction, of indigenous culture was a hallmark of the Irish conversion. This flexibility resonates with the idea that prophecies might not have foretold a complete annulment of the old ways but a transformation, a metamorphosis where old roots nourished new growth. It suggests that the Druidic foresight wasn't about the obliteration of their heritage, but its organic evolution into something new, something that would preserve elements of the ancient spirit while embracing a novel spiritual direction. However, a critical perspective demands we ask, were these Ogham prophecies genuine premonitions, or were they clever retrospective interpretations? It's entirely plausible that after the widespread adoption of Christianity, tales emerged or were reshaped to suggest that the Druids had somehow foreseen this momentous change. Such reinterpretation would have served multiple purposes. It would have lent legitimacy to the new religion by showing it as part of a preordained divine plan, and it would have provided a comforting narrative for those who felt torn between their ancestral beliefs and the new faith. By claiming that even the ancient wise ones had anticipated Christianity, the transition would have appeared less like a foreign imposition and more like a natural, destined progression. The very ambiguity of the Ogham prophecies makes them ripe for such interpretive flexibility, allowing them to be molded to fit historical outcomes. Ultimately, the Ogham prophecy, though elusive in concrete form, serves as a powerful example of how cultures grapple with and narrate transformative periods in their history. Whether genuine foresight or retroactive construction, the narrative of the Druids anticipating the coming of Christianity speaks to a profound cultural understanding of change and continuity. It highlights the enduring human need to find meaning in historical shifts, to connect the past, present, and future through the threads of prophecy. It also showcases the unique Irish approach to religious conversion, where ancient wisdom and new beliefs often found a way to coexist and even enrich one another, leaving behind a rich tapestry of faith and folklore that continues to fascinate and inspire. From the spiritual metamorphosis envisioned in ancient Ireland, we now shift our gaze to the profound philosophical prophecies of ancient China, specifically those emanating from one of its most influential thinkers, Confucius. Unlike the specific predictions of individuals or cataclysmic events we've explored, Confucius's foresight was of a different nature. His was a philosophical prophecy concerning the inevitable decline of the Wei, or Tao, and the subsequent erosion of moral governance within Chinese society. Living around 551 to 479 BCE, during a period of immense upheaval known as the Spring and Autumn period, Confucius observed firsthand the unraveling of established norms, the breakdown of central authority, and the rise of powerful, often unscrupulous local lords. His prophecy wasn't a warning about a single coming disaster, but rather a deeply felt concern about a trajectory of moral decay that he believed would lead to widespread political instability, pervasive corruption, and ultimately the complete breakdown of social harmony. This understanding of an impending decline profoundly shaped his entire philosophical system, driving his tireless efforts to restore a golden age of virtue and order. Confucius lamented that the Wei was not being practiced. For him, the Tao was not just a path, but a comprehensive system of moral principles, ethical conduct, and proper social relationships rooted in ancient tradition. It encompassed everything from the ruler's benevolent leadership to the son's filial piety, and the individual's pursuit of self-cultivation. He envisioned a society where rulers governed with virtue, setting an example that would naturally lead their subjects to act morally. When the ruler was righteous, his influence would permeate every layer of society, creating a harmonious and stable state. However, Confucius saw this ideal rapidly eroding. He witnessed rulers who were self-serving rather than benevolent, who prioritized personal gain over the well-being of their people. He spoke of ministers who were corrupt and families torn apart by strife, indicating a profound loss of the core values that once upheld society. This wasn't merely a pessimistic outlook, it was a keen observation of the signs of decay, an astute reading of the societal barometer that pointed toward a future of increasing chaos if the moral compass was not recalibrated. The context for Confucius's concerns was the tumultuous spring and autumn period, which transitioned into the even more violent Warring States period. This era was characterized by incessant warfare among rival states, each vying for supremacy and marked by shifting alliances, betrayals, and ruthless power struggles. The Zhou dynasty, once the revered central authority, had become a mere figurehead, its moral and political legitimacy severely weakened. Local lords, once vassals of the Zhou king, now acted as independent rulers, often disregarding traditional rights and challenging the very notion of a unified, morally governed realm. Confucius saw this political fragmentation as a direct consequence of moral deterioration. When those in power abandoned the principles of benevolence, righteousness, and ritual propriety, society inevitably descended into disorder. His teachings, therefore, were not abstract philosophical musings but urgent responses to a palpable crisis, an attempt to provide a remedy for the moral and social ills that he prophesied would only worsen without a return to the Tao. Confucius's philosophical warnings resonated deeply through subsequent dynasties, long after the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods had concluded. Even after China was eventually unified under the Qin and then the Han dynasties, the specter of moral decay and social upheaval remained a persistent concern. Dynasties rose and fell, often amidst periods of chaos and civil war, leading many to reflect on Confucius's insights. Imperial scholars and officials throughout Chinese history frequently returned to Confucian texts, seeking guidance on how to maintain stability and prevent the very decline Confucius had warned about. The ebb and flow of Chinese dynastic cycles, often marked by periods of strong moral governance followed by corruption and decline, seemed to validate his predictions. Each time a dynasty weakened, plagued by internal strife, peasant rebellions, or external threats, it invariably pointed back to a perceived loss of the mandate of heaven, a concept deeply intertwined with Confucian ideas of moral governance. Even in modern China, Confucius's prophecies about moral order continue to hold remarkable relevance. The rapid social and economic changes of the past century, combined with political transformations, have led to periods where traditional moral frameworks have been challenged or even discarded. Concerns about corruption, the erosion of social trust, and the search for a unifying moral compass in a rapidly globalizing world echo themes strikingly similar to those Confucius grappled with over 2 millennia ago. The contemporary emphasis on social harmony and the state's efforts to instill a sense of shared values often reflect a subtle, perhaps even unconscious, acknowledgement of Confucius's warnings about the consequences of neglecting moral foundations. His insights into the cyclical nature of moral and political order, the profound connection between individual virtue and societal well-being, and the calamitous effects of neglecting the way continue to offer a powerful lens through which to view the challenges faced by any society striving for stability and prosperity. Confucius's prophetic eye, therefore, wasn't fixed on specific events, but on the enduring patterns of human behavior and governance, a profound vision of a declining moral order that resonates through the ages. From the profound philosophical visions of Confucius, we now journey to a pivotal moment in the life of one of history's greatest conquerors, a moment that blurred the lines between mortal ambition and divine destiny. Alexander the Great's fateful visit to the Oracle of Ammon at the Siwa oasis in Egypt. This wasn't merely a consultation with a reclusive seer. It was a carefully orchestrated political maneuver, or perhaps a genuine quest for spiritual validation, that profoundly shaped Alexander's self-perception and consequently the trajectory of his legendary conquests. Here, amidst the barren expanse of the Libyan desert, Alexander sought an answer to a question that would legitimize his rule and elevate him to an almost godlike status. This wasn't a prophecy delivered in cryptic verses, but a declaration so bold, so fundamental, that it seemingly confirmed his very identity and divine right to rule. Imagine Alexander, fresh from his stunning victories against the Persian Empire, a young man already hailed as a military genius, yet keenly aware of the symbolic weight of kingship in the ancient world. After conquering Egypt in 331 BC, instead of immediately pressing eastward, he embarked on a perilous journey across hundreds of miles of unforgiving desert to reach the remote Siwa oasis. His companions warned him of the dangers, scorching heat, treacherous sandstorms, and the very real possibility of getting lost and perishing in the vast emptiness. But Alexander was undeterred. He was driven by a powerful ambition to emulate his mythological heroes, particularly Achilles and Heracles, both of whom claimed divine parentage. For Alexander, validating his lineage through a reputable oracle was not just a matter of personal ego. It was a critical step in consolidating his authority over a vast, diverse empire, many of whose cultures revered pharaohs and kings as divine beings. His journey was a pilgrimage, a physical manifestation of his aspiration for something beyond mortal kingship. Upon reaching the verdant sanctuary of Siwa, Alexander entered the temple of Ammon, a deity whom the Greeks equated with their supreme god, Zeus. What transpired inside the temple remains shrouded in a captivating mixture of historical fact and legendary embellishment. Accounts vary, but the core message Alexander received was consistently reported. The oracle declared him to be the son of Zeus Ammon. This was the pronouncement that Alexander had seemingly sought. Some historical sources suggest the chief priest, intending to greet Alexander as "O Padion, my son," accidentally mispronounced it as "O Paidios, son of Zeus," and Alexander, seizing the opportunity, accepted it as divine affirmation. Regardless of the precise wording or the priest's intention, Alexander embraced this declaration wholeheartedly. For a man already imbued with a sense of destiny, this elevated him beyond human kingship, placing him in the direct lineage of the gods themselves. He had not merely conquered Egypt, he had been adopted by its most revered deity, legitimizing his rule not just over Egypt but potentially over the entire world as a divine emissary. The political and psychological impact of this declaration on Alexander was immense. Psychologically, it reinforced his already burgeoning belief in his own exceptionalism and divine favor. If he was truly the son of a god, then no earthly obstacle could stand in his way. This belief fueled his relentless drive and insatiable ambition, pushing his armies further eastward into territories previously unimaginable. It provided him with an almost messianic zeal, a conviction that his conquests were not merely acts of human will but the unfolding of a divine plan. Politically, the oracle's pronouncement was a masterstroke. In Egypt, where pharaohs were considered living gods, this declaration instantly granted Alexander unparalleled legitimacy. Throughout his nascent empire, especially in the eastern lands where divine kingship was a familiar concept, this divine claim helped to unify disparate peoples under his singular, charismatic authority. It imbued his campaigns with a sacred aura, transforming brutal conquests into holy crusades in the eyes of many. His later demands for proskyneses bowing down before him from his Greek and Macedonian generals, a practice common in Persian courts but an affront to Greek notions of freedom, further underscored his identification with god-kings, though it eventually led to tension with his own men. The question of whether the oracle genuinely foresaw Alexander's destiny or was influenced by political considerations is a fascinating one and perhaps not mutually exclusive. From a modern perspective, it's easy to view the Oracle of Ammon's declaration as a shrewd political calculation. The priests of Ammon, witnessing Alexander's military might and his swift conquest of Egypt, would have had every incentive to appease such a powerful new ruler. Declaring him divine would have ensured their continued influence, protected their temple, and perhaps even secured patronage for their cult. It was a pragmatic move to align with the new order. However, within the ancient worldview, such cynical calculations would not necessarily negate the perceived divine nature of the pronouncement. The gods were often seen to act through human agents, and a priest, even if acting politically, might still be delivering a divinely inspired message. For Alexander, the truth of the pronouncement likely lay in its pragmatic utility and its spiritual affirmation. Ultimately, the prophecy from the Oracle of Ammon stands as a powerful testament to the interplay between belief, power, and perception. Whether genuinely divinely inspired or strategically manufactured, it profoundly shaped Alexander's reign and legacy. His subsequent campaigns, his unwavering resolve, and his ability to hold together a vast, diverse empire for a time, were arguably all bolstered by the conviction that he was not merely a king, but a god among men. This episode at Siwa underscores how ancient prophecies, even when seemingly vague or politically motivated, could serve as potent psychological forces, driving individuals to achieve what might otherwise seem impossible, forever cementing Alexander's place not just as a conqueror, but as a legendary figure whose destiny was seemingly preordained by the gods themselves. From the divine affirmations granted to Alexander at Siwa, we now confront a prophecy so remarkably specific, so chillingly precise in its details, that it stands as a cornerstone for discussions about predictive foresight. The pronouncement in the Old Testament book of Ezekiel concerning the total, utter annihilation of the ancient city of Tyre. This isn't merely a vague warning of impending doom. Ezekiel, writing in the 6th century BC, laid out an almost blueprint-like description of Tyre's destruction, specifying not only its downfall but also the manner of its ruin and its ultimate desolation. Chapter 26 of Ezekiel, penned nearly 250 years before the event's fulfillment, declares that mighty Tyre, the jewel of the Phoenician coast, would become a bare rock, a place for the spreading of nets, and that its very dust and stones would be scraped from her and thrown into the midst of the water. This level of granular detail, anticipating events centuries in the future, challenges our understanding of what is possible in the realm of prediction. To fully appreciate the audaciousness of Ezekiel's prophecy, one must understand the formidable nature of ancient Tyre. At the time of Ezekiel's writing, Tyre was not merely a city, it was a dual entity, a powerful mainland settlement, and more importantly, an impregnable island fortress located about half a mile offshore. This island city was a maritime superpower, a hub of international trade and commerce, boasting an unparalleled navy and massive, unshakable walls that rose over 150 feet from the sea. Its wealth was legendary, its influence far-reaching, and its inhabitants, the Phoenicians, were master sailors and merchants who had established colonies across the Mediterranean. The city had already withstood a 13-year siege by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, which had ravaged the mainland city but left the island fortress virtually untouched, a defiant symbol of its nearly invincible status. For Ezekiel to predict its complete and utter destruction, including the scraping of its very debris into the sea, was akin to forecasting the absolute obliteration of a modern-day superpower, a pronouncement that would have seemed ludicrous and impossible to his contemporaries. Centuries later, history brought forth the unlikely instrument of this prophecy's fulfillment, Alexander the Great. In 332 BC, during his relentless campaign to conquer the Persian Empire, Alexander arrived at Tyre. The island city, confident in its impregnable defenses and naval supremacy, refused him passage and defied his demands. What followed was one of the most audacious and brutal sieges in ancient warfare. Alexander, lacking a sufficient navy to challenge Tyre's fleet directly and unwilling to leave such a strategic stronghold at his back, conceived a plan that seemed utterly insane. He decided to build a causeway, a massive land bridge connecting the mainland to the island city. This was a monumental engineering feat, unparalleled in its ambition. His engineers and soldiers literally scraped the ruins of the old mainland city of Tyre, including its stones, timber, and dirt, and cast them into the sea to form the foundation of this mile-long mole. The construction of this causeway was a grueling, bloody, and protracted endeavor. Tyrian archers rained down arrows and firepots, spearmen launched attacks from their ships, and divers sabotaged the construction underwater. Alexander's men faced constant harassment, fierce resistance, and engineering nightmares. Yet, with relentless determination, driven by Alexander's indomitable will, the causeway slowly but surely advanced across the half-mile strait. As the mole neared the island, Alexander brought up siege engines, colossal towers, and even built his own fleet from scratch by rallying ships from allied cities and captured enemy vessels. The final assault on Tyre was ferocious. The causeway proved to be the city's undoing, allowing Alexander to bring his siege engines directly against its famed walls. After a brutal 7-month siege, the city fell. Alexander exacted a terrible vengeance, slaughtering thousands of its inhabitants, selling tens of thousands more into slavery, and utterly destroying the city. The parallels between Ezekiel's prophecy and Alexander's actions are strikingly precise. Ezekiel predicted Tyre would become a bare rock, and indeed, Alexander's engineers scraped the very foundations of the old city into the sea, leaving the mainland site desolate. The prophecy stated its dust and stones would be thrown into the midst of the water, which describes precisely how Alexander constructed his causeway from the ruins of the mainland city. Furthermore, Ezekiel declared it would become a place for the spreading of nets, a humble fate for a once mighty commercial center. After Alexander's destruction, the new city of Tyre was eventually rebuilt, but the old island site never regained its former glory. Over time, sediment accumulated around Alexander's causeway, permanent connecting the island to the mainland, and the former island city's harbors silted up. The very site of the once proud maritime power was so thoroughly ruined that it became useful only for local fishermen to dry their nets upon its rocks, a stark fulfillment of the prophet's words. Critics of this prophecy's fulfillment often point to the fact that Tyre was indeed rebuilt, surviving for centuries after Alexander's conquest. However, the prophecy specifically speaks of the destruction of the original formidable island fortress and the scraping of its debris into the sea, which was accomplished with terrifying literalism by Alexander's engineers. The subsequent city, while called Tyre, was essentially a new entity built on the remnants and the causeway. The prophecy did not say Tyre would cease to exist as a name or a location, but that the mighty, impregnable city of Ezekiel's time would be utterly destroyed and its very fabric cast into the sea, becoming a barren place for fishermen. The specificity of the actions, the scraping of stones, the throwing of dust into the water, and its transformation into a barren place for nets, aligns so precisely with Alexander's siege and its aftermath that it remains one of the most compelling examples of detailed prophetic fulfillment in history. This ancient pronouncement continues to confound skeptics and bolster the convictions of believers, standing as a monumental testament to the mysterious power of foreknowledge. From the startling precision of Ezekiel's prophecy concerning Tyre, we pivot to a different, yet equally compelling form of foresight, the ominous dream of Julius Caesar's wife Calpurnia on the eve of his assassination. This isn't a long foretold prophecy delivered by a distant oracle or written in ancient texts centuries in advance. Instead, it's a chillingly immediate premonition, a vivid illustration of how the ancient world grappled with the concept of omens, dreams, and personal premonitions as harbingers of fate. While not a prophecy in the traditional sense, in that it wasn't a public, religiously sanctioned pronouncement, This event is recounted by multiple Roman historians and serves as a powerful testament to the widespread belief that significant events cast their shadows before them, often manifesting in the personal lives and subconscious minds of those involved. It highlights the deeply ingrained Roman conviction that the gods or fate itself communicated through signs, and that even the most powerful men were subject to these subtle warnings. Imagine the atmosphere in Rome in 44 BC, a city on edge. Julius Caesar, having effectively consolidated power, was preparing for an ambitious military campaign, but whispers of discontent and conspiracy filled the air. The night before the fateful Ides of March 15th, Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, reportedly experienced a series of terrifying dreams. According to both Plutarch and Suetonius, she dreamt that the pediment, the triangular roof section of their house collapsed, a clear sign of impending disaster. More disturbingly, she dreamt that Caesar himself was murdered in her arms, and that the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had slaughtered him. She woke from this nightmare in a state of profound distress, her sleep shattered and her mind consumed by a terrifying premonition of doom. Her fear was palpable and desperate, a stark contrast to Caesar's usual stoicism and his often dismissive attitude toward such superstitions. Calpurnia's fear was so intense and her pleas so fervent that they almost swayed Caesar. On the morning of the Ides of March, deeply troubled by his wife's nightmares and her tearful insistence, Caesar considered not going to the Senate that day. This was a monumental decision for a man who famously dismissed omens and relied on his own shrewd judgment. He had already set aside warnings from a soothsayer who cautioned him about the Ides of March, and he was known for his personal disregard for many traditional Roman superstitions. Yet Calpurnia's genuine terror and the vividness of her dreams were so compelling that they gave him pause. This moment reveals the psychological impact of such premonitions, even on a figure as rational and self-assured as Caesar. It suggests that even the iron will of a dictator could be momentarily shaken by the raw, visceral power of a loved one's terrifying vision, hinting that perhaps some part of him deep down also sensed the coming danger. Adding to Calpurnia's dream were other ominous signs that morning. Reports varied, but accounts mention unsettling omens surrounding the sacrifices performed by Caesar's augurs, who were entrusted with interpreting the will of the gods through the flight of birds or the entrails of animals. On this particular day, the omens were reportedly unfavorable, signaling divine displeasure or impending misfortune. There were also stories of a scroll detailing the conspiracy being handed to Caesar as he entered the theater, which he purportedly dismissed or simply didn't read in time. These combined warnings, Calpurnia's dream, the unfavorable sacrifices, and the direct, albeit unheeded, alerts, created a tapestry of impending doom that surrounded Caesar on that fateful day. It wasn't just one isolated warning, it was a cascade of portents, all pointing to his imminent demise. The psychological impact of such warnings on historical figures like Caesar is complex. While outwardly rational, leaders in the ancient world were products of their culture, where superstition and belief in divine intervention were woven into the fabric of daily life. Even if dismissed consciously, such persistent warnings could create an underlying sense of unease. For Caesar, his ultimate decision to ignore the warnings was likely a mix of hubris, a belief in his own invincibility, and the political pressure to appear strong and unafraid. However, the fact that he debated going to the Senate at all speaks volumes. It highlights the inherent tension between human agency and a perceived predetermined fate. Did Calpurnia's dream genuinely reflect a future that was already set, or was it a potent subconscious warning, a missed opportunity to alter the course of history? The role of superstition in Roman society cannot be overstated. From the highest echelons of power to the common citizen, Romans constantly looked for signs, consulted augurs, and performed rituals to appease the gods and discern their will. Dreams were considered particularly significant, often interpreted as messages from the divine or insights into the future. Public officials, especially generals and emperors, often used favorable omens to bolster morale and legitimize their actions, while unfavorable ones could cause widespread panic or lead to the postponement of important events. The accounts of Calpurnia's dream and the other warnings surrounding Caesar's assassination were not just historical footnotes. They served to underscore the cosmic significance of his death, framing it not merely as a political act but as a preordained event, perhaps even a divine judgment. This narrative helped Romans process an otherwise shocking and destabilizing act, placing it within a familiar framework of fate and divine will. The Ides of March, therefore, stands as a haunting example of how personal premonitions, coupled with societal superstition, can powerfully foreshadow events that irreversibly alter the course of history. From the intensely personal premonitions of Roman aristocrats, we now shift our focus to a prophecy of cosmic and spiritual transformation, one deeply embedded in the ancient traditions of North America, the Hopi prophecy of the blue star Kachina. This isn't a prediction of political upheaval or military conquest, but a profound vision of cosmic alignment and spiritual purification, a reckoning for humanity's relationship with the earth. For the Hopi, an ancient Native American tribe indigenous to what is now northeastern Arizona, this prophecy is not a mere tale. It is a foundational truth, a sacred roadmap for the end of the current world cycle and the dawn of a new era. It speaks of a critical moment when a celestial sign will appear, signaling a return to balance and purity, but also a period of immense turmoil for those unprepared for the shift. The Hopi worldview is deeply rooted in a cyclical understanding of time, marked by a series of world ages, each ending in a cataclysmic day of purification that cleanses the earth and paves the way for the next iteration of humanity. Their prophecy traditions, passed down orally through generations, speak of this current fourth world drawing to a close, a world characterized by discord, materialism, and a profound disconnect from nature. The central harbinger of this change is the blue star Kachina, a celestial phenomenon. When this blue star makes its appearance, it is said to signify the culmination of purification, the moment when all ceremonial dances and rituals will cease, and those who have lived in harmony with the earth, preserving its sacred balance, will be guided to safety. For the Hopi, Kachinas are spiritual beings, guardians, and messengers from the gods, often represented by masked dancers in sacred ceremonies or by intricately carved dolls. The appearance of the blue star Kachina is therefore not just an astronomical event, but a spiritual visitation of immense power and significance, marking the point of no return for the current age. The prophecy is multifaceted, describing a series of signs that would precede the blue star Kachina's appearance. These include the coming of the white-skinned men who would take the land, the invention of a gourd of ashes, interpreted by some as the atomic bomb, and the construction of roads across the sky-air travel, all of which have found chilling correlation with historical events. These signs serve as warnings, as indicators that humanity is straying further from the Great Spirit's way. The final sign, the blue star Kachina, is not just a passive marker. It is the active catalyst for the day of purification, a period of intense global upheaval, natural disasters, and societal collapse that will cleanse the earth of its impurities and prepare it for the fifth world. This purification is not necessarily punitive but transformative, a necessary destructive force to ensure the continuity of life in a new, more harmonious form. In recent times, some have attempted to link the prophecy of the blue star Kachina to specific astronomical events, most notably the appearance of the Hale-Bopp comet in 1997. This comet, known for its distinct blue-green coma and tail, was unusually bright and visible for an extended period, leading many to speculate about its potential connection to the Hopi prophecy. While the Hopi elders themselves have generally avoided making direct, public endorsements of such specific astronomical correlations, preferring to emphasize the spiritual and moral implications of the prophecy, the public's eagerness to connect celestial phenomena with ancient predictions highlights a perennial human tendency to seek scientific grounding for spiritual truths. Other interpretations suggest that the blue star might not be a literal comet or star, but a symbolic representation of a spiritual awakening, a shift in human consciousness, or even a technological advancement that profoundly alters our perception of reality. The ambiguity inherent in such prophecies often allows them to be adapted and reinterpreted across different eras, maintaining their relevance for new generations grappling with the future. Beyond its celestial imagery, the Hopi prophecy carries profound moral warnings about humanity's disregard for the earth, a message that resonates deeply with contemporary ecological concerns. The Hopi have always lived in deep reverence for the land, understanding their existence as intrinsically linked to the health and well-being of the natural world. Their prophecies detail the consequences of greed, exploitation, and the severance of humanity's sacred bond with Mother Earth. They warn against overpopulation, pollution, and the unsustainable consumption of resources. They speak of the earth recoiling in response to humanity's transgressions, manifesting as droughts, floods, earthquakes, and other natural calamities. This is not seen as divine punishment but as the natural consequence of imbalance, a direct outcome of ignoring the immutable laws of the Great Spirit. The Day of Purification is in essence the earth reasserting its balance, a powerful metaphor for ecological collapse if humanity fails to heed the warnings. The Hopi elders consistently emphasize that the prophecy's true purpose is not to instill fear, but to serve as a guide for living in harmony and preparing spiritually for the inevitable transformation. They stress the importance of preserving ancient traditions, living by moral principles, and maintaining a respectful relationship with the land. For them, the signs of the blue star Kachina and the Day of Purification are not just events to observe, but profound calls to action, urging self-reflection and a return to fundamental ethical values. The prophecy speaks to the resilience of indigenous wisdom, its capacity to offer a long-term perspective on humanity's place in the cosmos and its responsibility to the planet. It reminds us that ancient cultures possessed sophisticated understandings of interconnectedness, wisdom that is perhaps more relevant now than ever before, inviting us to consider whether our modern pursuit of progress has inadvertently led us to fulfill ancient warnings about our own potential undoing. From the cosmic visions of the Hopi, we journey back to the ancient world of Greece, not to the bustling sanctuary of Delphi, but to a far older, more mysterious, and perhaps more primal site of divination, the Oracle of Dodona. This wasn't a temple of grand columns and cryptic pythias, but a sacred grove of ancient oak trees nestled in the remote mountains of Epirus dedicated to Zeus. Here, the prophecies were not uttered by a priestess, but delivered through the rustling of the oak leaves, the cooing of doves, and the clanging of bronze tripods swayed by the wind. The priests, known as Seloi, would interpret these natural sounds, deciphering the will of the king of the gods. For the ancient Greeks, Dodona represented a direct, unfiltered channel to divine wisdom, a place where the very breath of Zeus animated the sacred trees, bestowing upon them the power of foresight. Unlike the precise, albeit enigmatic, pronouncements of Delphi, the prophecies from Dodona were often more ambiguous, requiring layers of interpretation by the priests and the supplicants themselves. Yet, accounts from ancient historians like Herodotus suggest that even the pivotal event of the Trojan War, a conflict that defined a generation, was within the purview of Dodona's foresight. Before the war erupted, and certainly during its long, grinding years, Greek leaders and heroes might have sought guidance from the rustling oaks. While we don't have a specific, undeniable, smoking gun prophecy from Dodona clearly outlining the war's outcome or its key players, the tradition itself implies that divine communication regarding such a momentous conflict was both sought and received. The very act of consulting the oracle, even if the answers were open to interpretation, often guided crucial decisions, providing a sense of divine sanction or warning that influenced military strategies and diplomatic maneuvers. The role of omens and divine communication in shaping the narratives of epic poems like the Iliad is immense, and Dodona fits perfectly into this framework. These tales are replete with instances where dreams, bird signs, thunderbolts, and the advice of seers influence the actions of heroes and gods alike. Achilles, for instance, in the Iliad, references his father Peleus sending him to Dodona to inquire about his fate, suggesting the oracle's importance even for the greatest warriors. While the Iliad doesn't explicitly detail a specific prophecy from Dodona regarding the war's outcome, the overarching narrative of divine intervention and preordained destiny permeates the entire epic. The concept that the gods had already determined the fall of Troy and that human actions were merely playing out a grand cosmic drama is central to the story. Dodona, as a direct mouthpiece of Zeus, would have been seen as a crucial source for such foreknowledge, solidifying the idea that the unfolding tragedy was not a random series of events but a divinely ordained plan. Even if the prophecies from Dodona were vague in hindsight, their impact lay in their psychological power. For soldiers embarking on a seemingly endless war, or for leaders debating a crucial strategy, a perceived divine endorsement, even if abstract, could bolster morale, justify difficult choices, or provide a sense of purpose. The act of consulting the oracle, with its ancient rituals and connection to the natural world, was itself a powerful experience. It reinforced the belief that the gods were actively involved in human affairs, and that the path to victory or survival lay in understanding and aligning with their will. The ambiguity of the prophecies might have even been a strength, allowing individuals to interpret them in ways that best suited their immediate needs or biases, while still maintaining the illusion of divine guidance. The very existence of Dodona, thriving alongside the more renowned Delphi, speaks to the diverse ways the ancient Greeks pursued foresight. It highlights a reliance on natural phenomena as conduits for divine messages, a more elemental and perhaps older form of divination. The rustling leaves and cooing doves served as a physical manifestation of Zeus's presence, making the prophecy feel immediate and deeply connected to the natural world. This contrasts with the human intermediary of the Pythia at Delphi, suggesting different pathways for divine communication, each with its own unique aura and authority. The stories of the Trojan War, infused with divine will and preordained outcomes, provided a compelling narrative for the utility of such oracles, even when their pronouncements were less than crystal clear. Ultimately, the Oracle of Dodona and its association with the Trojan War serve as a powerful reminder of how ancient societies intertwined their grand historical narratives with the subtle, often mysterious, whispers of divine foresight. From the rustling leaves of Dodona, we now delve into a profound and enduring set of prophecies, central to two of the world's major religions, the ancient Jewish prophecies concerning the coming of the Messiah. These are not vague oracles, but a collection of detailed predictions scattered throughout the Old Testament, outlining the lineage, birthplace, character, and ultimate mission of a divinely appointed deliverer. For centuries before his purported arrival, Jewish prophets spoke of a future figure who would restore Israel, bring justice to the world, and usher in an age of peace. This deep-seated expectation shaped the very fabric of Jewish life and hope, creating a fertile ground for intense anticipation and later profound theological debate. One of the most frequently cited messianic prophecies concerns his lineage. The Old Testament repeatedly and unequivocally states that the Messiah would come from the house of David, the great king of Israel. The prophet Jeremiah in chapter 23, verse 5 proclaims, "Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, and he will reign as king and act wisely and do justice and righteousness in the land." Similarly, in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, it reads, "Then a shoot will spring from the stem of Jesse, and a branch from his roots will bear fruit." Jesse was the father of King David, thus firmly establishing the Messiah's ancestral line. This wasn't merely a symbolic connection. It was a concrete genealogical requirement, a hallmark of authenticity that any claimant to the messianic title would have to possess. This specific lineage rooted the future hope in the historical achievements and divine promises made to one of Israel's most beloved kings, ensuring continuity and legitimacy for the prophesied deliverer. Equally specific is the prophecy regarding the Messiah's birthplace. The prophet Micah in chapter 5, verse 2 explicitly states, "But as for you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, too little to be among the clans of Judah, from you one will come forth for me to be ruler in Israel." His goings forth are from long ago, from the days of eternity. Bethlehem was a small, seemingly insignificant town, not a major political or economic center, making this prediction all the more striking. For a figure of such cosmic importance to emerge from such humble origins added another layer of mystery and divine intentionality to the messianic expectation. This prophecy provided a clear, geographically precise marker, a tangible point of reference for those awaiting the Messiah's arrival, further narrowing the field of potential candidates and shaping the hopes of generations. Beyond lineage and birthplace, the prophecies also detailed the Messiah's character and mission. He would be a bringer of justice and peace, a light to the nations, and a figure who would endure immense suffering. Isaiah chapter 53, often referred to as the suffering servant passage, describes a figure who is despised and forsaken of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. It speaks of one who was pierced through for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities, the chastening for our well-being fell upon him, and by his scourging we are healed. This portrayal of a suffering Messiah, one who takes on the sins of others, stands in stark contrast to the often prevailing expectation of a powerful, conquering king who would immediately restore Israel to political glory. This dual nature of the Messiah, both suffering servant and triumphant king, presented a complex and often contradictory picture that fueled much interpretative debate. For early Christians, these manifold Old Testament prophecies found their resounding fulfillment in Jesus of Nazareth. The Gospels, written by his followers, meticulously present Jesus' life, death, and resurrection as the direct and undeniable realization of these ancient predictions. The Gospel of Matthew, for instance, begins with a detailed genealogy tracing Jesus' lineage directly back to David, explicitly establishing his claim to the messianic throne. Then, in Matthew chapter 2, verse 1, it is stated that Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, directly fulfilling Micah's prophecy. This deliberate alignment of historical details with prophetic texts was a cornerstone of early Christian evangelism, designed to convince Jewish audiences that Jesus was indeed the long-awaited deliverer. The suffering aspect of the Messiah's prophecy was particularly significant for Christians. The crucifixion of Jesus, a painful and ignominious death, was interpreted not as a failure, but as the ultimate act of atonement, the very fulfillment of the suffering servant passages in Isaiah. The New Testament writers frequently cite these prophecies, showing how Jesus' trials, scourging, and death align perfectly with the ancient predictions. For example, Psalm 22, verse 16 states, "They pierced my hands and my feet," a detail seen by Christians as a direct foretelling of the crucifixion. His resurrection, then, was seen as the transition from suffering servant to triumphant king, ultimately fulfilling the promise of a future reign of justice and righteousness. This interpretation provided a powerful theological framework for understanding Jesus' life and death, integrating it seamlessly into the broader narrative of divine salvation history. Within Judaism, however, the interpretation and timing of the Messiah's arrival and nature have differed and continue to differ significantly. While the existence of these ancient prophecies is undisputed, their application to Jesus is not accepted by the vast majority of Jewish tradition. Many Jewish scholars and theologians emphasize the prophecies that speak of a Messiah who will usher in a messianic age of universal peace, justice, and knowledge of God, rebuild the temple, and gather all the exiles to Israel. Since these conditions have not yet been fully met, they argue that the Messiah has not yet arrived. The suffering servant passages, while acknowledged, are often interpreted within Judaism as referring to the suffering of the nation of Israel as a whole, or to a righteous individual within the community, rather than a single messianic figure in the same way Christians understand it. This ongoing divergence highlights the complex nature of interpreting ancient prophecies, where cultural context, historical experience, and theological frameworks profoundly shape understanding. Despite these differing interpretations, the enduring power of these ancient Jewish prophecies lies in their fundamental existence and their profound impact on human history. They created an expectation so powerful that it compelled people to scrutinize events for their fulfillment, shaping worldviews and inspiring movements that continue to resonate today. Whether one believes they were fulfilled by Jesus of Nazareth or still awaits a future deliverer, the detailed nature of these predictions about a specific lineage, birthplace, and mission stands as a testament to humanity's yearning for a divinely ordained future and the profound spiritual anticipation that has gripped a people for millennia. These prophecies underscore the rich tapestry of ancient belief systems, where history and destiny are interwoven with the profound hope for a chosen one who would set the world right. From the detailed prophecies of the Jewish Messiah, we now turn to a very different kind of foresight, one deeply embedded in the political and cultural fabric of ancient and imperial China, the prophecy of the last emperor. This isn't a singular, divinely inspired pronouncement, but rather a pervasive cultural conviction, a tapestry woven from folk legends, secret societies, and the profound philosophical concept of the mandate of heaven. For over 2 millennia, the Chinese believed that their emperors ruled with the blessing of heaven, a mandate granted to a virtuous ruler but withdrawn from those who became corrupt, tyrannical, or ineffective. When the mandate was lost, the dynasty was doomed, and its fall was often preceded by natural disasters, rebellions, and, crucially, a proliferation of prophecies predicting the end of the imperial line. These prophecies, often circulated secretly to avoid retribution, were not just passive predictions. They became powerful instruments of political dissent, fueling social unrest and contributing directly to the eventual overthrow of imperial rule, ultimately setting the stage for the melancholic end of a 2,000-year tradition. The mandate of heaven was a powerful, self-correcting mechanism in Chinese political thought. It provided legitimacy to a new dynasty by claiming divine approval, but it also justified rebellion against a corrupt or weak one. When a dynasty began to decline, whispers would inevitably spread, suggesting that heaven had withdrawn its favor. These whispers often coalesced into specific folk prophecies, foretelling the color of the clothing the next emperor would wear, the exact year of collapse, or even personal characteristics of the last ruler. These predictions weren't always precise in their details, but their cumulative effect was to undermine the existing authority and prepare the populace for a change. Natural disasters like floods or famines were seen as clear signs that the emperor had lost his virtue and therefore the mandate. Peasant uprisings, often led by figures claiming to be fulfilling heaven's will, cited these omens and prophecies as justification for their actions. This cyclical pattern of rise, prosperity, decline, and prophetic warning became a recurring motif throughout China's long imperial history, a constant reminder that even the Son of Heaven was subject to a higher power. The Qing dynasty, the last imperial dynasty of China, which ruled from 1644 to 1912, was particularly susceptible to these prophecies as its power waned. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, China faced immense internal strife, from massive peasant rebellions like the Taiping Rebellion to the crushing humiliation of foreign incursions and unequal treaties. The people saw their empire crumbling, their traditional way of life threatened, and their leaders seemingly powerless to stop it. This fertile ground of despair and discontent became a breeding ground for prophecies predicting the king's imminent demise. Stories circulated about signs that the Manchu ruling house had lost the mandate. One popular belief, for instance, involved the 8 banners of the Manchu military system. As the dynasty weakened, some folk prophecies hinted that the 8 banners would unravel, symbolizing the collapse of Manchu power. These secret prophecies, spread through word of mouth, pamphlets, and even coded messages, further eroded public confidence in the emperor and galvanized revolutionary movements. The ultimate embodiment of these prophecies came in the tragic figure of Azan Jioro Puyi, the 12th and last emperor of the Qing dynasty, and by extension, the last emperor of China. Born in 1906, Puyi ascended the dragon throne in 1908 at the tender age of 2. His reign was destined to be incredibly short-lived. In 1912, a mere 4 years later, the Qing dynasty collapsed and the Republic of China was proclaimed, bringing an end to over 2 millennia of imperial rule. Puyi's life from that point on became a poignant and often heartbreaking reflection of a once mighty empire's demise. He was raised within the Forbidden City, still retaining his imperial title and many privileges, but was essentially a monarch without a kingdom, a living ghost of a bygone era. His childhood was spent in isolation, rigidly bound by the ancient rituals of an empire that no longer existed, a poignant symbol of the anachronism he represented. Puyi's story, meticulously documented in his autobiography, From Emperor to Citizen, and famously portrayed in films, further cemented his role as the last emperor in a way that resonated with the ancient prophecies of dynastic endings. His subsequent trajectory was one of continuous decline and manipulation by external forces, almost as if fate itself had conspired to make him the ultimate symbol of imperial collapse. He was briefly restored to the throne twice, once in 1917 for 12 days, and then notoriously as the puppet emperor of Manchukuo, a Japanese-controlled state in Manchuria from 1934 to 1945. Each attempt to revive his imperial authority was a fleeting, ultimately tragic failure, only underscoring the irreversible nature of his dynasty's fall. After World War II, he was captured by Soviet forces, extradited to China, and spent years in a re-education camp, eventually becoming an ordinary citizen. His transformation from the son of heaven to a humble gardener, living a quiet life in Beijing, was a powerful, almost literal, fulfillment of the mandate of heaven's complete withdrawal. The very trajectory of his life, from absolute ruler to prisoner to gardener, served as a stark narrative of the end of imperial destiny. The prophecy of the last emperor, therefore, wasn't just about foretelling a specific individual, but about the profound end of an entire system, a 2,000-year-old tradition of imperial divine right. Puyi's life, with its twists and turns, its moments of brief, illusory power, and its ultimate descent into obscurity, provided a perfect, melancholic epitaph for imperial China. The fact that various folk prophecies had long hinted at the finality of the king, combined with Puyi's inability to truly govern or restore his family's power, seemed to confirm the ancient belief that heaven had definitively withdrawn its mandate. It wasn't just a political change, it was a cosmic shift, marking a permanent break with a deep-rooted past. The enduring power of these prophecies lies not only in their apparent fulfillment in Puyi's life, but also in their constant reminder that even the most deeply entrenched political systems are ultimately subject to the judgment of history, and for the Chinese a higher celestial will. From the melancholic end of Chinese imperial destiny, we now turn our attention to another less renowned, yet equally compelling, ancient Greek prophetic site, the Oracle of Claros. Unlike the famous Oracle of Delphi, nestled high in the mountains, Claros was located near the coastal city of Kolophon in Ionia, modern-day Turkey. This oracle, also dedicated to Apollo, operated with a distinct and more mysterious ritual. Here, the pronouncements were not delivered by a Pythia in a trance, but by a priest who, after purifying himself and drinking from a sacred, subterranean spring, would then deliver prophecies without necessarily understanding their meaning himself. The water from this spring was believed to bestow prophetic inspiration, but also to shorten the life of the priest who drank it, adding a solemn, almost sacrificial dimension to its revelations. The supplicants would submit their questions in writing, and the priest would respond in hexameter verse, often with an eloquence that suggested divine inspiration. This unique method of divination, with its emphasis on the sacred spring and the self-sacrificing priest, made Claros a sought-after destination for cities and individuals grappling with profound dilemmas, particularly those related to health and pestilence. One of the most notable prophecies attributed to the Oracle of Claros concerns the powerful city of Smyrna, a thriving port city renowned for its beauty and prosperity. During a devastating plague that swept through the ancient world, likely in the 2nd century CE, Smyrna found itself beleaguered, its population decimated by disease and its people desperate. Plagues in the ancient world were not merely seen as medical phenomena but as divine scourges, signs of cosmic imbalance or the wrath of angry gods. Faced with such an existential crisis, a delegation from Smyrna, like so many other cities in times of dire need, consulted the Oracle of Claros, seeking divine guidance on how to stem the tide of death that was engulfing their city. The answer they received from the inspired priest was direct and seemingly straightforward. To appease Apollo and end the plague, they must rebuild his temple. This command, simple on the surface, carried profound implications for a city focused on survival. The instruction to rebuild a temple in the midst of a devastating plague presented a significant challenge. Resources would have been scarce, labor diminished by sickness and death, and the city's morale likely at an all-time low. Yet, the belief in the oracle's power and the desperate hope for divine intervention spurred the citizens of Smyrna to action. They embarked upon the monumental task of constructing or reconstructing a magnificent temple dedicated to Apollo, the god of healing, light, and prophecy. This undertaking was more than just an architectural project. It was a collective act of faith, a desperate plea to the heavens, and a visible manifestation of their determination to overcome the pestilence through devotion and obedience. The act of rebuilding, of focusing on creation amidst destruction, might have also provided a much-needed psychological boost, uniting the ailing populace under a common, hopeful purpose. The very process of working together, of making sacrifices for a shared goal, could have fostered a sense of community and resilience during an otherwise hopeless time. According to ancient accounts, after the citizens of Smyrna diligently followed the oracle's instruction and completed the temple, the plague supposedly subsided. The intensity of the epidemic waned, and life gradually returned to the beleaguered city. For the people of Smyrna, and indeed for the wider ancient world, this outcome served as undeniable proof of the oracle's efficacy and Apollo's divine benevolence. It cemented Claros' reputation as a powerful source of prophetic wisdom, particularly concerning matters of public health. This perceived fulfillment reinforced the prevailing ancient worldview that the gods were active in human affairs, that they could send plagues as punishment, and that they could be appeased through proper ritual and devotion, leading to tangible results in the physical world. The relationship between divine will and human suffering was not abstract. It was a direct cause and effect relationship that shaped the very fabric of their existence and dictated their response to crises. From a modern perspective, the question naturally arises, was the subsidence of the plague truly a result of divine intervention, or was it a fortunate coincidence amplified by the power of collective belief? Medical science now understands that plagues often run their course, diminishing in severity as the susceptible population dies off, as immunity develops, or as environmental factors shift. It's plausible that the plague would have naturally abated around the time the temple was completed, or that the efforts involved in rebuilding, such as improved sanitation during construction or a renewed focus on civic order, indirectly contributed to better public health. However, the psychological impact of such a ritual cannot be understated. In times of extreme crisis, when rational solutions seem futile, religious rituals and collective acts of faith can provide immense psychological comfort, reduce panic, and instill hope. A unified community, convinced that their efforts will lead to salvation, might exhibit greater resilience and adherence to public health measures, even if those measures are intertwined with religious practices. The act of communal effort with a shared purpose could have indirectly led to behaviors that slowed the spread of disease, such as people gathering less frequently for other activities, or a renewed focus on community hygiene as part of their appeasement. The Oracle of Claros and the Plague of Smyrna therefore offer a fascinating case study in the complex interplay between religion, belief, and public health in the ancient world. It highlights how religious sites provided not just spiritual answers, but also practical, albeit symbolically framed, directives that could profoundly influence societal responses to disasters. Whether the cause was truly divine intervention or the potent psychological effect of shared belief and concerted action, the outcome was the same. The plague ended, and the city attributed its salvation to the oracle's wisdom. This narrative underscores the enduring human need to seek meaning and solutions in the face of overwhelming misfortune, reminding us how deeply interconnected are the realms of faith, foresight, and the pragmatic struggle for survival. From the ancient oracles that shaped empires and civilizations, we now fast forward to a figure whose name conjures images of rustic cottages and cryptic rhymes, yet whose prophecies continue to ignite intrigue and debate: the legendary English prophetess Mother Shipton. Born Ursula Southdale, allegedly in the 15th century in Yorkshire, and said to have lived into the mid-16th century, her story blurs the line between historical fact, folklore, and deliberate fabrication. Unlike the revered figures of classical antiquity or biblical prophets, Mother Shipton is primarily remembered for a series of rhyming verses, often couched in vivid, if unsettling, imagery that seemingly foretold everything from technological marvels to the very end of the world. Her enduring appeal lies in this uncanny ability to appear to predict breakthroughs and catastrophes centuries beyond her time, prompting us to ask, was she a genuine seer or a powerful testament to the pliable nature of folk prophecy? Many of the prophecies attributed to Mother Shipton were not, in fact, recorded during her lifetime, nor were they published until long after her alleged death. The most famous collection of her predictions, the Prophecies of Ursula Sonthail, otherwise Mother Shipton, was first published by Richard Head in 1667, over a century after she supposedly lived. What's more, subsequent editions of her prophecies, particularly those published in the 18th and 19th centuries, often included new, fabricated verses that retroactively predicted events that had already occurred or were cleverly worded to seem prescient. This deliberate alteration and expansion of her work over time highlights a crucial aspect of folk prophecy. It is a living, evolving tradition, often shaped and reshaped by later generations to reflect their own anxieties, hopes, and observations of a changing world. It becomes a mirror reflecting the societal concerns of the time, rather than a pristine window into the future. Yet, despite this historical manipulation, certain verses stand out for their striking, almost literal, parallels to modern innovations. Consider, for instance, her alleged prediction of carriages without horses. The verse reads, carriages without horses shall go slash, and accidents fill the world with woe. For a woman living in an age dominated by horsepower, the concept of self-propelled vehicles would have been utterly alien, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, centuries later, the invention of the automobile, the very carriages without horses, transformed transportation and tragically led to countless accidents, filling the world with a new kind of woe. Similarly, another famous couplet speaks of iron in the water. Iron in the water shall float slash as easy as a wooden boat. In Mother Shipton's time, large iron structures would sink instantly. But with the advent of advanced shipbuilding and the understanding of buoyancy principles, iron ships, including massive ocean liners and battleships, became commonplace, navigating the seas with ease. These seemingly prescient observations, whether genuinely uttered by a 16th-century seer or cleverly retrofitted by later authors, pose a fascinating challenge to our understanding of how technological advancement can be framed within an ancient prophetic context, sparking a sense of wonder at the apparent connection between the distant past and the unimaginable future. However, the most sensational and ultimately unfulfilled of Mother Shipton's alleged prophecies concerns the end of the world. One widely circulated verse claimed, "The world to an end shall come slash in 1991. This specific date, concrete and alarming, caused considerable anxiety as the year 1991 approached, leading to much speculation, fear, and even some preparations for a global catastrophe. Of course, the world did not end in 1991. This particular prediction has been conclusively attributed to a 19th-century hoax. Charles Hindley, a bookseller, confessed in 1873 to having fabricated this and other verses, including the famous World's End prophecy, and inserted them into a new edition of Mother Shipton's work to boost sales. This revelation serves as a powerful cautionary tale about the credulity with which such prophecies are often received, and the ease with which deliberate deception can be woven into popular culture. It underscores the importance of critical historical analysis when examining such claims. Despite the proven hoaxes and the retrospective additions, the enduring fascination with Mother Shipton speaks volumes about the human psyche and its relationship with the unknown future. Her prophecies, whether authentic or fabricated, tap into a deep-seated desire for foresight, especially during times of rapid change or uncertainty. The image of the wise, perhaps slightly terrifying, old woman dispensing knowledge of the future resonates with ancient archetypes of seers and witches. Her popularity also reflects how folk prophecies can act as a cultural safety valve, a way for societies to articulate and externalize their anxieties about technological progress, societal upheaval, or impending environmental changes. By attributing predictions of cars, ships, and global catastrophe to an ancient, seemingly infallible source, people can process and grapple with intimidating innovations and seemingly insurmountable challenges. Ultimately, Mother Shipton remains a fascinating, if elusive, figure. She stands as a symbol of the fluid and adaptive nature of folk prophecy itself, a tradition that constantly reinvents itself to remain relevant to contemporary concerns. Her legacy is less about accurate, verifiable predictions from a single historical figure, and more about the collective human impulse to envision the future, to find patterns in the chaos, and to imbue extraordinary events with a sense of preordained destiny. Her story forces us to consider not just what was supposedly predicted, but why certain prophecies gain traction and how they reflect the hopes and fears of the societies that embrace them, reminding us that sometimes the stories we tell ourselves about the future reveal more about our present than they do about what is yet to come. From the ambiguous folk prophecies of English seers, we now journey back across the Atlantic to the heart of Mesoamerica, to a prophecy so profoundly interwoven with the cultural and religious fabric of an entire civilization that it tragically influenced the course of history, the Aztec prophecy of Quetzalcoatl's return. This wasn't merely a prediction, it was a cornerstone of Aztec cosmology, a belief that foretold the cyclical return of their most revered deity, the feathered serpent god from the east. The prophecy described him as a light-skinned, bearded figure whose arrival would usher in a new era, potentially one of significant change or renewal. This deeply ingrained expectation, passed down through generations, created a psychological vulnerability that proved devastatingly exploitable when an unexpected and terrifyingly literal fulfillment seemed to arrive on their shores. To understand the weight of this prophecy, we must first appreciate the immense reverence the Aztecs held for Quetzalcoatl. He was not just a god, he was a creator deity associated with wisdom, knowledge, art, and the very dawn of civilization. Legends spoke of Quetzalcoatl as a former ruler, a benevolent king who, after a period of conflict or self-sacrifice, had departed from the Aztec lands, sailing eastward across the sea, promising one day to return. His return was anticipated not as a destructive force, but as a moment of cosmic significance, a reckoning, either for punishment or for the restoration of a golden age. The Aztec calendar system, with its cyclical view of time, reinforced this belief in recurrent cycles of creation, destruction, and divine visitation. For a people whose lives were so meticulously structured by celestial observations and religious cycles, the return of such a pivotal deity was an event of unparalleled magnitude, something that would transcend mere human affairs and dictate the very destiny of their world. Now imagine the scene in 1519. From the eastern horizon across the vast, unfamiliar expanse of the Gulf of Mexico, strange, towering ships appeared, unlike anything the Aztecs had ever witnessed. From these vessels disembarked an even stranger sight, men with pale skin covered in shining metal armor, possessing fearsome weapons that spat fire and thunder, and crucially, many of them sported beards. Among their leaders was a man named Hernán Cortés. Cortés, a Spanish conquistador driven by insatiable ambition, greed for gold, and a fervent desire to convert indigenous populations to Christianity, arrived with a small but determined force. The physical description of these newcomers, particularly Cortés's light skin and beard, bore an uncanny resemblance to the physical attributes traditionally associated with Quetzalcoatl in Aztec lore. This striking visual congruence, combined with the Spaniards' arrival from the east, immediately triggered a powerful, almost paralyzing, psychological response among the Aztecs, and most critically in their emperor, Montezuma II. Montezuma II, the powerful and enigmatic ruler of the vast Aztec Empire, was known for his piety and his deep interest in omens and prophecies. He had reportedly been troubled by a series of unsettling portents in the years leading up to the Spaniards' arrival: comets, unusual celestial phenomena, visions of fiery rivers, and strange cries in the night. These signs, interpreted by his priests and diviners, had already created an atmosphere of unease and a sense of impending doom. When news of Cortés's landing reached Tenochtitlan, the magnificent Aztec capital, Montezuma and his advisors were thrown into a state of profound confusion and dread. Was this the long-awaited return of Quetzalcoatl? Was this a benevolent god returning to reclaim his throne, or a vengeful deity arriving to punish his people for their transgressions? The ambiguity was terrifying. This tragic misinterpretation proved to be a fatal flaw in the Aztec defense. Instead of immediately mobilizing his vast armies and overwhelming the comparatively tiny Spanish force, Montezuma reacted with a crippling hesitancy. Driven by a mix of awe, fear, and a desire to appease what he believed might be a returning deity, he chose a strategy of appeasement rather than confrontation. He sent emissaries with lavish gifts of gold, jewels, and exquisite feathered cloaks to Cortés, hoping to satisfy him and perhaps convince him to depart. This rich tribute, however, only inflamed the Spaniards' greed, confirming their belief that the Aztec Empire was ripe for plunder. Furthermore, Montezuma invited Cortés and his men into Tenochtitlan, treating them as honored, almost sacred guests. This hospitality, though born of religious awe, essentially handed the conquistadors the keys to the city, allowing them to assess its defenses, identify its vulnerabilities, and ultimately seize control of the emperor himself. The contrast between Cortés's ruthless pragmatism and Montezuma's religiously driven hesitation sealed the fate of the Aztec Empire. Cortés, shrewd and utterly devoid of the spiritual awe that gripped Montezuma, quickly realized the strategic advantage this misidentification gave him. He exploited Montezuma's indecisiveness and the deep-seated fear generated by the prophecy, using it to manipulate the emperor and sow discord within the Aztec leadership. While Montezuma wrestled with the terrifying possibility of divine retribution should he resist Quetzalcoatl, Cortés moved decisively, capturing Montezuma, holding him hostage, and effectively neutralizing the central authority of the empire. By the time Montezuma and his generals fully realized their fatal error, recognizing Cortés not as a returning god but as a ruthless mortal invader, it was too late. The internal divisions, the loss of central leadership, and the psychological blows dealt by the perceived fulfillment of the prophecy had already crippled the Aztecs' ability to mount an effective, unified resistance. Ultimately, the prophecy of Quetzalcoatl's return was not simply a religious belief. It was a powerful cultural narrative that profoundly influenced the decisions of a mighty empire at its most critical juncture. It highlights the devastating impact that deeply held cultural prophecies can have when they intersect with unforeseen historical events and the arrival of a technologically superior, ruthlessly pragmatic adversary. The fall of the Aztec Empire, one of history's most dramatic conquests, stands as a chilling testament to how a prophecy, however ancient, can become a self-fulfilling tragedy, demonstrating that fate sometimes hinges not on what truly happens, but on how people perceive and react to what they believe is happening, with catastrophic consequences. From the tragic echoes of the Aztec prophecy, we now delve back into the ancient world of the Near East, to a cluster of prophecies that form the very bedrock of Christian theology. The remarkably detailed predictions in the Old Testament concerning the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. These are not broad strokes about the rise of empires, but intimate, painful foretellings of a specific individual's suffering and vindication. For billions of people across 2 millennia, these ancient Hebrew texts, penned centuries before Jesus' birth, paint an astonishingly precise picture of his final days, his agonizing death, and his triumphant return from the grave. This intricate web of prophecy and fulfillment is considered the ultimate proof of Jesus' divine nature and mission, transforming an execution into the most pivotal event in human history. Consider, for instance, the chilling verses of Psalm 22, written by King David roughly 1,000 years before Jesus. This psalm reads like an eyewitness account of a crucifixion, a form of execution that didn't even exist in David's time. It begins with the agonizing cry, my God, why have you forsaken me?" words that Jesus himself uttered from the cross. The psalm goes on to describe the physical torment of crucifixion with haunting accuracy. "I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it is melted within me. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue clings to my jaws." The most striking details, however, relate directly to the actions of those around the crucified one. "For dogs have surrounded me, a band of evildoers has encompassed me, they pierced my hands and my feet." The Roman practice of nailing victims to a cross, resulting in pierced hands and feet, is depicted with chilling precision. Furthermore, the psalm vividly portrays the callous indifference of the executioners. "They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots." This specific detail, the gambling for a condemned man's clothes, is precisely what the Gospel accounts record the Roman soldiers doing at the foot of Jesus' cross. This level of granular, painful detail, from the cries of anguish to the actions of the tormentors, is a cornerstone of the argument for prophetic fulfillment, making Psalm 22 an almost prophetic script for the crucifixion itself. Then there is the profound and mysterious figure of the suffering servant found in Isaiah chapter 53. This passage, written roughly 700 years before Jesus, describes an innocent individual who willingly takes upon himself the sins and suffering of others. He was despised and forsaken of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and like one from whom men hide their face he was despised, and we did not esteem him. This paints a picture of rejection and humiliation that perfectly mirrors Jesus' treatment by many during his trial and execution. But it goes further, delving into the redemptive nature of his suffering. But he was pierced through for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities, the chastening for our well-being fell upon him, and by his scourging we are healed. This explicitly links the physical pain and death of the servant to the spiritual healing and forgiveness of humanity. The prophecy even touches upon his silent endurance and unjust condemnation. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that is led to slaughter, and like a sheep that is silent before its shearers, so he did not open his mouth. This is a powerful echo of Jesus' silence before his accusers and Pontius Pilate. Perhaps one of the most unexpected details in Isaiah 53 concerns the servant's burial. Despite being executed as a common criminal, the prophecy states, his grave was assigned with wicked men, yet with a rich man in his death. This seemingly contradictory detail finds a striking fulfillment in Jesus' burial. After his crucifixion, rather than being thrown into a common grave with other condemned criminals, Jesus' body was respectfully placed in a new tomb belonging to Joseph of Arimathea, a wealthy and influential member of the Sanhedrin, effectively placing him with a rich man in his death. This specific, counterintuitive prediction further underscores the prophetic precision that Christians ascribe to these ancient texts, transforming an ignominious end into a detail that aligns with a preordained divine plan, even down to the location of the burial. The culmination of these prophecies for Christians is found in the resurrection. While the Old Testament does not explicitly detail a resurrection in the same way it details the crucifixion, there are passages that are interpreted as pointing to it. Psalm 16, verse 10 declares, "For you will not abandon my soul to Sheol, nor will you allow your Holy One to undergo decay." This passage, quoted by Peter in the book of Acts, is understood to refer to the Messiah's triumph over death and decay, foreshadowing his resurrection from the grave before his body could experience corruption. Furthermore, the very concept of the suffering servant's ultimate vindication, depicted as seeing the light of life after his suffering and being raised high and lifted up, implies a victory over death and a glorious restoration. For early Christian writers, these prophecies were not just coincidences, they were divine roadmaps meticulously laid out to authenticate Jesus' identity as the long-awaited Messiah. Early Christian writers, particularly the authors of the Gospels and the Epistles, explicitly and consistently linked these Old Testament prophecies to the events of Jesus' life, death, and resurrection. For them, these fulfillments were the cornerstone of their theology, providing irrefutable proof that Jesus was indeed the Christ, the Anointed One foretold by the prophets. The meticulous documentation of these fulfillments was a deliberate strategy to convince both Jewish and Gentile audiences that Jesus' story was not random, but part of a larger divine narrative stretching back centuries. Every detail, from the piercing of hands and feet to the casting of lots for garments, became a powerful piece of evidence, reinforcing the belief that God was actively working through history, orchestrating events to bring about his ultimate plan of redemption. This profound interplay between ancient prophecy and historical event transformed a carpenter from Nazareth into the central figure of a global faith, eternally linking his suffering and triumph to the ancient whispers of prophets long past. From the chilling specifics of the crucifixion and resurrection prophecies, we journey back to the heart of ancient Greece, revisiting the most famous of all prophetic sites, the Oracle of Delphi. But this time, our focus isn't on a general pronouncement, but on a singularly famous and tragically misunderstood prophecy delivered to one of the richest and most powerful men of his age, King Croesus of Lydia. This particular anecdote, meticulously recorded by the father of history, Herodotus, serves as a classic cautionary tale about the ambiguity and cunning of ancient oracles and the perilous consequences of misinterpretation. It illustrates how even the wisest and wealthiest could fall victim to their own hubris when faced with enigmatic divine pronouncements, forever cementing Delphi's reputation for double-edged foresight. Imagine Croesus, the legendary king of Lydia, a kingdom in what is now Western Turkey, renowned throughout the ancient world for its immense wealth. His name became synonymous with riches, thanks in part to the gold-rich sands of the Pactolus River and his innovative use of coined money. But despite his vast treasures, Croesus lived in an age of rising empires. To his east, the burgeoning Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great was rapidly expanding and threatening Lydia's borders. As a prudent ruler, Croesus sought divine guidance before risking his kingdom in a war against such a formidable foe. He dispatched envoys laden with lavish gifts to various oracles across the Hellenic world, testing their veracity. After rigorous trials, Croesus determined that the Oracle of Delphi was the one true source of divine wisdom, confirming its supremacy among all others. His immense offerings to the Delphic sanctuary, including a gold lion weighing 10 talents and countless silver bowls, were legendary, designed to secure the most favorable answer from Apollo. Having established Delphi's authenticity, Croesus posed the question that weighed heaviest on his mind. Should he cross the Halys River, the traditional boundary between his kingdom and Persia, and attack the Persians? The Pythia, Apollo's priestess, delivered her famous, perplexing reply: "If you attack, a great empire will be destroyed." For Croesus, this was precisely the answer he desired. He interpreted the prophecy as a clear, unequivocal promise of victory. His own Lydian empire, he believed, was certainly great, but the Persian Empire was undeniably the greater threat. Therefore, the oracle, in his mind, was assuring him that the Persian Empire would be utterly annihilated. This interpretation, fueled by his confidence and perhaps a touch of imperial arrogance, seemed self-evident. With this divine stamp of approval and buoyed by his alliance with Sparta, Croesus confidently prepared for war, oblivious to the subtle trap laid by the oracle's cunningly worded response. Croesus launched his campaign, crossing the Halys River and engaging Cyrus's Persian forces. The initial battles were indecisive, but Croesus, underestimating Persian resilience and tactical prowess, decided to retreat for the winter, assuming the Persians would do the same. This proved to be a fatal strategic error. Cyrus, known for his relentless pursuit, did not retreat. Instead, he pressed the attack, catching Croesus off guard. The Lydian army was decisively defeated at the Battle of Thymbra, and Croesus was forced to retreat to his capital city, Sardis. Despite its strong fortifications, Sardis soon fell to the Persians, ending the Lydian Empire in 547 BC. Croesus himself was captured and, according to Herodotus, was placed on a pyre by Cyrus, only to be miraculously saved by a downpour or, in some accounts, by Cyrus's change of heart. The destruction of Lydia, Croesus's own empire, was the chilling fulfillment of the Delphic oracle's prophecy. A great empire had indeed been destroyed, just not the one Croesus had envisioned. This outcome dramatically highlighted the inherent ambiguity of many ancient oracular pronouncements. The oracle didn't lie, it simply allowed for an interpretation that, while seemingly straightforward, contained a devastating hidden meaning. This incident served as a powerful lesson for the ancient Greeks. Never assume a simplistic interpretation of divine messages, and always consider the potential for multiple, even contradictory, meanings. It reinforced the idea that divine knowledge was not meant to be easily grasped by mortals, and that seeking such knowledge required not just piety, but also profound wisdom and caution to avoid tragic missteps. The story of Croesus and the Delphic oracle has resonated through history as the quintessential example of prophetic ambiguity. It underscores the danger of interpreting prophecies based on one's desires or preconceived notions rather than exploring all possible outcomes. For the priests and priestesses of Delphi, such ambiguous pronouncements were a strategic necessity. By being vague, they ensured that their prophecies could almost always be retrospectively fitted to events, maintaining the oracle's reputation for infallibility regardless of the outcome. If Croesus had won, he would have praised the oracle for predicting the destruction of the Persian Empire. Since he lost, the blame fell squarely on his own misinterpretation, not on the oracle's accuracy. This cunning strategy allowed the Oracle of Delphi to remain a powerful and revered institution for centuries, its pronouncements shaping the decisions of kings and generals, even as its true meaning remained cloaked in deliberate obscurity, leaving us to wonder if such warnings are designed to guide or to test the wisdom of those who seek answers from beyond. From the calculated ambiguities of ancient Greek oracles, we now turn to a set of prophecies that have fueled centuries of speculation within the heart of Christianity, particularly concerning the ultimate fate of the Roman Catholic Church, the enigmatic prophecy of the popes, attributed to Saint Malachi, a 12th century Irish bishop. This isn't a vague pronouncement, it's a remarkably specific, albeit cryptic, list of 112 short Latin phrases, each purportedly describing a pope from Celestine II, who reigned from 1143 to 1144, all the way to the very last pope, whom it names as Peter the Roman. The prophecy asserts that with the reign of this final pontiff, the city of 7 hills, Rome, will be destroyed, and the terrible judge will return to judge his people, signifying nothing less than the end of the world. This audacious claim, detailing the entire succession of popes until the apocalypse, has captivated believers and skeptics alike, serving as a powerful lens through which to view the papacy's long and often tumultuous history. The story of the prophecy's origin adds to its mystique and controversy. It is said that Malachi, while on a visit to Rome in 1139, experienced a profound vision, a divine revelation in which he saw the entire line of future popes, each identified by a brief symbolic motto. He then supposedly presented this list to Pope Innocent II, who filed it away in the Vatican archives, where it remained hidden for over 400 years. The prophecy only came to public light in 1595, when it was discovered and published by a Benedictine monk named Arnold Wion in his work, Lignum Vitae. Its sudden appearance, centuries after its supposed composition, immediately raised questions about its authenticity, making it a subject of intense debate among scholars and theologians. Was it truly an ancient divine revelation or a clever forgery created in the late 16th century, perhaps to influence a papal election? Despite the academic skepticism, its dramatic narrative and the tantalizing possibility of foreknowledge have ensured its enduring fascination. Regardless of its authenticity, the enduring appeal of the prophecy of the popes lies in the remarkable attempts by believers to match its cryptic Latin mottos to historical popes, often with seemingly uncanny accuracy. Take, for instance, the first pope on the list after Celestine II, Lucius II, described by the motto Ex Castro Tibris, meaning from the castle on the Tiber. Lucius II was indeed from a noble Roman family whose ancestral home was near Castel Sant'Angelo, a fortress on the Tiber River. Or consider Pope Urban VIII, who reigned from 1623 to 1644, described by Lilium et Rosa, meaning lily and rose. Urban VIII was a member of the Barberini family whose coat of arms featured bees, which were often associated with lilies and roses in heraldry. Many such correlations, while sometimes requiring a degree of interpretive flexibility, appear compelling at first glance, prompting believers to see divine patterns in the succession of pontiffs. The interpretations become particularly intriguing and sometimes strained as the list progresses through history. For example, the motto for Pope Pius VII, who reigned from 1800 to 1823, is Aquila Rapax, or Rapacious Eagle. Pius VII lived during the Napoleonic era, a time dominated by Napoleon Bonaparte, whose imperial emblem was the eagle. Napoleon was certainly rapacious in his conquests, including his subjugation of the Papal States and his imprisonment of Pius VII. This connection, while not directly describing Pius himself, links his reign to a dominant figure symbolized by an eagle, a common interpretive strategy for the prophecy. Another example is Pope John Paul II, whose motto is De Labor Solis, meaning from the labor of the sun, or of the eclipse of the sun. John Paul II was born on an unusually sunny day during a partial solar eclipse and died on the eve of a total solar eclipse. Furthermore, his papacy spanned an extraordinary period, often described as a labor of global travel and tireless evangelism, making the connection seem particularly fitting for many. The most intense focus, however, is often reserved for the final mottos on the list, particularly those leading up to Peter the Roman. The immediate predecessor to the final pope, the 111th pope, is described by the motto Gloria Olivi, or Glory of the Olive. This motto has been widely interpreted as referring to Pope Benedict XVI, who reigned from 2005 to 2013. The Order of Saint Benedict is sometimes associated with the olive tree, and Benedict XVI adopted the name Benedict, honoring Saint Benedict of Nursia, the founder of the Benedictine monastic order. His unexpected resignation, the first in over 600 years, further intensified interest in the prophecy as it paved the way for the next pope. And indeed, the current Pope Francis is then seen by some as potentially fulfilling the very last motto, Petrus Romanus, or Peter the Roman. The final motto for Peter the Roman reads, In persecution extrema est. Re sedibit Petrus Romanus, qui passit oves in multis tribulationibus, quibus transactis civitas septicolis duruta, and judex tremendus judicabit populum suum. Finis, this translates to, in the extreme persecution of the Holy Roman Church, Peter the Roman will sit, who will nourish the sheep in many tribulations. When these are finished, the city of 7 hills will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge his people. The end. Pope Francis, whose birth name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio, took the papal name Francis, but he is ethnically Italian, a descendant of Italian immigrants, making him a Roman in some sense. Furthermore, he is the first pope to be named Francis after Saint Francis of Assisi, whose original name was Francesco, a variant of Peter in some interpretations, and who founded an order that emphasized humility and serving the poor, arguably nourishing the sheep. His papacy has also been marked by significant challenges and tribulations, both within the church and in the wider world, including scandals, internal divisions, and global crises. However, scholarly skepticism regarding the prophecy's authenticity remains strong. The primary argument against its genuine antiquity is its sudden appearance in 1595. Critics point out that the matches for popes prior to 1595 are generally much more accurate and straightforward than those for popes after that date. This suggests that the initial part of the list might have been retroactively constructed by its true author to appear prophetic, with the later, more ambiguous mottos then left to chance or forced interpretations. Furthermore, there is no historical record or mention of this prophecy prior to 1595, which is highly unusual for a document purportedly hidden in the Vatican archives for centuries. Many scholars believe it was likely a clever forgery, possibly created to influence the papal conclave of 1590, or perhaps aimed at discrediting specific candidates by associating them with less flattering mottos. Despite the strong academic debunking of its origins, the prophecy of the popes continues to exert a powerful pull on the imagination. It taps into the deep human desire to understand the future, particularly the ultimate fate of the world and its spiritual leaders. Its enduring fascination lies not just in the perceived accuracy of some of its historical correlations, but in its dramatic narrative arc culminating in a definitive end-time scenario. For believers, it reinforces a sense of divine order and a preordained plan, even amidst the chaos of history. For skeptics, it serves as a fascinating case study in human psychology, demonstrating our remarkable capacity to find patterns where none exist and to impose meaning upon ambiguity, especially when faced with the irresistible allure of deciphering the secrets of tomorrow. From the tantalizing ambiguities of papal prophecies, we now turn to a set of ancient predictions that speak to one of the most remarkable and enduring sagas in human history: the biblical prophecies concerning the return of the Jewish people to their ancestral homeland, a place often referred to as Zion. These aren't the distant metaphorical pronouncements of the Sibylline books or the general warnings of cosmic decline. Instead, they are strikingly direct, deeply emotional, and geographically precise foretellings found throughout the Old Testament, particularly in books like Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel. For millennia, these texts have served as a beacon of hope for Jewish communities scattered across the globe, promising a day when, after centuries of exile and persecution, they would be regathered from the ends of the earth and once again establish their nation in the land of Israel, with Jerusalem at its heart. Consider the prophet Isaiah, writing in the 8th century BC, hundreds of years before the first major Jewish exile. In chapter 11, verse 12, he proclaims, "He will raise a standard for the nations and assemble the banished ones of Israel, and will gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth." This vision of a global ingathering from every conceivable direction hints at an exile that would span continents and endure for generations. Jeremiah, writing from the heart of the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BC, offers an even more poignant prediction in chapter 23, verses 7 and 8. "Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when it will no longer be said, as the Lord lives, who brought up the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt, but as the Lord lives, who brought up and led the descendants, the house of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the countries where I had driven them. Then they will live on their own soil." This prophecy explicitly foretells a return from exile that would surpass even the miraculous exodus from Egypt in its symbolic significance, emphasizing a definitive and permanent re-establishment in their own land. The emotional weight of this promise, delivered during a period of profound national humiliation and displacement, must have been immeasurable for the exiled communities. Ezekiel, also prophesying during the Babylonian captivity, paints perhaps the most vivid picture of national restoration. In chapter 37, he describes the vision of the dry bones coming to life. The Lord explains, "Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope has perished. We are completely cut off. Therefore prophesy and say to them, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel." This powerful metaphor of dried, disparate bones reforming into a living, breathing nation resonated deeply with a people whose identity and hope seemed to be withering away in a foreign land. It promised not just a physical return, but a spiritual and national revival, a recoalescence of a scattered and seemingly lifeless people into a vibrant, sovereign entity. These prophecies collectively underscored a divine commitment to the Jewish people's enduring connection to their ancestral land, regardless of how long or widespread their dispersion might become. For nearly 2,000 years following the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in 70 CE and the subsequent widespread diaspora, the Jewish people lived in exile scattered across the globe. They endured persecutions, expulsions, and pogroms, yet throughout these long centuries, the hope of returning to Zion remained a central tenet of their faith, interwoven into their prayers, their holidays, and their cultural identity. The phrase "next year in Jerusalem" became a powerful refrain recited at the end of the Passover Seder and other holidays, a constant reminder of their ancestral home and the prophetic promise of return. Despite the immense distances, the linguistic and cultural variations among Jewish communities, and the political barriers that separated them from their historical homeland, this ancient hope remained remarkably resilient, passed down from generation to generation through oral tradition, sacred texts, and communal practice. Then, in the 20th century, an event of immense historical and religious significance unfolded: the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. After intense political struggle, international diplomacy, and decades of Zionist efforts to rebuild a Jewish presence in Palestine, the United Nations voted to partition the land, leading to Israel's declaration of independence. What made this event particularly remarkable, and for many a fulfillment of ancient prophecy, was that it was brought about by Jewish people from all over the world who had never lost their connection to the land of their ancestors. Jews from Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, and beyond began to gather, often under harrowing circumstances, to build a new nation in a land that had been largely desolate for centuries. The Hebrew language, ancient but preserved primarily for religious study, was revived as a living, modern tongue, a linguistic miracle in itself. Cities like Jerusalem, central to the prophecies, were reclaimed and re-established as the capital. The establishment of the State of Israel, however, is not without its complex geopolitical realities. It occurred amidst war, displacement, and ongoing conflict with its Arab neighbors. The region remains a flashpoint of international tension, and the narrative of Israel's founding is understood very differently by various groups. But from the perspective of prophetic fulfillment, the focus rests on specific elements: the ingathering of exiles from diverse lands, the re-establishment of Jerusalem as a center of Jewish life, and the reclamation of the ancient homeland by a people who had been dispossessed for 2 millennia. For millions of Jews worldwide, and for countless Christians, the very existence of modern Israel, brought about by the return of a scattered people, is seen as a tangible, undeniable fulfillment of ancient biblical prophecies, a testament to the enduring power of divine promise in human history. This event forces us to grapple with the profound implications of long-term prophecy. How could texts written 2.5 millennia ago, at a time when the Jewish people were either just entering exile or deeply entrenched in it, foresee such a specific and improbable future event? Not merely a return, but a return after a global dispersion and the re-establishment of an independent state. The historical trajectory of the Jewish people, their survival as a distinct ethnic and religious group despite monumental odds, and their eventual return to sovereignty in their ancient land, is a phenomenon without parallel in human history. It prompts questions about divine providence, the role of human agency in fulfilling prophecies, and the extraordinary resilience of faith across generations. The prophecy of return to Zion stands as a powerful testament to the enduring hope for a national home, inviting us to contemplate the delicate balance between historical circumstance and a destiny seemingly woven into the fabric of time itself. From the grand, sweeping visions of a nation's return, we now shift to a much more intimate, yet equally profound, ancient prophecy, one woven into the very fabric of faith and resilience, the remarkable legend of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. This isn't a prediction of political events or natural disasters, but a spiritual foresight, a divine reassurance of perseverance and ultimate triumph for a persecuted religious community. This captivating narrative, found in both early Christian and Islamic traditions, tells the story of a small group of young men who, fleeing brutal persecution, mysteriously fell into a deep sleep in a cave and awoke centuries later to a world utterly transformed, a world where their once forbidden faith had become the dominant religion. This miraculous revival served as a powerful prophecy in itself, a living testament to the enduring power of belief, and a dramatic glimpse into a future where the seeds of their suffering would blossom into widespread acceptance and peace. Imagine the oppressive atmosphere of Ephesus in the 3rd century CE. The Roman Empire under Emperor Decius was unleashing a fierce wave of persecution against Christians. Refusing to worship Roman gods or the emperor, Christians faced torture, imprisonment, and execution. In this climate of terror, 7 young men, devout Christians from noble families, bravely refused to recant their faith. Fleeing the city to escape Decius's decree, they sought refuge in a remote cave on Mount Pion. There they were discovered, and rather than being captured, they were sealed inside the cave by the emperor's order, left to die. This act of sealing them in was intended as a definitive end to their defiance, a grim lesson for any who dared to challenge imperial authority. For the wider Christian community, it was another tragic loss, another group of martyrs added to the growing list. But divine providence, as the legend goes, had a far more miraculous plan in store for these faithful few. According to the legend, God caused the men to fall into a supernatural sleep. They lay undisturbed within the sealed cave for nearly 200 years. During this period, the Roman Empire underwent a seismic shift. The persecutions gradually ended, and by the early 5th century, Christianity, once a persecuted sect, had not only gained legal toleration but had become the official religion of the Roman Empire under Emperor Theodosius II. The very emperors who had once sought to exterminate Christians now governed a predominantly Christian populace. The world outside the cave, the world these young men had known, was utterly transformed, almost beyond recognition. The symbols of paganism had receded, replaced by the cross and the symbols of their faith. Then, miraculously, in the 5th century, during the reign of Theodosius II, the cave was accidentally opened by shepherds or by a landowner looking for building materials. The 7 young men awoke, believing they had only slept for a single night. One of them, named Malchus, was sent into the city to buy food, cautiously carrying a few ancient silver coins. He was astonished by what he saw: crosses displayed openly, churches everywhere, and people openly speaking the name of Jesus Christ. When he tried to spend his coins, their antique nature immediately betrayed the immense passage of time, causing suspicion and drawing attention to him. Eventually, he revealed his astounding story, and the Bishop of Ephesus, along with the Emperor Theodosius II himself, came to witness the miracle. The sleepers confirmed their identities and spoke of the faith that had sustained them, serving as living proof of God's power and the truth of the resurrection. After relaying their message, they peacefully passed away, their divine purpose fulfilled. This extraordinary narrative, therefore, served as a powerful prophecy for early Christians, especially during times of intense persecution. It offered a tangible, almost literal, glimpse into a future where their faith would not only survive but would flourish and be embraced by the very empire that had once sought to destroy it. For those living under the threat of martyrdom, the story of the 7 sleepers was a beacon of hope, a divine affirmation that their suffering was not in vain, that their faith would ultimately triumph. It validated their belief in the ultimate victory of God's plan, even when earthly realities seemed overwhelmingly bleak. It transformed their present hardships into a temporary trial, a necessary prelude to a glorious future, injecting perseverance and resilience into communities that desperately needed it. Moreover, the legend served to legitimize the enduring power of faith and the miraculous nature of God's intervention in human affairs. If God could preserve these individuals for centuries, allowing them to bear witness to the triumph of Christianity, then surely He was in control of all things, guiding history towards its ultimate, righteous conclusion. This narrative reinforced the idea that divine timing was beyond human comprehension, and that even the darkest periods of oppression were merely fleeting moments in a larger, preordained cosmic drama. For those who might have begun to doubt, witnessing a miracle on such a grand scale, even through legend, provided immense spiritual reassurance. The story's inclusion in the Quran Surah Al-Kahf, chapter 18, verses 9 to 26, further underscores its profound religious significance and widespread appeal. In Islamic tradition, the story is seen as a sign of God's power over life and death, an affirmation of the resurrection, and a lesson in steadfastness of faith. This cross-cultural adoption highlights the universal themes embedded within the narrative: the endurance of faith in the face of adversity, the miraculous nature of divine intervention, and the ultimate triumph of truth. For both Christian and Islamic traditions, the seven sleepers became a symbol not just of survival, but of the prophetic promise that belief would ultimately conquer oppression, and that those who remained faithful would witness the fulfillment of God's sovereign plan, even if that fulfillment lay centuries beyond their immediate sight. This timeless tale serves as a powerful reminder that some prophecies are not about what will happen, but about who will ultimately endure, offering comfort and hope to generations who cling to their beliefs amidst the storm of history. From the spiritual endurance depicted in the Seven Sleepers legend, we return once more to the profound insights of the biblical book of Daniel, specifically to a prophecy that transcends dynastic cycles and earthly kingdoms, the vision of the stone cut without hands. This isn't just an addendum to Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the great statue. It is the culmination, the ultimate answer to the succession of human empires, foretelling the establishment of a final, eternal kingdom that will utterly dismantle all worldly powers. Interpreted by billions across millennia as a direct prophecy of God's ultimate triumph over all human political structures, often connected with the rise and global spread of Christianity, this vision offers a cosmic perspective on history's trajectory, suggesting a divine hand guiding events toward a preordained spiritual climax. Recall the bewildering dream of King Nebuchadnezzar as interpreted by the prophet Daniel. The colossal statue, magnificent yet terrifying, stood as a chronological representation of successive world empires: the head of gold Babylon, the chest and arms of silver Medo-Persia, the belly and thighs of bronze Greece, and the legs of iron, culminating in feet of iron mixed with clay Rome and its fragmented successors. Each of these empires, despite their earthly power and glory, was ultimately transient, destined to be supplanted by the next, but the dream didn't end with the feat. It concluded with a dramatic, unforeseen element, a stone, cut out of the mountain without hands, which struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay, shattering it into dust. This dust was then swept away by the wind, leaving no trace, and then the stone itself grew into a great mountain, filling the whole earth. This was the startling, divinely orchestrated climax, revealing that human history, dominated by transient powers, was merely a prelude to a different, eternal reality. Daniel's interpretation of this stone cut without hands is where the prophecy truly takes on its eternal significance. He declares, "In the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed, and that kingdom will not be left for another people. It will crush and put an end to all these kingdoms, but it will itself endure forever." The symbolism is powerful and multifaceted. A stone cut without hands implies a supernatural origin, not fashioned by human effort, political maneuvering, or military conquest. It signifies a divine intervention, a kingdom established directly by God, independent of human will or planning. This contrasts sharply with the preceding empires, each built through human ambition, war, and political machinations. The stone's impact on the feet of the statue, the weakest and most fragmented part, symbolizes its decisive triumph over the combined yet vulnerable forces of earthly power. This wasn't merely a succession of empires, it was a divine overthrow, a complete obliteration of all that came before it. For Christians, this kingdom set up by the God of heaven finds its ultimate fulfillment in the establishment and global spread of the Christian Church, rooted in the person and teachings of Jesus Christ. Jesus repeatedly spoke of the kingdom of God or kingdom of heaven as a spiritual reality that was at hand or among you, growing from humble beginnings. His parables of the mustard seed, which starts as the smallest of seeds but grows into a large tree, or the leaven that spreads through an entire batch of dough, are often seen as direct illustrations of this prophecy. The kingdom begins small, seemingly insignificant, yet possesses an inherent, divinely empowered capacity for growth and expansion. Just as the stone grew to fill the whole earth, Christianity, starting with a handful of disciples in a forgotten corner of the Roman Empire, eventually spread across continents, transforming cultures, overturning social structures, and enduring far beyond the lifespan of any earthly empire. It did not conquer by force of arms in the way the previous empires did, but by the spread of an idea, a spiritual message that captivated hearts and minds, a testament to its non-material origin. The growth of this kingdom is not depicted as a sudden, cataclysmic event, but as a gradual, powerful expansion, symbolizing its pervasive and enduring nature. The stone grinding the statue to dust suggests a complete disintegration, implying that no trace of the old order will remain in the face of the new. This is understood not just as a historical succession, but as a spiritual and moral triumph, where the values and principles of God's kingdom ultimately supersede and dismantle the corrupt and transient systems of human governance. The prophecy asserts that this divine kingdom will never be destroyed and will itself endure forever, a stark contrast to the finite nature of human empires. This promise of an everlasting reign offers a profound hope to believers, grounding their faith in the conviction that despite the rise and fall of earthly powers, a divine, eternal reality is steadily unfolding, destined to encompass all of creation. The interpretation of the stone cut without hands as referring to God's kingdom, particularly as manifested through Christianity, has profound theological implications. It places all human history within a grand, overarching divine narrative, where even the most powerful empires are merely temporary players in a much larger, eternal drama. It asserts that there is a purpose to history, a teleological trajectory guided by a divine hand, culminating in the establishment of a perfect and everlasting reign. This perspective offers a framework for understanding chaos and suffering, suggesting that even in the midst of worldly turmoil, a divine plan is unfolding, ensuring that ultimately righteousness and peace will prevail. It fosters a sense of meaning and destiny, encouraging believers to participate in the growth of this stone kingdom, contributing to its expansion and preparing for its ultimate global manifestation. While the primary interpretation points to the Christian faith, the symbolism of a stone cut without hands that crushes and ultimately replaces all earthly kingdoms resonates with broader spiritual aspirations for a just and eternal reign that transcends political boundaries. It speaks to a universal human yearning for a perfect society, a world free from the tyranny, corruption, and transience that have characterized all human empires throughout history. The prophecy, therefore, offers a powerful meta-narrative, a sweeping vision that provides not just comfort but also a profound challenge to any existing power structure. It suggests that true and lasting authority derives not from human might or ambition, but from a divine source destined to humble the proud and establish a reign of eternal justice. This ancient prophecy, therefore, continues to challenge our understanding of history, inviting us to contemplate whether the unfolding of human civilization is merely a random sequence of events, or if it is indeed marching toward a divinely ordained climax where a subtle, unseen force ultimately triumphs over all visible earthly powers. From the sweeping vision of an eternal kingdom, we now journey to a less celebrated yet equally fascinating ancient Greek prophetic site, the Oracle of Amphiaraus, located in Oropus, Attica. This oracle wasn't a temple where priests interpreted signs, but a unique healing and prophetic sanctuary dedicated to a hero god, Amphiaraus, Unlike the more famous oracles that relied on priestesses or natural phenomena, Amphiaraus communicated with suppliants through incubation dreams. This meant that individuals seeking guidance would undergo purification rituals, sacrifice a ram, and then sleep on the hide of the sacrificed animal within the sanctuary. The god himself was believed to appear to them in their dreams, offering direct, often symbolic, answers to their questions about health, fate, or, crucially, strategic decisions in times of war and political turmoil. This intimate, personalized form of divine communication made his oracle particularly sought after for those in search of nuanced insights, as it bridged the gap between the earthly realm and the subconscious, making the prophecy feel incredibly personal and direct. Amphiaraus himself was a figure of myth and legend, one of the seven against Thebes, a great warrior and seer who was swallowed by the earth during battle along with his chariot. He was subsequently worshipped as a hero god, his oracle believed to be a direct channel to the underworld and its mysteries. This connection to both martial prowess and prophetic insight made his sanctuary a natural destination for leaders and generals seeking an edge in battle. For the ancient Greeks, the line between military strategy and divine will was often blurred. They believed that success in war depended not only on skill and courage, but also on securing the favor of the gods and understanding their intentions. Consulting an oracle like Amphiaraus was not a sign of weakness, but an act of piety and prudence, a recognition that human endeavors were always subject to a higher cosmic plan. This conviction meant that strategic advice gleaned from dreams, interpreted by the sanctuary's priests, carried immense weight and could directly influence military campaigns. Now, let's consider a specific instance where the oracle of Amphiaraus seemingly provided critical strategic advice for a military endeavor: the Battle of Oropus itself. While not a single grand battle that reshaped the ancient world, it was a local conflict of significant importance, often involving the perpetually feuding city-states of Athens and Thebes. Accounts from ancient sources, though sometimes fragmentary, suggest that military commanders facing crucial decisions involving troop movements, battle formations, or the timing of an attack would send envoys or even come themselves to Oropus. They would seek a dream vision from Amphiaraus, hoping for an insight that would turn the tide of battle. One recorded instance, though details are scarce, involves a general who, having slept in the sanctuary, received a dream instructing him to feign a retreat to lure the enemy into an ambush. Reportedly, this strategy, born from the dream, led to a decisive victory for his forces. Such specific, actionable advice, attributed directly to a divine source, cemented the oracle's reputation and bolstered the morale of the troops, who believed they were fighting with the gods on their side. The unique aspect of the Amphiaraus oracle, its reliance on incubation dreams, also highlights the psychological dimension of ancient prophecy. When a general, already under immense pressure, committed to the ritual of seeking a divine message through sleep, his subconscious mind would likely be processing his anxieties, his strategic options, and his hopes for victory. The dreams he experienced, even if open to interpretation, could have coalesced his thoughts, clarified his intentions, or even inspired unexpected tactical approaches. The very act of believing that a god was speaking directly to him could instill a profound sense of confidence and resolve, which are critical elements for success in any military campaign. Therefore, whether the dream was a genuine divine intervention or a powerful psychological catalyst, its impact on the general's decision-making and subsequently on the outcome of the battle was undeniable. The Oracle of Amphiaraus, though perhaps less globally famous than Delphi, serves as a powerful illustration of the deep-seated ancient Greek need for divine guidance in every aspect of life, especially in the perilous realm of warfare. It shows how they integrated spiritual beliefs into their most practical and high-stakes decisions, viewing military strategy not just as a human endeavor but as a collaborative effort with the gods. The success attributed to Amphiraus's dream visions reinforced the conviction that foresight, even when delivered through such an ethereal medium, was an indispensable tool for navigating the uncertainties of conflict. It reminds us that for the Greeks, the battlefield was not merely a physical space, but a stage where human will and divine purpose continually intersected, shaping the destiny of cities and the lives of countless individuals. From the intimate dream visions of ancient Greek oracles, we now turn to a prophecy of monumental geopolitical scale, one that foresaw the fracturing of the most dominant political entity of its age, the Roman Empire. This isn't a single, isolated prediction, but rather a recurring theme in ancient texts, notably within the biblical book of Daniel, and later echoed in various early Christian writings that hinted at the inevitable division of this seemingly indestructible power. The very idea that the Roman Empire, a behemoth of military might, legal innovation, and cultural influence that unified vast swaths of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, would eventually split into two distinct entities seemed almost inconceivable during its zenith. Yet history, with its relentless march, brought forth precisely this outcome, profoundly reshaping the course of Western civilization and transforming a once unified world into two distinct spheres of influence. Recall Daniel's prophecy of the great statue, particularly the legs of iron, representing the Roman Empire, and its feet and toes of iron mixed with clay, symbolizing a fragmented, divided kingdom. While the iron legs accurately depicted Rome's unmatched strength and crushing power, the transition to feet and toes made of a brittle mixture of iron and clay was crucial. Daniel explicitly stated that this mixed material meant the kingdom will be partly strong and partly brittle, and that they will not remain united any more than iron mixes with clay. This wasn't merely a prediction of weakness or decline. It was a specific foretelling of an internal division, a fundamental inability to cohere into a single, unified entity. For those who believed in the prophetic foresight of Daniel, this image painted a clear picture of a once monolithic empire destined to break apart, an internal weakness ultimately leading to a fracturing that no amount of military might could prevent. The historical fulfillment of this prophecy began to unfold dramatically in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE. The sheer size and administrative complexity of the Roman Empire had become unsustainable for a single emperor to manage effectively. External pressures, from barbarian incursions along its vast borders to internal political instability and economic crises, demanded immediate attention across thousands of miles. Recognizing these challenges, Emperor Diocletian, in 285 CE, formally divided the empire into two administrative halves, a western and an eastern part, each with its own Augustus Senior Emperor and Caesar Junior Emperor. This was an attempt to make the empire more governable, a pragmatic response to an unmanageable behemoth. While initially intended as an administrative division, it laid the groundwork for a much deeper and more permanent schism. The division was solidified by Emperor Constantine the Great in the 4th century CE, who not only legalized Christianity but also established a new capital in the east, Constantinople, built on the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. This new Christian capital, strategically located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, quickly grew in prominence, becoming a rival to Rome itself. The final, definitive split came in 395 CE, when Emperor Theodosius I divided the empire between his two sons, Arcadius taking the east and Honorius the west. This partition was intended to be permanent, recognizing the growing divergence between the two halves. The Western Roman Empire, with Rome as its symbolic heart, became increasingly vulnerable, battling continuous barbarian invasions, economic decline, and political instability. The Eastern Roman Empire, centered in Constantinople, was wealthier, more populous, and strategically more defensible, blessed with a more robust economy and a stronger military. The consequences of this division were profound and long-lasting, profoundly shaping the geopolitical landscape of Europe and the Mediterranean. The Western Roman Empire, weakened by internal strife and external pressures, ultimately collapsed in 476 CE, ushering in the so-called Dark Ages in Western Europe. Its fragmentation led to the emergence of numerous Germanic kingdoms, laying the foundations for the modern nations of Europe. The Eastern Roman Empire, however, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, becoming known to historians as the Byzantine Empire. It preserved Greek and Roman culture, law, and learning, acting as a bulwark against invasions from the East and influencing the development of Eastern Orthodoxy and the Slavic world. The once unified Roman world now had two distinct cultural and political trajectories, diverging in language: Latin in the West, Greek in the East, legal systems, and even religious practices. The iron that was Rome had indeed fragmented into iron and clay, where the parts, though sharing a common origin, could no longer truly cohere, leading to separate destinies. The enduring legacy of this prophecy lies in its astonishing foresight regarding the fracturing of a seemingly indissoluble power. Daniel's description of the feet and toes of iron and clay, unable to properly mix, vividly illustrates the historical reality of the administrative, cultural, and ultimately political divergence that led to the permanent separation of the Roman Empire. It highlights how even the mightiest human creations are transient, subject to forces both internal and external that can lead to their inevitable fragmentation. For believers, this serves as powerful evidence of a divine hand guiding the course of human history, subtly shaping the destinies of empires according to a predetermined plan. For historians, it underscores the complex interplay of political, economic, and social factors that can lead to the decline and division of even the most formidable states, making the ancient words resonate with a chilling accuracy across millennia. From the fractured empire of Rome, we now turn to an even earlier foundational prophecy woven into the very origin story of that mighty civilization: the pronouncements of the Cumaean Sibyl to the Trojan hero Aeneas. This isn't a post-facto interpretation of ancient texts, but a core narrative element in Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, composed in the 1st century BC. Here, prophecy isn't just about foretelling. It's an active force shaping destiny, providing divine validation for Rome's very existence and its subsequent dominance. The Cumaean Sibyl, one of the most famous prophetesses of antiquity, residing in a cave near Cumae in southern Italy, was no ordinary oracle. She was a figure of immense power and antiquity, imbued with Apollo's prophetic spirit, her pronouncements delivered with terrifying intensity, often in a frenzied, almost inhuman state. Her prophecies were believed to be written on leaves which were then scattered by the wind inside her cave, requiring diligent collection and interpretation by supplicants and priests. This method added a layer of mystical ambiguity, demanding careful attention from those who sought her counsel. Imagine Aeneas, the Trojan prince, survivor of the infamous Trojan War, now a refugee driven by divine command to find a new homeland for his people. After years of wandering across the Mediterranean, battling storms, monsters, and hostile peoples, he finally lands on the shores of Italy. His destiny, as foretold by various minor deities and omens along his arduous journey, is to found a new Troy, a city that would one day become the glorious Rome. But before he can fully embrace this daunting task, he must seek guidance from the Cumaean Sibyl, a pivotal step in his heroic quest. His visit to her cave is depicted as a harrowing experience, a descent into a sacred, almost terrifying, space where the boundary between mortal and divine blurs. The Sibyl, possessed by Apollo, delivers her prophecy not as a gentle whisper, but as a torrent of words, a foretelling that confirms his arduous path ahead and the glorious yet costly destiny awaiting him. The Sibyl's prophecy to Aeneas is a dual-edged sword, a mixture of trials and triumphs. She confirms that he will indeed find his promised land in Italy, but warns him of immense struggles ahead, a new kind of war as fierce as the one he left behind in Troy. She proclaims that wars, horrible wars, await him, and that a new Achilles, referring to Turnus, the Rutulian king, would arise to oppose him. This detailed warning of future conflict, mirroring the epic struggles he had already endured, prepares Aeneas for the harsh realities of establishing a new nation. Crucially, the Sibyl also instructs Aeneas on how to reach the underworld to consult with his deceased father, Anchises, who will provide him with a sweeping vision of Rome's future glory, a pageant of its future heroes, emperors, and conquests. This journey to the underworld, guided by the Sibyl, is perhaps the most significant part of her prophecy, offering Aeneas not just a glimpse into his immediate future, but a grand, legitimizing narrative for the entire Roman lineage. The cultural impact of these prophecies in Virgil's Aeneid, particularly the vision of Rome's future, is profound. Written during the reign of Emperor Augustus, who sought to restore traditional Roman values and legitimize his own rule after a century of civil war, the Aeneid served as a powerful piece of national myth-making. The Sibyl's prophecies and Anchises' subsequent revelations in the underworld were not just literary devices, they were tools for shaping Roman identity and providing a sense of divine mandate for their imperial ambitions. By connecting Aeneas, a Trojan prince, to Rome's origins through divine prophecy, Virgil deftly linked Rome to the ancient, glorious civilizations of the East, while simultaneously presenting it as the fulfillment of a long-ordained destiny. This narrative imbued the nascent Roman Empire with a sense of cosmic purpose, justifying its conquests and its eventual role as the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. The prophecy of the Cumaean Sibyl provided a crucial mythic charter for Rome. It reinforced the idea that Rome's rise was not a mere accident of history or the result of human ambition alone, but the culmination of a divine plan stretching back to the fall of Troy. Every subsequent struggle, every military campaign, every expansion of Roman territory could be seen as another step towards fulfilling this preordained destiny. The trials Aeneas faced, the constant warfare, the loss of loved ones, the arduous journey became symbolic of the sacrifices and struggles Rome itself endured on its path to greatness. The Sibyl's words, therefore, gave meaning to Roman suffering and purpose to their relentless imperial expansion, transforming conquest into a sacred mission sanctioned by the gods themselves. This legitimation was vital for a growing empire that required constant moral and divine justification for its power and influence. The literary artistry of Virgil, in weaving these prophecies so intricately into the fabric of the Aeneid, meant that they became an indelible part of Roman consciousness. Future generations of Romans would have absorbed this narrative from childhood, internalizing the idea of their nation's divine origins and preordained glory. The Cumaean Sibyl's pronouncements, therefore, did more than just foretell events. They actively shaped the self-perception and collective destiny of an entire people, solidifying a belief in Rome's unique place in the world. Even today, the phrase Sibylline carries connotations of deep, mysterious wisdom and prophecy, a testament to the enduring influence of this ancient seer. The tale of Aeneas and the Sibyl stands as a timeless example of how prophecy, even in a literary context, can provide a profound cultural anchor, giving meaning, purpose, and a sense of inevitable triumph to the aspirations of a rising empire. From the mythic and historical foundations of Roman destiny, we shift our attention eastward to a different, yet equally profound prophetic tradition, one that has guided and shaped the course of Islamic civilization for nearly 1400 years, the prophecies concerning the rise and fall of the Islamic caliphates. These aren't singular, isolated predictions, but a rich tapestry of foresight found primarily within the Hadith, the recorded sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad. Unlike the oracles of ancient Greece or the pre-Christian prophecies, these predictions often speak to the cyclical nature of Islamic governance, detailing distinct eras of piety and justice, followed by periods of decline, corruption, or deviation from the ideal. For Muslims, these prophecies provide a divinely inspired framework for understanding their own history, the triumphs and tribulations of their leaders, and the challenges faced by their communities across centuries, imbuing historical events with cosmic significance and a guiding certainty. The cornerstone of these prophecies is the concept of the rightly guided caliphate, Khilafah-e-Rashidun. The Prophet Muhammad explicitly predicted a golden age of leadership immediately following his own death, an era of exceptional piety, justice, and adherence to the principles of Islam. He said, according to a widely accepted hadith, "The caliphate after me will be for 30 years, then there will be a kingship." This prophecy precisely delineates the duration of this ideal period, lasting for 3 decades, during which 4 successive caliphs, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, ruled the nascent Muslim community with a moral authority and spiritual integrity that Muslims consider unparalleled in subsequent history. This was a time of rapid expansion, not just of territory, but of Islamic law, ethics, and social justice. Their leadership is seen as the perfect exemplar of Islamic governance, a beacon against which all future rulers would be measured. The swift establishment of a vast and flourishing civilization, guided by principles of justice and spiritual devotion, during this initial period is seen by believers as a direct fulfillment of the Prophet's words, a powerful testament to the divine guidance that shaped the nascent Islamic state. Following this initial golden age, the prophecies acknowledge a subsequent shift, a transition from a divinely guided caliphate to a more conventional, temporal kingship or dynastic rule. The hadith also foretold this change, indicating a move away from the highly spiritual, merit-based selection of leaders towards inherited power, which inevitably led to a dilution of the caliphate's original purity. This was historically fulfilled by the Umayyad dynasty, which began in 661 CE, just 30 years after the Prophet's passing. While the Umayyads continued the expansion of the Islamic Empire and established sophisticated administrative structures, their rule was characterized by dynastic succession, greater opulence, and internal strife. Later, the Abbasid Caliphate, which supplanted the Umayyads, further developed Islamic civilization, but also saw increased centralization of power and a growing distance between the caliph and the spiritual ideals of the rightly guided era. These historical transitions, often marked by internal conflicts and a shift in leadership style, are seen by many as direct fulfillments of the prophetic warning about the deviation from the initial purity of the caliphate, subtly signaling a move from spiritual authority to temporal power. Beyond these broad cyclical predictions, certain prophecies within Islamic tradition also speak to specific periods of decline or even destruction, often linked to the moral state of the Muslim community itself. For instance, there are prophecies foretelling the fall of major Islamic centers due to internal corruption or external enemies, implicitly warning against complacency and deviation from the straight path. The Prophet Muhammad also spoke of a time when the caliphate would be reduced to a mere formality, with real power residing elsewhere, and of a period when true leadership would be scarce. These predictions provide a framework for Muslims to interpret historical events, such as the Mongol invasions that devastated Baghdad in the 13th century, ending the Abbasid Caliphate, or the gradual weakening and eventual dissolution of the Ottoman Caliphate in the early 20th century. These moments of profound loss and upheaval, while traumatic, are understood not as random misfortunes, but as consequences of collective moral failings or as part of a larger divine plan that was foretold centuries in advance, offering a sense of deeper meaning and cosmic justice to seemingly chaotic events. However, the prophecies also contain a message of hope and renewal. They speak of a future return to the ideals of the rightly guided caliphate, often associated with the appearance of the Mahdi, a divinely guided leader who will establish justice and righteousness before the end of times. This cyclical narrative, incorporating both decline and promised revival, offers a powerful sense of resilience and purpose to Muslim communities, especially during periods of adversity. It suggests that even in times of profound moral decay or political fragmentation, the vision of a just and divinely guided governance remains an attainable ideal, a beacon of hope for future generations. This continuous oscillation between prophetic warning and hopeful expectation shapes the collective consciousness of the Islamic world, influencing social and political movements that seek to restore the caliphate to its past glory, or at least to its spiritual ideals, ensuring that these ancient prophecies remain vibrantly relevant to contemporary challenges and aspirations. The enduring power of these prophecies lies in their ability to provide a comprehensive historical lens through which Muslims view their past, present, and future. They are not merely historical curiosities but living traditions that actively shape religious identity, political discourse, and spiritual practice. The predicted rise of specific forms of governance, their subsequent decline, and the promise of future renewal all contribute to a nuanced understanding of Islamic civilization as a dynamic entity constantly striving for an ideal. These prophecies underscore the profound connection between spiritual rectitude and worldly success, demonstrating how the moral integrity of leaders and communities directly impacts their historical trajectory, leaving us to ponder the intricate relationship between divine foresight and the unfolding drama of human history. From the intricate prophecies of Islamic caliphates, we circle back once more to the heart of ancient Greece, to the unparalleled authority of the Delphic oracle, but this time in the context of an existential threat that galvanized an entire civilization, the impending Persian invasion. This isn't about an individual's fate or a strategic military maneuver, but about a pan-Hellenic crisis, a monumental clash of civilizations where the oracle's pronouncements, despite their characteristic ambiguity, served as a powerful catalyst, unifying disparate city-states against a common, overwhelming enemy. The Persian Empire, under its formidable kings Darius I and then Xerxes I, was the largest and most powerful empire the world had ever seen, a colossus stretching from India to Egypt. Its westward expansion was inexorable, and its sights were now firmly set on the small, independent city-states of Greece. Faced with such an incomprehensible force, the Greeks, true to their custom, sought divine guidance, and their eyes turned to Delphi, the spiritual heart of the Hellenic world. Imagine the scene in the late 6th and early 5th centuries BCE. News of Persian might, of their vast armies and countless ships, must have filtered into the Greek city-states like a terrifying shadow. Fear and uncertainty loomed large. Many cities, seeing the futility of resistance, offered earth and water, symbolic tokens of surrender to the Persian envoys. But others, fiercely independent, contemplated resistance, yet were paralyzed by the sheer imbalance of power. It was in this atmosphere of dread and indecision that delegations from various city-states made the arduous pilgrimage to Delphi. They brought their offerings, performed their rituals, and posed their desperate questions to the Pythia, hoping for a clear sign, a divine directive that would either counsel surrender or embolden them to fight. The oracle's response was often couched in poetic, multi-layered language, allowing for different interpretations, but in the face of the Persian threat, her messages invariably carried an underlying tone of peril and the necessity of extraordinary measures. One of the most famous and perhaps most exasperating prophecies concerned the Athenians, as we discussed previously with the wooden walls, but other city-states also sought counsel. The Spartans, renowned for their military prowess and stoic discipline, sent envoys to Delphi before the crucial battle of Thermopylae. The Pythia's response to them, while not explicitly naming the battle, was chilling. Either your glorious city will be sacked by the Persians, or the land of Lacedaemon Sparta will mourn the death of a king from the lineage of Heracles. This stark choice, foretelling either national destruction or the sacrifice of a king, powerfully conveyed the immense gravity of the situation. For the Spartans, this wasn't just a threat, it was a divine challenge demanding a heroic response. King Leonidas, a direct descendant of Heracles, likely understood this prophecy as a personal, divine calling to sacrifice himself for his city's survival. His leadership of the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, a legendary last stand against overwhelming odds, epitomized this prophetic burden and transformed a military defeat into an enduring symbol of courage and defiance. Beyond specific pronouncements, the Oracle of Delphi played a crucial psychological role in the Greco-Persian Wars. The very act of consulting the oracle, of seeking divine will, created a sense of shared purpose among the often fractious Greek city-states. While their interpretations might have differed, the common experience of receiving prophecy from Delphi fostered a nascent sense of Hellenic identity, a realization that they faced a common enemy against whom they needed to unite. The Pythia's warnings, even when vague, consistently reinforced the idea that the threat was immense and that only through courage and, in some cases, painful sacrifice could freedom be preserved. This sense of shared destiny, subtly fostered by the oracle's pronouncements, contributed significantly to the unprecedented unity displayed by the Greeks in the face of the Persian juggernaut. It helped transform a collection of independent city-states into a single, if temporary, fighting force, willing to put aside historical rivalries for the greater good of Hellenic liberty. The legacy of these Delphic prophecies, particularly in the context of the Persian Wars, is profound. While modern historians might point to the strategic brilliance of Themistocles, the military discipline of the Spartans, or the unity forged by a shared culture, the ancient Greeks themselves undoubtedly viewed these outcomes through the lens of divine intervention and prophetic fulfillment. For them, Delphi was not merely a source of cryptic riddles, but a legitimate channel through which Apollo guided their destiny. The fact that the oracle's warnings frequently conveyed a sense of overwhelming danger and the necessity of bold, often desperate, action underscored the enormity of the Persian threat and the heroic nature of the Greek response. The ambiguity of the prophecies ensured that they could be interpreted in various ways, allowing leaders the flexibility to make their own strategic decisions while still claiming divine sanction for their actions. This dynamic interaction between human agency and divine will, mediated by the oracle, was a defining characteristic of ancient Greek thought and profoundly influenced their approach to warfare and national survival. Ultimately, the Delphic oracle, through its warnings, however veiled, helped to shape the narrative of the Persian Wars as not just a military conflict, but a cosmic struggle for freedom, inspiring unprecedented acts of bravery and contributing to the very survival of Western civilization. From the dramatic warnings of Delphi that rallied a civilization, we now plunge into perhaps one of the most mathematically intricate and historically debated prophecies in the entire Bible, the 70 weeks prophecy found in the book of Daniel, chapter 9. This isn't a vague omen or a symbol-laden dream. It's a precise, almost forensic timeline laid out centuries in advance, predicting a specific period leading to the coming of the Messiah and the subsequent destruction of Jerusalem. For those who study biblical prophecy, this passage is a cornerstone, a complex puzzle whose pieces, for many, align with astonishing accuracy to pivotal moments in history, particularly the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth and the calamitous fall of Jerusalem. It challenges our understanding of divine foresight, suggesting a level of preordained detail that can feel both awe-inspiring and, for skeptics, utterly implausible. Yet, its enduring presence in theological discussions across millennia speaks to its profound significance. Imagine Daniel, a Jewish exile in Babylon, deeply troubled by the 70 years of desolation prophesied for Jerusalem by Jeremiah. He is praying, confessing the sins of his people and seeking God's mercy when the angel Gabriel appears to him. Gabriel delivers a profound revelation stating, 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression, to make an end of sin, to make atonement for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. The very comprehensiveness of these goals, from spiritual purification to the anointing of the Messiah, underscores the monumental importance of this timeline. The 70 weeks are almost universally interpreted as 70 weeks of years, meaning 70 multiplied by 7, totaling 490 years. This interpretation is crucial, as a literal 70 days would make no sense in the context of the prophecy's scope or its historical fulfillment. This sets the stage for a grand, sweeping narrative that unfolds over centuries rather than days. Gabriel then breaks down this 490-year period into 3 distinct segments, each with its own significant markers. The starting point for the 70 weeks is explicitly given, from the issuing of a decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. This is a critical historical marker. Several decrees were issued after the Babylonian exile, allowing the Jewish people to return, but various interpretations pinpoint the decree by Artaxerxes I in 444 BC, as recorded in Nehemiah chapter 2. This decree specifically authorized the rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls and city, not just the temple, aligning precisely with Daniel's mention of your holy city. This careful choice of starting point is vital for the subsequent calculations and its perceived historical validation. The precision of the starting date is what allows for the detailed mathematical unfolding of the subsequent events. The first segment of the prophecy covers 7 weeks or 49 years. During this time, Daniel states Jerusalem will be rebuilt with plaza and moat even in times of distress. This period accurately describes the challenging years of rebuilding Jerusalem's walls and infrastructure under the leadership of Nehemiah and Ezra, despite significant opposition and distress from surrounding enemies. The dedication and perseverance of the Jewish community in restoring their capital under such difficult circumstances laid the physical foundation for the events to follow, transforming the desolate city back into a functioning, fortified center of Jewish life. This initial 49-year period establishes the historical anchor for the prophecy, demonstrating its direct relevance to the literal rebuilding of the holy city before the advent of the Messiah. The second and perhaps most significant segment extends for 62 weeks or 434 years. Gabriel declares that, after the 62 weeks, the Anointed One will be cut off and have nothing. Adding these 434 years to the initial 49 years gives a total of 483 years from the decree. For countless Christian theologians, this period culminates precisely at the time of Jesus Christ's public ministry and crucifixion. If the decree is dated to 444 BC, then 483 years later brings us to approximately 39 CE. This calculation, while not perfectly aligning with modern historical dating of Jesus' crucifixion, which is usually placed earlier, around 30 to 33 CE, is often adjusted by various scholars to account for discrepancies in ancient calendrical systems, or by interpreting the decree as an earlier one. The phrase "cut off and have nothing" is widely understood to refer to the Messiah's death, particularly the crucifixion, where he seemingly lost everything, dying without an heir or earthly kingdom. This interpretation places Jesus' sacrifice at the direct center of the prophecy's timeline, connecting his pivotal role in Christian theology back to this ancient prediction. The final week, the 70th week of the prophecy, is often interpreted as a period distinct from the previous 69, particularly within dispensational theology. Daniel states that then after the 62 weeks, the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. This is widely understood to refer to the Roman destruction of Jerusalem and its second temple in 70 CE, an event that occurred within a generation of Jesus' crucifixion. The Roman forces, led by Titus, utterly devastated Jerusalem, burning the temple to the ground and scattering the Jewish population. This catastrophic event, which marked the end of Jewish national sovereignty for nearly 2 millennia, aligns precisely with the prophecy of a subsequent destruction after the Messiah is cut off. The phrase, "the people of the prince who is to come," is seen by many as referring to the Roman legions who are under the command of future emperors. This link solidifies the historical accuracy of the prophecy, showing how events centuries apart were interwoven into a single, divinely ordained timeline. The prophecy further states that he will make a firm covenant with the many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he will put a stop to sacrifice and grain offering. This aspect of the 70th week is highly debated. Some interpreters believe the prince who is to come makes the covenant, while others believe it is the Messiah himself. Within Christian theology, the stopping of sacrifice and grain offering is often interpreted as the abrogation of the Old Covenant sacrificial system by Jesus' ultimate sacrifice on the cross, making all further animal sacrifices unnecessary. Others interpret this as a future event, specifically linked to an end-times figure, the Antichrist, who will establish a false peace treaty and then desecrate a rebuilt temple, typically referring to the latter half of the final 7 years. This dual fulfillment, or the understanding of a gap between the 69th and 70th week, is crucial for those who see the prophecy extending beyond the 1st century. The historical impact of the 70 weeks prophecy is immense. For centuries, both Jewish and Christian scholars have meticulously pored over its verses, seeking to align its timeline with historical events. For Jews, the prophecy's complex chronology and the ambiguity surrounding the Anointed One have fueled diverse messianic expectations, some of which continue to this day. For Christians, however, it stands as one of the most powerful and compelling arguments for the divine inspiration of the Bible and the messianic identity of Jesus. The very debate and the multiple interpretations surrounding its precise calculations underscore its complexity and its profound influence on theological discourse. Whether one sees it as a perfectly fulfilled divine blueprint or a remarkably prescient historical outline adjusted for interpretation, the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy remains a fascinating testament to the enduring human fascination with the future and the relentless quest to find meaning in the unfolding drama of history, guided by ancient words that seem to echo across the centuries. From the meticulously detailed timelines of biblical prophecies, we now soar into a different kind of foresight, one rooted in the very structure of the cosmos and the cyclical nature of existence. The profound prophecies enshrined within the Norse Eddas, particularly those concerning the world tree Yggdrasil. This isn't about human political events, but about the very architecture of reality, a cosmic blueprint that details the interconnectedness of all things and its eventual, cataclysmic yet regenerative demise. Unlike the linear progression often seen in other traditions, the Norse world view, as revealed in these ancient poems and sagas, embraces a cyclical pattern of creation, destruction, and rebirth, where even the gods themselves are bound by destiny, and the world is literally held together by a colossal ash tree. For the ancient Norse, these were not just myths, they were accounts of how the universe began, how it was sustained, and how it would inevitably end, only to begin anew. The heart of this cosmic prophecy is Yggdrasil, the world tree, a literal and symbolic axis connecting all 9 realms of Norse cosmology. Imagine a tree of unimaginable size, its canopy reaching into the heavens, its roots plunging deep into the primordial depths. Its branches spread over all the worlds, acting as the ultimate binding force, holding the entire universe together. Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods, nestled in its upper branches, Midgard, the world of humans, situated at its trunk, and Niflheim, the chilling realm of ice and mist, coiled around its deepest roots. Each realm drew sustenance from Yggdrasil, and its health directly mirrored the health of the cosmos. This intricate, interconnected structure wasn't just a geographical map. It was a spiritual and philosophical statement about the unity of existence, where every part of the cosmos, from the mightiest god to the smallest human, was inextricably linked and dependent on the integrity of this single colossal tree. Its continuous existence was the guarantee of cosmic order. However, the Eddas also prophesy that Yggdrasil is under constant assault, a perpetual state of slow decay that reflects the inherent entropy of existence. A serpent, Nidhurga, gnaws at its roots in Niflheim, slowly undermining its foundations. 4 stags graze on its leaves and bark, consuming its vital essence. Even the squirrels, like Ratatoska, ferry insults and gossip between the eagle at the top and the serpent at the bottom, symbolizing the discord and strife that permeate all levels of existence. This constant struggle, this slow but relentless attrition, is not a punishment but an intrinsic part of the cosmic order, mirroring the natural processes of growth and decay observable in the mortal world. For the Norse, this wasn't a depressing thought, it was a realistic acceptance of the impermanence of all things, even those divinely ordained. The tree's prophesied destruction at Ragnarök, the fate of the gods, is therefore not a sudden, arbitrary event, but the culmination of this slow decline, a necessary end to a cycle before a new beginning can emerge. The prophecies within the Eddas vividly describe the terminal decline of Yggdrasil during the events leading up to Ragnarök. As the Fimbulwinter takes hold and the moral fabric of the world unravels, the earth itself begins to tremble. The roots of Yggdrasil groan and crack, its mighty branches sway under the strain of the cosmic battle, and its leaves begin to wither and fall. The gnawing of Nidhurga intensifies, and the consumption by the stags becomes more voracious. The very structure that holds the universe together starts to visibly disintegrate, signaling the imminent collapse of cosmic order. This detailed description of the world tree's suffering serves as a powerful metaphor for the interconnectedness of all existence. When discord and chaos permeate the realms, the very foundation of reality begins to crumble, affecting everything from the gods to the natural world and human society. The visual of the trembling, dying tree would have been a potent image for a people deeply connected to nature, representing the ultimate cataclysm. The ultimate destruction of Yggdrasil is a central, unavoidable event during Ragnarök. As the fire giant Surt unleashes his flames across the cosmos, and the final battle rages on the plain of Vigrid, the world tree is consumed by fire and topples from its ancient roots. This collapse is not just the end of a tree, it signifies the unraveling of the entire cosmic order, the destruction of all 9 realms, and the demise of most of the gods themselves. When Yggdrasil falls, the universe effectively ends, swallowed by fire and the raging sea. However, this destruction, as with many Norse prophecies, is not absolute. From the ashes of the old world, a new, greener world is prophesied to emerge. A few gods survive, as do 2 humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, who take refuge within the roots or trunk of Yggdrasil. They emerge to repopulate the new world, ushering in a fresh cycle of existence, and a new Yggdrasil, symbolizing renewed life, will presumably rise again. This cyclical pattern, where destruction is merely a precursor to creation, offers a profound sense of hope and continuity, even in the face of universal annihilation. The resonance of these prophecies with a deep understanding of natural processes is striking. The life cycle of Yggdrasil, from its flourishing to its slow decay under constant pressure, and its eventual destruction and rebirth, perfectly mirrors the cycle of growth, death, and renewal seen in forests, seasons, and ecosystems. For a people whose lives were intimately intertwined with the cycles of nature, this cosmic tree provided a powerful metaphor for their own existence, their understanding of life's impermanence, and the promise of new beginnings. It reflects a worldview that accepted decay as an inherent part of life, not as a deviation. This profound acceptance of cycles, even those involving immense destruction, sets Norse cosmology apart and offers a unique perspective on the nature of prophecy, one that embraces the grand, unending processes of the universe rather than just isolated events, reminding us that some prophecies speak not only to the future but to the very essence of being. From the cosmic ballet of Yggdrasil, we pivot back to the ancient Greek world, specifically revisiting the enigmatic oracle of Trophonius in Lebedeia. Previously, we explored its chilling pronouncements on the fate of generals, but this time let's delve into a lesser-known, yet equally intriguing, aspect of its influence, its role in dispensing economic and financial advice. This wasn't a place for spiritual solace or military strategy alone. It was also a consultation point for those grappling with investments, fiscal policy, or the looming threat of financial ruin. The very idea that ancient Greeks would descend into a terrifying subterranean chamber, not for a prophecy of war or love, but for guidance on their balance sheets, speaks volumes about their pervasive belief in divine foresight reaching into even the most mundane and often anxiety-inducing aspects of daily life. For a society without complex economic models or modern financial institutions, an oracle's word on wealth and prosperity could be as crucial as its pronouncements on battle. Imagine a wealthy merchant, his ships laden with goods from distant lands, contemplating a perilous new trade route that promises immense riches but also carries significant risks. Or perhaps a city-state burdened by war debts, seeking guidance on whether to invest in a new silver mine or raise taxes. In the absence of sophisticated economic analysis, where would such individuals or governing bodies turn for reliable counsel on such high-stakes financial decisions? For many, the answer lay in the hallowed, often terrifying, depths of Trophonius's oracle. The process was the same as for other inquiries: purification, sacrifice, and the descent into the darkness, hoping for a dream vision that would illuminate their financial future. The psychological intensity of the experience would have undoubtedly lent immense weight to any perceived divine message, solidifying the belief that the insights gained were direct and infallible guidance from the underworld itself, a secret knowledge that held the key to unlocking prosperity or avoiding impending bankruptcy. While specific, verifiable accounts of Trophonius's direct financial prophecies leading to massive windfalls or catastrophic losses are scarce, the very practice of consulting the oracle on such matters suggests a deep-seated belief in its efficacy. Ancient texts and inscriptions hint at questions posed about agricultural yields, the success of mining ventures, or the optimal time for trade expeditions. The Greeks understood that their economy was inextricably linked to the whims of nature, the stability of trade routes, and the favor of the gods. A poor harvest could lead to famine and ruin, a shipwreck could decimate a merchant's fortune, a political upheaval could wipe out an entire city's treasury. Thus, seeking divine intervention in these areas was not seen as irrational, but as a logical extension of their religious worldview, an attempt to gain supernatural certainty in an uncertain world. The oracle served as a kind of divine financial advisor, offering guidance that transcended human calculation and market fluctuations. The ambiguous nature of oracular pronouncements, a hallmark of many ancient prophecies, would have been particularly salient in financial matters. A dream vision might offer a symbolic insight, perhaps a field of withered crops, or a ship sinking in a stormy sea, or a shimmering vein of silver in a dark mine. Interpreting these symbols into actionable financial advice would have fallen to the priests of the oracle or to the distressed supplicant themselves. This ambiguity allowed for flexibility. If an investment paid off, the oracle was wise. If it failed, the supplicant had misinterpreted the divine message or had not heeded subsequent subtle warnings. This inherent resilience in the prophetic system allowed the oracle to maintain its reputation even when outcomes were less than favorable. It also subtly shifted responsibility. The oracle provided the insight, but the individual held the burden of acting on it correctly. For a society that lacked modern statistical analysis, robust insurance systems, or global stock markets, the Oracle of Trophonius offered a unique form of risk assessment and assurance. The act of consulting it, even if psychologically taxing, provided a sense of control and divine approval, which could instill confidence in investors and policymakers. A city-state that received a favorable dream from Trophonius concerning a new fiscal policy might pursue it with greater vigor, emboldened by the belief that their financial fate was divinely sanctioned. This spiritual reassurance could, in turn, influence the behavior of citizens and markets, creating a self-fulfilling cycle of belief leading to action, and action leading to perceived success. The oracle's influence, therefore, extended beyond mere prediction to actively shaping market sentiment and economic decisions, highlighting the profound interplay between spiritual belief and material prosperity in the ancient world. The Oracle of Trophonius, in its capacity as an economic advisor, serves as a powerful reminder that ancient peoples sought holistic guidance on all aspects of their lives, blurring the lines that modern society often draws between the sacred and the secular. It underscores a fundamental human desire to transcend uncertainty, especially when faced with the volatile nature of wealth and the unpredictable currents of market forces. While we might never definitively verify the success of every ancient investment made on the oracle's advice, the very act of seeking such wisdom from a place so steeped in fear and reverence speaks volumes about the enduring human craving for foresight, even in the intricate dance of supply, demand, and impending financial ruin. From the intricate dance of supply, demand, and divine advice, we now shift our gaze to a legendary figure whose very birth was seemingly wrapped in the fabric of foresight, Alexander the Great. This isn't about an ancient text foretelling his arrival centuries in advance or a cryptic oracle predicting his specific conquests. Instead, it's about a unique kind of prophecy, one that often accompanies the births of great historical figures, the collection of omens, dreams, and astrological predictions that, retrospectively, seem to confirm a preordained destiny. For Alexander, these were the whispers and portents that heralded his future greatness, transforming his biological arrival into a moment of cosmic significance, subtly shaping the narrative of his divine mandate even before he uttered his first cry. Imagine the atmosphere in the Macedonian court around 356 BC, the year of Alexander's birth. His parents, King Philip II and Queen Olympias, were already figures of immense ambition and power. Yet ancient sources like Plutarch's Life of Alexander paint a picture of a birth surrounded by extraordinary phenomena. Reportedly, on the night of Alexander's conception, Olympias dreamed of a thunderbolt striking her womb, igniting a great fire that spread far and wide before eventually dying out. This vivid, fiery dream was interpreted by various seers and diviners as a sign that she would bear a son of immense power and fiery spirit, one whose destiny would illuminate the world. Complementing this, Philip too had his own premonitions. He dreamed of sealing his wife's womb with a lion's seal, a clear symbolic reference to courage, strength, and royalty, further reinforcing the idea of a formidable, perhaps even divinely blessed heir. These dreams, whether actual experiences or later embellishments, served a powerful mythological purpose. They established Alexander's extraordinary nature from the very moment of his conception, setting him apart from ordinary mortals. The portents didn't stop at dreams. Ancient historians also chronicle various events that occurred on the very day of Alexander's birth. Most famously, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, mysteriously burned to the ground. This colossal temple, a symbol of stability and divine presence, being destroyed on the very day a future world conqueror entered the world, was immediately interpreted as an ominous yet powerful sign. The wise men of Ephesus reportedly cried out that the mother of all destruction had been born. While a modern mind might see this as mere coincidence, the ancient world, deeply attuned to omens and the interconnectedness of events, would have viewed it as a potent confirmation of Alexander's world-altering destiny, a dramatic celestial signature accompanying his earthly arrival. It wasn't a random event, but a deliberate statement from the cosmos itself, underscoring the profound impact this child would have on the world. Then there were the astrological predictions. The ancient Greeks, like many civilizations, held a strong belief in the influence of celestial bodies on human destiny. Astrologers and diviners would meticulously chart the positions of stars and planets at the moment of birth to decipher a person's fate. While specific astrological charts for Alexander's birth are largely apocryphal or later constructions, the popular belief was that his birth occurred under highly auspicious planetary alignments, predicting a life of unparalleled military genius, conquests, and imperial glory. These astrological interpretations served to solidify the narrative of his preordained greatness, providing a seemingly scientific or cosmic validation for his future achievements. For a world where astrology was an accepted science, these predictions lent a powerful, almost inevitable quality to his future triumphs, making his extraordinary accomplishments seem less like human endeavors and more like the unfolding of a celestial design. The critical analysis of these prophecies reveals a fascinating interplay between historical fact and retrospective myth-making. It's highly probable that many of these omens, dreams, and astrological interpretations were either fabricated or significantly embellished after Alexander had already achieved legendary status. After all, it's easy to look back at the life of a man who conquered half the known world and find signs that hinted at his greatness from the very beginning. This retrospective fitting of prophecy to historical events is a common phenomenon when dealing with the narratives of ancient heroes. The purpose was clear: to mythologize Alexander, to elevate him beyond mere human achievement, and to portray him as a divinely ordained conqueror. By attributing a destined birth, his unprecedented success became less about his tactical brilliance or ruthless ambition, and more about the unfolding of a cosmic plan, legitimizing his conquests and solidifying his legacy. The role of such narratives in shaping historical perception and legacy cannot be overstated. By circulating these stories of his divine birth and auspicious omens, Alexander's image as a liberator and a world unifier, rather than just a ruthless conqueror, was carefully cultivated. These legends provided a powerful psychological tool for his soldiers, fostering unwavering loyalty and conviction in their leader's destined triumph. For the diverse peoples he conquered, such divine narratives could make his rule more palatable, presenting him as a figure chosen by the gods rather than a mere invader. This propaganda, whether intentional or organic, was crucial in holding together a vast, volatile empire forged rapidly through conquest. The stories of his birth thus became an integral part of his political and cultural machinery, transforming a man into a living legend, a figure whose very existence was a fulfillment of prophecy. Ultimately, the prophecies surrounding Alexander the Great's birth, even if largely retrospective, offer a powerful insight into the ancient mindset, where the lives of great individuals were inextricably linked to the cosmos and the divine. They demonstrate humanity's persistent need to find meaning and preordained patterns in the chaos of history, particularly when confronted with figures of such immense transformative power. Alexander's birth, therefore, stands as a testament not just to his unparalleled achievements, but to the enduring human capacity to mythologize its heroes, shaping their origins to reflect the magnitude of their impact, ensuring that his legacy, like his empire, would be vast and long-lasting. It reminds us that sometimes the most potent prophecies are those we create ourselves, to make sense of the extraordinary figures who redefine our world. From the personal omens surrounding Alexander's birth, we now turn our attention to one of the most vividly detailed and historically precise sets of prophecies in the Old Testament, the pronouncements of the prophet Isaiah concerning the spectacular fall of Babylon. This isn't a vague warning about a city's decline. It's a chillingly accurate blueprint for the destruction of an empire, a detailed foretelling that lays out not only its conquest but also its ultimate desolation, even hinting at the identity of its conquerors. These prophecies, found particularly in Isaiah chapters 13, 14, and 21, were delivered in the 8th century BCE, hundreds of years before Babylon reached the zenith of its power and well over a century before its final dramatic collapse. For many, this level of foresight predicting the demise of a superpower that had not yet fully risen stands as a compelling argument for divine inspiration, making the fulfillment of these words truly astonishing. To appreciate the audacity of Isaiah's warnings, we must first understand the formidable nature of Babylon in its prime. During the Neo-Babylonian Empire, particularly under Nebuchadnezzar II, who reigned from 605 to 562 BCE, Babylon was the undisputed jewel of the ancient Near East. It was renowned for its immense wealth, its sophisticated culture, and its seemingly impregnable defenses. Massive walls so wide that chariots could race upon them encircled the city, augmented by a deep, broad moat and fortified gates. The Euphrates River flowed through its heart, providing both strategic defense and vital resources. Its architectural marvels, such as the Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and the towering Etemenanke ziggurat, often associated with the Tower of Babel, symbolized its power and grandeur. When Isaiah wrote, Babylon was either still in a period of decline after its earlier golden age, or had not yet risen to its ultimate imperial status. To prophesy the utter destruction of such a city, one that would later become synonymous with invincibility, was an extraordinary act of faith and prophetic vision, seemingly defying all logic and historical precedent. Isaiah 13 delivers a particularly stark and vivid oracle concerning Babylon. It describes a time when the Lord will rouse the Medes against them, a seemingly minor detail that would prove astonishingly accurate. The prophet depicts a terrifying scene of war. Their bows will strike down the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. The imagery is one of total devastation, reminiscent of the brutal siege warfare common in ancient times. More remarkably, Isaiah declares that Babylon will be overthrown by God like Sodom and Gomorrah, meaning a complete and irreversible destruction. He then details its ultimate fate. It will never be inhabited or lived in from generation to generation. This is a crucial element of the prophecy, predicting not just a temporary conquest or even a prolonged period of desolation, but an eternal emptiness, a city utterly abandoned and left to the wild. This level of perpetual desolation for such a magnificent metropolis was almost unfathomable, suggesting a fate far worse than mere conquest or even ruin. Isaiah 14 delves deeper into the pride and fall of Babylon, personifying it as a fallen tyrannical king. It speaks of the tyranny that will end and the oppressor who will be broken. This chapter highlights the hubris that often precedes a great fall, mirroring Babylon's historical reputation for arrogance among its conquered peoples. But it is Isaiah 21 that provides perhaps the most dynamic and suspenseful imagery of Babylon's final moments. It opens with the vision of, "A harsh vision is declared to me, the treacherous dealer deals treacherously, and the destroyer destroys." The prophet then describes watchmen calling out, crying, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon, and all the images of her gods are shattered on the ground." This specific detail of overthrown idols resonates with the Persian conquerors' monotheistic tendencies and their disdain for the multi-god worship of the Babylonians. The immediate, almost breathless pronouncement of its fall, even before the historical event, gives the prophecy a visceral, immediate quality, as if the prophet himself is witnessing the destruction as it unfolds in his mind. Then history delivered the astonishing fulfillment. In 539 BC, the Achaemenid Persian Empire, under the brilliant leadership of Cyrus the Great, conquered Babylon. The details of this conquest are particularly striking because they align so closely with Isaiah's predictions. Cyrus, a king who was ethnically Persian but whose empire incorporated the Medes, indeed roused the Medes as part of his strategy. The conquest itself was remarkable. Instead of a prolonged, bloody siege against Babylon's famed walls, Cyrus employed a cunning tactic. His army diverted the Euphrates River, which flowed under Babylon's walls. As the river's level dropped within the city, the Persian forces were able to march along the dried riverbed, entering the city through its unguarded river gates, seemingly fulfilling the prophecy of gates that will not be shut from Isaiah 45, which also names Cyrus. The city fell swiftly, often characterized as in a single night, with minimal resistance, catching the Babylonian leadership off guard while they were apparently feasting, as recounted in the book of Daniel chapter 5. While Babylon was not immediately razed to the ground after Cyrus's conquest, the Persians initially maintained it as an important administrative center. Its ultimate fate aligned chillingly with Isaiah's prophecies of desolation. Over the subsequent centuries, under various empires, Persian, Seleucid, Parthian, Roman, Babylon gradually declined. Its strategic importance waned, its population dwindled, and its magnificent structures fell into ruin. Subsequent conquerors, such as Xerxes, further damaged the city, removing statues and desecrating temples. By the time of the Roman Empire, Babylon was largely a deserted ruin, its grand temples and palaces crumbling into dust. In later centuries, the very bricks from its ancient walls and buildings were repurposed and carried away for new constructions elsewhere, leaving behind a vast, desolate expanse. Today, the ancient site of Babylon is indeed largely an archaeological ruin, wind-swept and empty, a bare rock, and never inhabited in the way it once was, becoming a haunting testament to Isaiah's words. The phrase "never inhabited or lived in from generation to generation" is particularly potent. Despite various attempts at restoration or limited habitation, the site never regained its former glory or became a continuously populated, thriving city again. The very dust and stones of its once proud structures have been scattered, precisely as Isaiah foretold. This complete and lasting desolation of a city that was once the epitome of wealth and power makes the prophecy of Isaiah astonishingly prescient. It's not merely a general prediction of downfall, but a precise description of the manner of its ruin and its subsequent prolonged abandonment. This profound alignment of ancient prophecy with historical events spanning centuries serves as a powerful testament to the predictive power embedded within these texts, challenging our understanding of time, destiny, and the mysterious forces that shape the rise and fall of civilizations. The enduring silence of Babylon's ruins, where once a mighty empire throbbed with life, offers a chilling echo of Isaiah's ancient pronouncements. From the haunting silence of Babylon's ruins, we journey to a less widely celebrated, yet equally intriguing, ancient prophetic site in Asia Minor, the Oracle of Olympos. This wasn't the famed Delphi or the mysterious Dodona, but a localized sanctuary often associated with Zeus or Apollo, nestled within the mountainous region of Lycia, near the prominent city of Olympos itself. Unlike its more universally renowned counterparts, the Oracle of Olympos gained its reputation by catering to the specific anxieties and political currents of its immediate region, particularly those concerning the fate of the powerful Hellenistic kingdom of Pergamon. This oracle, perhaps through direct pronouncements or through more subtle, interpretive signs, is said to have offered glimpses into Pergamon's future, notably its eventual absorption into the burgeoning Roman Empire. The very existence of such a localized oracle, gaining traction for its insights into regional power shifts, underscores the pervasive role of prophecy in providing a psychological framework for understanding and reacting to geopolitical change in the ancient world. Imagine the political landscape of Asia Minor in the 2nd century BCE. The Hellenistic successor kingdoms, born from the fragmentation of Alexander the Great's vast empire, were locked in a perpetual dance of alliances, betrayals, and warfare. Amidst this volatile environment, the kingdom of Pergamon rose to prominence, a wealthy and culturally sophisticated state, renowned for its library rivaling Alexandria's, its magnificent architecture, and its military prowess. However, a new, formidable power was steadily expanding its influence from the west, the Roman Republic. Rome, with its disciplined legions and pragmatic diplomacy, was increasingly becoming involved in the affairs of the East, often positioning itself as a protector before eventually asserting its dominance. For the rulers and citizens of Pergamon, this encroaching Roman presence would have been a source of immense anxiety, a dilemma that naturally would have driven them to seek divine counsel, perhaps from their local, trusted oracle of Olympos. They desperately needed to know if they should resist, ally, or simply resign themselves to the inevitable. While direct, explicit records of the oracle of Olympos's pronouncements specifically foretelling Pergamon's fate are scarce, ancient historians and later accounts hint at a common knowledge that such a destiny was either subtly revealed or widely anticipated through various prophetic means. It's plausible that the oracle, perhaps through the interpretation of omens, dreams, or its own cryptic utterances, alluded to the overwhelming power of the eagle from the west, a clear symbolic reference to Rome. The very notion of an imperial transfer of power from a Hellenistic kingdom to a rising republic would have been a topic of intense concern and speculation. Such prophecies, even if vague, could have served multiple purposes: to explain the unstoppable rise of Rome, to prepare the populace for a significant shift in sovereignty, or even to subtly influence the political decisions of Pergamon's rulers. The oracle's insights, whatever form they took, would have provided a powerful narrative for understanding a geopolitical reality that seemed to defy conventional military and diplomatic solutions, imbuing political events with a sense of preordained destiny. The historical fulfillment of this implicit prophecy concerning Pergamon's absorption into the Roman Empire is clear and dramatic. Attalus III, the last king of Pergamon, a ruler known for his eccentricities and perhaps his pragmatism, bequeathed his entire kingdom to the Roman Republic upon his death in 133 BC. This act, whether driven by a fatalistic acceptance of Roman power, a genuine love of Roman culture, or a desire to avoid a chaotic succession struggle, effectively transformed Pergamon into the Roman province of Asia. While this was a diplomatic rather than a military annexation, it was a direct absorption, a complete transfer of sovereignty that irrevocably altered the region's political landscape. Rome's influence in Asia Minor, already significant, became absolute, expanding its tax base, its military recruitment zones, and its cultural reach. The once independent Hellenistic kingdom, despite its wealth and cultural achievements, was now fully under the Roman heel, a testament to the relentless expansion of the Roman Imperium. The existence of such prophecies, whether subtle or explicit, raises a fascinating question about their impact on the populace. Could such foretellings of inevitable absorption have fueled resistance, inspiring a desperate fight against a seemingly predetermined fate? Or did they, conversely, instill a sense of resignation, leading people to believe that struggling against the all-conquering eagle from the west was futile? For a populace steeped in the belief of divine will, a prophecy of inevitable Roman dominance might have diminished the will to resist, making the transition seem like a cosmic unfolding rather than a mere military or political imposition. It could have smoothed the path for Roman rule by legitimizing it in the eyes of the conquered, transforming an act of foreign subjugation into a divinely sanctioned new order. The oracle, in this sense, would have acted as a psychological tool, helping people come to terms with an uncomfortable and irreversible geopolitical reality. The oracle of Olympos, therefore, even in its relative obscurity, offers a compelling glimpse into how ancient communities grappled with overwhelming geopolitical forces. It highlights the human need to find meaning and purpose in the face of inevitable change, particularly when that change means the loss of sovereignty and cultural autonomy. The subtle whispers, omens, or pronouncements regarding Pergamon's fate served as a crucial bridge between the spiritual and the political, providing a narrative framework for understanding the relentless march of empires. It reminds us that for the ancients, every major historical shift, every rise and fall of nations, was often seen as part of a larger, divinely orchestrated plan, with local oracles playing a vital role in interpreting these cosmic shifts for their specific communities, thereby offering a window into the nuanced relationship between destiny and human agency. From the localized prophecies that influenced ancient kingdoms, we now turn to one of the most profound and enduring visions in sacred texts, a prophecy that speaks not just of political restoration, but of the very breath of life returning to what was utterly dead. The prophecy of the dry bones in the Old Testament book of Ezekiel, chapter 37. This isn't a prediction of a king's fate or a city's fall. It's a symbolic yet chillingly literal foretelling of national resurrection, depicting a people spiritually dead and scattered, brought back to vibrant life and re-established in their own land. For millennia, this vision has served as a cornerstone of Jewish hope, and for many finds its powerful symbolic fulfillment in the rebirth of the modern state of Israel. It represents the ultimate triumph of divine promise over seemingly insurmountable odds, transforming what appeared to be finality into a miraculous new beginning. Imagine the prophet Ezekiel, an Israelite priest living as an exile in Babylon after the destruction of Jerusalem and the first temple in 586 BCE. The Jewish people were in utter despair. Their homeland was ravaged, their temple destroyed, and they were scattered among foreign nations. Their identity as a distinct people, their covenant with God, and their very hope for a future seemed to be withering away. It was in this context of profound national trauma and spiritual desolation that God transported Ezekiel in a vision to a valley filled with dry bones. The scene was one of absolute death and hopelessness. Very many bones, very dry, scattered across the valley floor. God then asks Ezekiel, "Son of man, can these bones live?" Ezekiel, overwhelmed by the sight, can only respond, "O Lord God, you alone know." This moment captures the absolute despair of the people, seeing no possible way forward or any hope of restoration. It sets the stage for a dramatic display of divine power, a miracle of renewal that transcended all human understanding of life and death, even in the midst of physical and spiritual decay. God then commands Ezekiel to prophesy to the bones, to speak the word of the Lord to them. As Ezekiel obeys, an incredible transformation begins. First, there is a rattling sound, and the bones come together, bone to its bone. Then sinews and flesh cover them, and skin covers them over, but still, there was no breath in them. This initial stage of restoration is purely physical, a reassembly of the nation's scattered remnants, a literal physical return to form. However, without breath, without spirit, it remains a hollow shell. This powerfully symbolizes the idea that a nation's physical reestablishment, while miraculous, is incomplete without a spiritual revival, a deep connection to their identity and purpose. It speaks to the idea that true national renewal requires more than just land and bodies. It requires a living spirit. The vision highlights the profound spiritual dimensions of nationhood, suggesting that a people's true life force comes from within, animated by a divine presence. Finally, God commands Ezekiel to prophesy to the breath, saying, "Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe on these slain, that they may live." As Ezekiel prophesies, breath enters them, and they come to life and stand on their feet, an exceedingly great army. This is the culmination of the vision, the ultimate act of divine restoration. The dry bones, representing the whole house of Israel who tragically declared, "Our bones are dried up and our hope has perished. We are completely cut off," are now brought to vibrant, living reality. God explains the vision's meaning. "Behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel." This prophecy is thus interpreted on two profound levels: a spiritual rebirth and a national re-establishment in their ancestral homeland. It's not just that they will live, but that they will be brought back to their land, to their identity, to their inheritance. The spiritual interpretation of this prophecy emphasizes a rebirth of faith, a rekindling of the covenant relationship between God and His people. For centuries throughout the Jewish diaspora, the dry bones vision served as a powerful allegory for spiritual revival amidst persecution and assimilation. It reassured communities that even when their faith seemed to be drying up or when their numbers dwindled, God had the power to breathe new life into them, to renew their spirit and strengthen their commitment to their traditions. It spoke to the enduring power of their collective faith, even when scattered and oppressed, promising a return to spiritual vitality. This interpretation often connects to periods of religious revival within Jewish history, where communities rediscovered their spiritual roots and recommitted to their heritage, recognizing the life-giving breath of God, not just in external events, but in the internal spiritual renewal of each individual and community. The national interpretation, however, is perhaps the most striking and widely discussed in modern times, particularly in relation to the Zionist movement and the establishment of the State of Israel. For nearly 2,000 years after the destruction of the Second Temple and the widespread diaspora, the Jewish people remained scattered across the globe without a sovereign homeland. For many, the land was desolate, and the Jewish people were like dry bones, dispersed and seemingly lifeless in a national sense. The rise of Zionism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, advocating for the return of Jews to their ancient homeland, was seen by many as the literal rattling of the bones, a stirring of national consciousness after centuries of dormancy. The subsequent waves of immigration, the rebuilding of towns and cities, the reclamation of the land, and the revival of the Hebrew language were all seen as the flesh and sinews returning to the nation. The declaration of the State of Israel in 1948, against immense odds and in the aftermath of the Holocaust, was viewed by countless believers, both Jewish and Christian, as a direct and undeniable fulfillment of Ezekiel's prophecy. The scattered, dry bones of Israel, after centuries of persecution and a near annihilation in the Holocaust, had miraculously returned to their land, gained sovereignty, and stood once again as a nation among nations. The modern Israeli army, composed of Jews from all corners of the earth, standing unified in their defense of the nation, is seen by many as the exceedingly great army that arose from the dry bones. The very existence of Israel, thriving in a land that was largely barren for centuries, is often presented as a profound testimony to divine intervention and the enduring power of ancient prophecy. It highlights a unique historical event where a dispersed people, against all historical precedent, returned to their ancient homeland and re-established their sovereignty, almost as if breathed back into existence by an unseen force. While the modern state of Israel is a complex and often controversial entity in geopolitical terms, its emergence is undeniably a unique historical phenomenon that resonates powerfully with Ezekiel's vision. The prophecy does not promise a perfect utopian society upon return, but simply the re-establishment of the nation. It leaves room for ongoing challenges and further spiritual growth. For those who believe in the divine inspiration of the Bible, the dry bones vision of Ezekiel stands as an astonishing testament to God's faithfulness to His covenant, His power to bring life from death, and His ultimate sovereignty over the destiny of nations. It challenges us to consider whether seemingly impossible historical realignments are merely random chance, or if they are part of a larger, divinely orchestrated plan, revealing itself over millennia, transforming what was once dust into a vibrant, living reality. From the profound vision of dry bones reanimating into a nation, we now turn to an equally chilling and precise series of prophecies, one that foretold the utter destruction of the very heart of Jewish spiritual life, the Second Temple in Jerusalem. This isn't a vague warning or a symbolic dream. These are direct, unambiguous pronouncements made by Jesus of Nazareth himself, predicting that a structure of immense grandeur and historical significance would be so utterly annihilated that not one stone here will be left upon another. For many, the chilling accuracy with which this prophecy was fulfilled by the Roman legions in 70 CE stands as one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the predictive power of biblical texts, offering a stark reminder of the volatile intersection between faith, political power, and inevitable historical forces. Imagine Jerusalem in the 1st century CE, particularly the magnificent Second Temple. It was not merely a building, it was the spiritual and cultural epicenter of Jewish life, the physical embodiment of God's presence among his people and the pride of the Jewish nation. King Herod the Great had undertaken a massive renovation project, transforming the original temple, rebuilt after the Babylonian exile, into one of the most stunning architectural marvels of the ancient world. Its walls were adorned with precious stones, its courtyards were vast, and its golden roof shimmered under the Mediterranean sun, visible for miles around. Tens of thousands of Jewish pilgrims flocked to it annually from across the Roman Empire and beyond, participating in its elaborate rituals and sacrifices. To the disciples of Jesus surveying this awe-inspiring edifice, it seemed an eternal, indestructible monument. When they remarked to Jesus, "Look, teacher, what massive stones and magnificent buildings." They were expressing a sentiment common to all who beheld its splendor. It was in response to this admiration that Jesus delivered his stark and unsettling prophecy. According to the Gospels of Matthew chapter 24, verse 2, Mark chapter 13, verse 2, and Luke chapter 21, verse 6, Jesus declared, "Do you see all these great buildings? Not one stone here will be left upon another, every one will be thrown down." This was a shocking pronouncement, almost blasphemous to some, given the temple's sanctity and apparent invincibility. It implied not just damage, but total, systematic demolition, a leveling so complete that no single stone would remain in its original place. For a structure built with stones measuring up to 45 feet long and weighing hundreds of tons, such a prediction seemed physically impossible, defying the very laws of construction and gravity. Yet Jesus, with an almost detached precision, laid out the temple's horrifying fate, linking its destruction to broader signs of the end of an age and a future time of tribulation. The historical fulfillment of this prophecy arrived with devastating force in 70 CE. The Jewish people, chafing under Roman rule, had by then broken into open rebellion against the Roman Empire. After a brutal 4-year conflict, the Roman general Titus, son of Emperor Vespasian, led his legions to besiege Jerusalem. The siege was horrific, marked by famine, disease, and brutal infighting among the Jewish factions within the city. Despite initial orders from Titus not to destroy the temple, the chaos of battle, fueled by Roman rage and perhaps an accidental fire ignited by a torch, led to its catastrophic destruction. The temple, already weakened by the siege, was set ablaze, and its magnificent golden roof melted, causing the gold to seep into the cracks between the massive stones. What followed was the chillingly precise fulfillment of Jesus' prediction. To recover the melted gold, the Roman soldiers systematically dismantled the temple stone by stone, prying apart the immense blocks to extract every last bit of the precious metal. The process was so thorough that the entire structure was effectively leveled, leaving behind not just ruins but a barren platform. Contemporary Jewish historian Josephus, an eyewitness to these events, provides a harrowing account of the temple's destruction and the subsequent Roman efforts to utterly obliterate the city's defenses and monumental structures. He lamented that the Romans so completely leveled the city to the ground and demolished all its beautiful edifices that those who came along afterwards found no mark to indicate that it had ever been inhabited. This archaeological precision, driven by the lure of gold, ensured that not one stone was left upon another. The historical impact of the temple's destruction was immense and far-reaching. For the Jewish people, it marked the end of the sacrificial system and a profound shift in their religious practice, leading to the development of rabbinic Judaism centered on synagogue prayer and study. For Christians, it served as powerful validation of Jesus' prophetic authority and divine foresight, reinforcing their belief in his messianic claims. The timing of the destruction, occurring within a generation of Jesus' pronouncement, was viewed as a clear sign of divine judgment and the ushering in of a new covenant. Furthermore, the fact that the prophecy was so specific, not just destruction but utter dismantlement, stone by stone, made it particularly compelling. It wasn't a general warning, it was a precise architectural prediction that came to pass in a way that defied normal military conduct of the time. Even today, the remnants of the Temple Mount, including the Western Wall, often called the Wailing Wall, stand as a powerful testament to this event. While the Western Wall is a remnant of the retaining wall of the temple platform itself, not of the temple structure proper, it symbolizes the profound loss and the enduring hope for restoration. The vastness of the platform, with its sheer drop-offs, still hints at the immense scale of what once stood there and the deliberate thoroughness of the Roman destruction. This ancient prophecy, therefore, resonates not just as a historical curiosity, but as a living piece of religious and historical evidence, continually challenging the skeptical mind and affirming for countless believers the extraordinary power of a man who looked at the seemingly indestructible and saw only its impending total dissolution. From the chilling precision of the Second Temple's destruction, we now turn to a prophecy of profound spiritual significance, one that lays at the very heart of Christian faith, the prophecy of the virgin birth found in the ancient Old Testament book of Isaiah. This isn't a prediction of political upheaval or the fall of empires, but a deeply personal, miraculous foretelling of a unique birth, one that would redefine the very nature of divine intervention. Written by the prophet Isaiah in the 8th century BC, this single verse, Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, proclaims, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, a virgin will be with child and bear a son, and she will call his name Emmanuel." For billions across 2 millennia, this ancient text became an undeniable cornerstone of Christian theology, interpreted as a direct and astounding prophecy of Jesus Christ's birth to the Virgin Mary, a pivotal event that underscored his divine origin and solidified his unique role in human salvation. To fully grasp the impact of this prophecy, it's crucial to understand its immediate context. Isaiah delivered this message to King Ahaz of Judah, who was facing a military alliance from the northern kingdom of Israel and Aram. Ahaz was terrified and wavering in his faith. Isaiah offered him a sign from God, a demonstration of divine reassurance and protection against his enemies. While the immediate audience might have sought a contemporary application of the prophecy to their own time, perhaps a boy born to a young woman during their present crisis whose birth would serve as a sign of deliverance, its enduring significance for Christians stretches far beyond this initial historical setting. The very concept of a virgin conceiving was, and remains, biologically impossible outside of divine intervention, making the prophecy a direct challenge to the ordinary laws of nature and a profound statement about the extraordinary nature of the awaited child. It pointed to a birth unlike any other, signaling a unique divine purpose. However, it is important to acknowledge the scholarly debate surrounding the precise translation of the Hebrew term, Alma, used in Isaiah 7, verse 14. The term Alma literally means young woman or maiden, not necessarily a virgin in the strict biological sense, though it often implied virginity in ancient Near Eastern contexts because young, unmarried women were typically virgins. The Greek Septuagint, an early translation of the Hebrew Old Testament completed centuries before Jesus, translated Alma into the Greek word parthenos, which unambiguously means virgin. This translation choice proved to be profoundly influential. For Christians, the use of parthenos in the Septuagint and its subsequent use by the Gospel writers like Matthew, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 23, who explicitly quotes Isaiah 7, verse 14, as fulfilled by Mary's conception of Jesus, firmly established the prophecy's meaning as a virgin birth. Regardless of the modern linguistic debate, the historical and theological impact of the Septuagint's translation cannot be overstated. It shaped the understanding of this prophecy for early Christian communities and for generations of believers thereafter. The fulfillment of this prophecy for Christians is found in the New Testament accounts of Jesus' miraculous birth. The Gospels of Matthew and Luke both recount that Mary, a young woman espoused to Joseph, conceived Jesus while still a virgin through the power of the Holy Spirit. The angel Gabriel in Luke chapter 1, verse 34, explicitly tells Mary, who questions how she can conceive since she is a virgin, that the Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you, and for that reason the Holy Child shall be called the Son of God. This narrative directly aligns with the Septuagint's interpretation of Isaiah's prophecy, presenting Jesus' birth as a unique supernatural event distinct from ordinary human procreation. The virgin birth not only fulfilled the ancient prophecy but also underscored Jesus' divine nature, asserting that he was not merely a human prophet but the very Son of God, truly Emmanuel, meaning God with us. The theological significance of the virgin birth is immense. It distinguishes Jesus from all other human figures, emphasizing his unique identity as both fully God and fully human. It signals that his mission was not of human origin but divinely initiated. For early Christian communities converting from Judaism, the fulfillment of this prophecy, among others, was crucial evidence that Jesus was the long-awaited Messiah. It provided a concrete, miraculous sign that God was indeed acting in history in an unprecedented way. Artistic depictions of the Annunciation, where the angel Gabriel announces to Mary that she will conceive a child, and countless nativity scenes depicting the humble birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, became central to Christian art and devotion, visually reinforcing the miraculous nature of this prophesied event. These artistic representations, spanning centuries and cultures, speak to the enduring power of the story and its central place in the Christian narrative of salvation. The prophecy of the virgin birth, therefore, transcends its initial context to become a powerful testament to the Christian belief in Jesus' unparalleled identity. It transforms a seemingly impossible biological event into an essential article of faith, a divine signature on the life of the one who would ultimately fulfill a myriad of other ancient predictions. The very existence of this prophecy penned centuries before the fact, and its precise fulfillment in the New Testament narrative serves as a profound challenge to those who view history through a purely secular lens. It invites contemplation on the nature of divine planning, the remarkable convergence of ancient texts and historical events, and the enduring human desire to find meaning and purpose in the unfolding drama of existence, particularly when that meaning is rooted in a miraculous birth that changed the world forever. From the miraculous birth that challenged biological norms, we now turn our gaze to a different kind of enduring hope, one that sustained a civilization through centuries of subjugation: the Byzantine prophecies concerning the return of the Roman emperors to Constantinople. This isn't a prophecy about a coming Messiah or the fall of a city that had yet to rise. Instead, it's a deeply ingrained cultural memory, a fervent longing, and a strategic narrative that took root particularly after the catastrophic fall of Constantinople in 1453. It foretold the eventual triumphant return of a Christian emperor to the venerable city, often referred to as the Queen of Cities, and the glorious restoration of the Byzantine Empire. For the Greeks and other Orthodox Christians living under Ottoman rule, This prophecy was not merely a historical curiosity but a living, breathing promise, a beacon of hope against seemingly insurmountable odds, and a powerful force that shaped their identity and resistance for centuries. To understand the profound impact of this prophecy, it's essential to grasp the historical context. For over 1,000 years, Constantinople had stood as the capital of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire, a direct continuation of the Roman legacy after the fall of the West. It was a bastion of Orthodox Christianity, a center of unparalleled wealth, culture, and learning, a literal city of prophecies and legends. Its fall to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, after a 53-day siege, was not just a military defeat. It was a profound trauma, a cataclysmic event that sent shockwaves across the Christian world. The Hagia Sophia, the magnificent cathedral that epitomized Byzantine glory, was immediately converted into a mosque, symbolizing the triumph of Islam over Christendom. For the conquered Greeks, seeing their capital in the hands of infidels, their churches desecrated, and their emperor gone, the pain was immense. Yet, amidst this despair, the prophecies of return began to circulate, morphing from vague hopes into concrete narratives, often detailing specific signs and events that would precede the liberation. These prophecies often drew upon older Byzantine traditions and biblical apocalyptic themes, but they gained new, urgent relevance after 1453. They spoke of the city's eventual recapture, often in a miraculous fashion, with divine intervention playing a key role. One popular version, for instance, spoke of the Turks being pushed back to a certain red apple tree, a symbolic marker beyond which they would not pass and from which the final battle for the city would be waged. Another prophecy, deeply woven into the popular imagination, concerned the Marble King. It was believed that the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, who died heroically defending the city walls, was not truly dead but had been turned to marble by an angel and hidden beneath the Golden Gate. He would, it was said, awaken at the appointed time at the head of a Christian army, leading the charge to reclaim his rightful throne and restore the empire. This vivid imagery of a sleeping king awaiting the moment of triumphant return offered immense psychological comfort and a powerful rallying point for resistance. The power of these prophecies lay not in their literal fulfillment, but in their ability to sustain a collective identity and spirit of resistance under oppressive foreign rule. For generations of Orthodox Christians, especially Greeks, living as dhimmis, protected but subordinate subjects in the Ottoman Empire, these prophecies were a lifeline. They provided a narrative that kept the dream of a restored Byzantium alive, preventing assimilation and preserving their cultural and religious heritage. The prophecies served as a historical memory, a constant reminder of a glorious past and a promise of a future liberation. They were passed down orally, whispered in secret, woven into folk songs and religious hymns, reinforcing the belief that Ottoman rule was temporary, an aberration that would eventually be corrected by divine will. This deep-seated hope fostered a sense of patient defiance, allowing communities to endure hardship while secretly nurturing the dream of freedom. The yearning for the return of the Roman emperors, a term often used interchangeably with Byzantine emperors, was not merely a nostalgic wish for past glory. It was deeply intertwined with religious conviction. The Byzantine Empire was seen as the inheritor of the Roman legacy and the defender of Orthodox Christianity. Its restoration would therefore signify a cosmic triumph, a vindication of their faith and a defeat of the infidel rulers. The Hagia Sophia, in particular, became a powerful symbol of this enduring hope. Its transformation into a mosque under Ottoman rule was a constant source of pain, but the prophecies promised its eventual reconversion into a church, a profound reversal of fortunes that would signal the dawn of a new Christian age. Pilgrimages to Constantinople, even under Ottoman rule, would sometimes involve secret prayers near the Hagia Sophia, envisioning its return to Christian worship, a direct spiritual defiance of the physical reality of Ottoman dominance. This religious dimension transformed what might have been mere political ambition into a sacred mission, imbuing the resistance with profound spiritual meaning. While the prophecies of a literal return of a Byzantine emperor and the full restoration of the empire in its historical form have not been literally fulfilled, the city of Istanbul remains Turkish, and the modern Greek state is a republic. Their enduring impact on Greek national identity is undeniable. The historical struggle for independence from the Ottoman Empire, culminating in the Greek War of Independence in the early 19th century, was significantly fueled by these very prophecies. The revolutionaries, often drawing inspiration from these ancient hopes, fought not just for political freedom but for the spiritual and cultural legacy of Byzantium, seeing themselves as direct descendants of the empire that had been taken from them. Even today, the legacy of these prophecies subtly informs Greek nationalism and Orthodox Christian identity, particularly in relation to the city of Istanbul, Constantinople. The memory of the lost empire and the hope of its spiritual, if not political, revival continues to resonate in popular culture, in literature, and in certain political circles. Thus, the prophecies concerning the return of the Roman emperors to Constantinople stand as a powerful testament to the enduring human need for hope in the face of prolonged adversity. They illustrate how prophecy can serve not just as a prediction of the future, but as a living, adaptive narrative that shapes identity, motivates resistance, and preserves cultural memory against the relentless tide of history. While unfulfilled in its precise literal sense, the spirit of the prophecy lived on, providing a crucial psychological framework that allowed a people to endure centuries of foreign rule without losing sight of their historical glory and their eventual, if altered, destiny. It reminds us that some prophecies are less about what will precisely happen and more about the power of sustained belief to shape human endurance and action across generations. From the enduring hopes of Byzantine restoration, we now turn to a unique prophecy that didn't just predict a future event, but also hinged entirely on an unexpected human response, the biblical story of Jonah and his reluctant prophecy to the city of Nineveh. This isn't a foretelling of empires rising or falling, but a powerful moral tale woven around a divine warning where the predicted outcome was dramatically altered by human choice and divine mercy. It serves as a profound illustration of how prophecy for some ancient cultures wasn't a rigid, unchangeable blueprint but a dynamic declaration, a divine invitation for humanity to alter its destructive path. The story, found in the Old Testament book of Jonah, challenges our very notion of predestination, suggesting that even a divinely decreed future can be conditionally fulfilled or even averted by repentance and a change of heart. Imagine Jonah, a Hebrew prophet, receiving what must have been a terrifying and deeply unwelcome command from God. "Arise, go to Nineveh, the great city, and cry against it, for their wickedness has come up before me." Nineveh at this time was the formidable capital of the Assyrian Empire, a vast and ruthless power notorious for its cruelty, its military might, and its oppression of conquered peoples, including Israel. For Jonah, a patriotic Israelite, to be sent to prophecy against such an enemy, particularly one so deserving of divine wrath, was likely abhorrent. More than that, Jonah probably feared that if Nineveh repented, God, in his mercy, would spare them, which, from Jonah's nationalistic perspective, was an undesirable outcome. This profound reluctance to deliver the prophecy, born of a desire for his enemies' destruction rather than their salvation, led to his infamous flight in a ship, his being swallowed by a great fish, and his eventual grudging obedience after 3 days and nights in the belly of the sea creature. His journey, itself a miraculous intervention, underscores the divine insistence that the prophecy be delivered, regardless of the prophet's personal feelings. Finally, after his harrowing ordeal, Jonah reluctantly arrived in Nineveh. One can picture him, likely still weakened by his experience, walking through the immense city, a city so large it took 3 days to cross. His message was stark, devoid of any nuanced explanation or call to repentance. It was simply a dire pronouncement. Yet 40 days and Nineveh will be overthrown. This was a straightforward, unambiguous prediction of impending doom, a countdown to the city's destruction. There was no mention of conditions, no caveats about what might happen if they changed their ways. It was a categorical statement of fate delivered by a seemingly unenthusiastic messenger, a testament to the sheer weight of Nineveh's wickedness. The audacity of this lone prophet, a foreigner, walking into the heart of a superpower and delivering such an apocalyptic message, must have been astounding to the Ninevites, yet it resonated deeply within their superstitions and fears. What happened next, however, was truly astonishing and profoundly altered the course of this prophecy. To the utter surprise of Jonah, and likely to the astonishment of many, the people of Nineveh responded with immediate and profound repentance. From the king down to the humblest citizen, they believed God's warning. The book of Jonah describes their response. The people of Nineveh believed God, and they called a fast and put on sackcloth from the greatest to the least of them. The king of Nineveh, upon hearing the prophecy, himself rose from his throne, cast off his royal robe, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. He then issued a decree throughout the city, commanding a universal fast, not just for humans, but for their animals as well. He ordered everyone to cry mightily to God, and let them turn each one from his evil way and from the violence which is in his hands. Who knows, God may turn and relent and withdraw his burning anger so that we will not perish. This was a comprehensive, collective act of humility and a desperate plea for mercy, a complete societal transformation driven by the fear of divine judgment. And because of their collective repentance, God relented. The prophecy of Nineveh's overthrow, delivered without explicit conditions, was averted. The text states, "When God saw their deeds, that they turned from their wicked way, then God relented concerning the calamity which he had declared he would bring upon them." And he did not do it. This outcome, while demonstrating God's immense compassion, infuriated Jonah. His anger stemmed from two sources: his desire for Nineveh's destruction — they were, after all, Israel's brutal enemies — and his perception that his prophetic credibility was undermined. He had announced doom, and doom had not come. This personal struggle of Jonah, his reluctance and anger, paradoxically highlights the profound message of the story, that divine prophecies are not always absolute, but can be contingent upon human response, divine grace, and the power of genuine repentance. The story culminates not in Nineveh's destruction, but in a dialogue between God and Jonah about mercy, compassion, and the value of all life. The prophecy of Jonah, therefore, serves as a powerful theological statement about the nature of God and the role of human free will. It suggests that while God may foresee and even declare a future rooted in justice, he also possesses an unbounded capacity for mercy, a willingness to deviate from his announced plan if humanity chooses a different path. It transformed the idea of prophecy from an immutable fate into a dynamic warning, a divine invitation for real change. For believers, it illustrates that there is always hope for redemption and forgiveness, even for the most wicked, if they genuinely turn from their evil ways. It is a testament to the power of repentance, a message that resonated deeply in ancient societies grappling with concepts of divine justice and human responsibility. The story reminds us that some prophecies are not meant to tell us what will be, but to warn us about what could be and to offer a chance for a different, more merciful future. The unfulfilled destruction of Nineveh stands as a unique example in the tapestry of ancient prophecies, a vivid demonstration of how fate, in some narratives, can be redirected by the profound and unexpected power of human choice. From the dramatic, potentially averted fate of Nineveh, we now step back to grasp a prophecy of truly universal scope, the persistent, cross-cultural contemplation of the last days. This isn't tied to a single prophet or a single faith, but rather a profound, shared human anxiety, a recurring motif across diverse ancient traditions that speaks of a final period of judgment, transformation, and ultimate renewal. Beyond the Abrahamic narratives of apocalypse, we find striking parallels in ancient Persian Zoroastrianism's concept of frashokrati, and even in certain ancient Greek philosophical ideas about cosmic conflagration and cyclical rebirth. This universality reflects humanity's deep-seated need to understand its ultimate destiny, to find meaning in suffering, and to glimpse what lies beyond the horizon of its own existence, binding disparate civilizations in a shared contemplation of the end. Take, for instance, the profound vision of frashokrati within Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions originating in ancient Persia. This isn't merely an apocalypse, it's a final renovation of the world, a cosmic renewal at the end of time that will cleanse the universe of evil and restore it to its primordial, perfect state of goodness. Zoroastrian texts, particularly the Avesta and later Pahlavi works, speak of a coming savior figure, the Saoshyant, who will be born of a virgin and will lead humanity in the final battle against evil forces. This climactic conflict will usher in a period of universal resurrection, where all souls, both righteous and wicked, will be judged. The wicked will then undergo a period of purification, a sort of molten metal ordeal, before ultimately joining the righteous in a state of eternal bliss. The earth itself will be renewed, becoming a paradise free from death, disease, and suffering. This vision is deeply optimistic, presenting the end times not as absolute annihilation, but as a glorious restoration, a triumph of good over evil that brings about a perfect, harmonious world, a testament to the enduring power of creation over destruction. Contrast this with certain ancient Greek philosophical ideas, particularly those from the Stoics and Heraclitus, concerning a cosmic conflagration or ekperosis. While not a prophecy in the religious sense, it was a philosophical concept that posited a cyclical universe, one destined to undergo periodic destruction by fire, only to be reborn again. Heraclitus argued that all things are an exchange for fire and fire for all things, as gold for wares and wares for gold, suggesting a perpetual transformation driven by this primal element. The Stoics adopted this idea, believing that at the end of each great year, a vast cosmic cycle, the universe would be consumed by an immense conflagration, dissolving all forms back into the primordial fiery substance from which they originated. Following this fiery dissolution, the universe would then be recreated anew in an identical fashion, repeating the cycle infinitely. This concept provides a stark distinction from the Zoroastrian moral judgment, instead portraying the end as a natural, inevitable process of cosmic recycling, a fiery reset button for the universe. It reflects a more fatalistic yet strangely comforting view of the cosmos, where destruction is simply a prelude to an identical new beginning, a testament to the enduring order of the universe, even in its most cataclysmic moments. The shared themes across these diverse ancient traditions are striking. Regardless of their specific cultural contexts, last days prophecies consistently feature a period of intense tribulation or suffering preceding the grand finale. This often involves widespread moral decay, societal collapse, and environmental upheaval, a reflection perhaps of humanity's ever-present anxiety about its own fragility and susceptibility to chaos. Whether it's the Zoroastrian struggle against evil, the Stoic cosmic conflagration, or the biblical signs of the end times, there's an almost universal acknowledgement that things must get worse before they can get better, suggesting a necessary purification or cleansing. This shared narrative provides a framework for humanity to process its deepest fears, to understand suffering not as random chaos but as part of a larger, meaningful process, a necessary catalyst for ultimate transformation. Furthermore, these prophecies invariably speak to some form of judgment and subsequent renewal. In Zoroastrianism, it's a moral judgment leading to a perfected world. In Greek philosophy, it's a cosmic reset leading to a new, identical cycle. In Abrahamic faiths, it's a divine judgment followed by a new heaven and new earth. This universal contemplation of judgment reflects a fundamental human need for justice, a belief that ultimately there will be an accounting for good and evil, and that the scales of cosmic balance will be set right. The promise of renewal, a new heaven and a new earth, or a cleansed, perfected world, offers profound hope, a counterpoint to the preceding period of despair. It transforms the end into a beginning, suggesting that even in utter destruction, there is the seeds of a new, purified existence, a testament to humanity's resilient belief in ultimate order and meaning, even in the face of annihilation. The universality of end times prophecies across such diverse cultures underscores humanity's constant contemplation of its ultimate destiny. Why do so many distinct civilizations, separated by vast distances and entirely independent in their development, arrive at similar conclusions about a final, transformative period? It suggests a shared human consciousness, a collective grappling with existential questions. Where are we going? Is there a purpose to history? What happens after death? These prophecies provide narratives that give structure to the unknown, offering comfort, purpose, and a sense of belonging to a larger cosmic drama. They are not merely predictions of future events, but profound reflections on the human condition, our anxieties about mortality, our hopes for redemption, and our eternal quest for meaning in a vast and often bewildering universe. They serve as a powerful reminder that while cultures may diverge in countless ways, the fundamental human questions about our ultimate fate remain remarkably consistent, echoing across millennia and binding us together in a shared contemplation of the end and the promise of a glorious new beginning. From the universal contemplation of the last days and humanity's ultimate fate, we delve now into a chillingly specific, yet profoundly moral, ancient prophecy that illustrates the dire consequences of societal wickedness, the biblical account of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. This isn't a foretelling of geopolitical shifts or the rise of empires, but a divine decree of impending judgment upon two cities steeped in moral corruption, where prophecy served not as a warning to be heeded, but as a pronouncement of inevitable doom. Found in Genesis chapter 19, this narrative offers a stark glimpse into the theological implications of divine revelation and the ultimate consequences of a society that has completely abandoned righteousness, becoming a timeless parable of moral accountability and divine wrath. Imagine the fertile, well-watered plain of the Jordan, where the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah flourished, seemingly prosperous and teeming with life. Yet, beneath this veneer of wealth and abundance, a profound moral rot had taken root. The Bible describes their inhabitants as exceedingly wicked, their sins crying out to the heavens. This context is crucial. The impending judgment was not arbitrary, but a direct response to a pervasive, systemic corruption that had permeated every level of their society. This wasn't merely about individual transgressions, but a collective turning away from ethical conduct, a widespread embrace of depravity and injustice that made their continued existence a moral affront in the eyes of God. Their prosperity had seemingly blinded them to their spiritual bankruptcy, leading to a state of self-perpetuating moral decay that left no room for redemption. The revelation of this impending catastrophe unfolds in a profoundly dramatic scene, predating the actual destruction. God, in an extraordinary act of divine intimacy, reveals his plan directly to Abraham, the patriarch and friend of God. As God declares, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is indeed great, and their sin is exceedingly grave. I will go down now and see whether they have done entirely according to the outcry which has come to me, and if not, I will know. This divine decision to investigate, though framed as a confirmation, underscores the gravity of their wickedness and sets the stage for Abraham's desperate plea. For Abraham, this was not just a piece of information. It was a revelation of a divine intention, a prophecy of impending judgment that spurred him to intercede, highlighting the compassionate heart of the patriarch against the backdrop of an uncompromising divine justice. Abraham's response to this divine pronouncement is one of the most poignant moments in biblical narrative, a fervent, desperate plea for the cities to be spared. He engages in a remarkable dialogue with God, bargaining for the lives of the innocent. "Will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked?" he asks. He gradually haggles down the number of righteous people required to avert destruction from 50 down to 45, then 40, 30, 20, and finally to just 10. "Suppose there are 10, Abraham pleads, and God, in his infinite patience, agrees. I will not destroy it on account of the 10. This exchange is a powerful exploration of divine justice and mercy, revealing that even in the face of overwhelming depravity, God seeks a glimmer of righteousness, a basis for extending grace. It demonstrates that the prophecy of destruction was not entirely immutable. It was conditional upon the presence of a minimal level of goodness, a moral threshold that, tragically, the cities ultimately failed to meet. With a moral threshold of 10 righteous souls unmet, only Abraham's nephew Lot and his immediate family were found to be righteous. The prophecy of judgment was set into motion. 2 angels were dispatched to Sodom. Their arrival in the city immediately exposes the depth of its moral decay. The men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people from every quarter, surrounded Lot's house, demanding that he surrender his angelic guest so that they could know them, a euphemism for sexual violation. This act of collective, unbridled depravity, targeting even strangers, confirmed the full measure of their wickedness and the absence of any redeeming moral compass. Lot's desperate attempt to protect his guests, even offering his own daughters to the mob, tragically underscores the pervasive nature of the city's moral corruption and the complete breakdown of hospitality and civility, values greatly prized in ancient Near Eastern cultures. The destruction itself is depicted with horrifying swiftness and totality. As the sun rose the next morning, the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of heaven. The entire plain, along with all its inhabitants and the vegetation of the ground, was utterly consumed. The image is one of a cataclysmic, fiery annihilation, leaving nothing behind but smoke and desolation. Lot's wife, looking back against the divine command, was turned into a pillar of salt, serving as a chilling reminder of the consequences of disobedience and a lingering attachment to the condemned way of life. This swift and absolute destruction served as a terrifying, undeniable fulfillment of the divine prophecy, a literal pouring out of judgment that left no room for doubt about the fate of the wicked. For the ancient audience, it was a visceral demonstration of God's power and his unwavering stance against unrepentant evil, transforming a symbolic warning into a terrifying display of cosmic justice. The theological implications of the Sodom and Gomorrah narrative are profound and multifaceted. It serves as a timeless warning against pervasive societal corruption, particularly a lack of hospitality, sexual immorality, and pride, as explicitly mentioned in other biblical texts like Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 49, which states, "Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters, neither she strengthened the hand of the poor and needy." It underscores the concept of divine justice, where widespread wickedness ultimately provokes a catastrophic response. The narrative also highlights the importance of intercession and the power of even a few righteous individuals to potentially avert calamity, reinforcing the value of moral uprightness in a corrupt world. It transforms the idea of prophecy from a mere prediction to a moral call to action, emphasizing that humanity's choices have profound consequences and that divine judgment, though foretold, can sometimes be influenced by repentance. For millennia, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah has served as a powerful parable, invoked across cultures and faiths as a cautionary tale. it remains a stark reminder that while God is merciful, there are limits to his patience in the face of unrepentant evil. The archaeological quest for the physical remains of these cities, with sites like Bab-ed-Dechare and Numara often theorized to be the actual location of Sodom, further cements the narrative's historical grounding for many believers. Whether one views it as a literal historical event or a profound theological allegory, the prophecy of Sodom and Gomorrah stands as a chilling testament to the ancient belief in divine justice and the devastating consequences that await a society that collectively casts aside the very foundations of morality, leading to a fiery end that was not only foretold but earned. From the destructive fire of Sodom and Gomorrah, signaling consequences for societal wickedness, we now turn to a prophecy of ultimate benevolent dominion, one that culminates the grand narrative of history with a vision of universal, everlasting rule, the profound prophecy of the Son of Man found in the book of Daniel, chapter 7. This isn't a prediction of temporary earthly power or the fleeting reign of transient empires. It's a cosmic unveiling of a final, eternal kingdom, established by divine authority, destined to supersede all human institutions and bring about an age of perpetual peace and righteousness. For billions across millennia, this vision has stood as a cornerstone of religious thought, foretelling the ultimate human destiny and the triumph of a transcendent spiritual reign over all earthly dominions. It is a powerful counterpoint to the previous prophecies of destruction and decline, offering a glimpse into a glorious, unified future under a single divine authority. Imagine Daniel, the Jewish prophet and exile, receiving this vision of cosmic significance. In chapter 7, he describes a night vision where he sees 4 great beasts coming up from the sea, different from one another. These beasts, he is told by an interpreting angel, represent 4 successive kingdoms or empires that would rise and fall on the earth. This echoes the earlier vision of the statue in chapter 2, reinforcing the theme of transient earthly powers. The first beast is like a lion with eagle's wings, representing Babylon. The second is like a bear, symbolizing the Medo-Persian Empire. The third is like a leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads, depicting the swift conquests and subsequent division of Alexander the Great's Greek Empire. The fourth beast is terrifying and dreadful, exceedingly strong with iron teeth, devouring and crushing, and it had 10 horns, a powerful symbol of the Roman Empire, fragmented into many successor states. After these beasts, Daniel witnesses something truly extraordinary, a shift from earthly, beastly dominion to divine, heavenly rule. It is amidst this unsettling parade of monstrous earthly empires that the most profound part of the vision unfolds. Daniel sees one like a son of man coming with the clouds of heaven. This figure, distinct from the beastly, animalistic representation of human governments, is presented with an aura of divine majesty and purity. He approaches the Ancient of Days, a majestic, aged figure symbolizing God himself, and is presented before him. The scene is one of solemn investiture, a transfer of ultimate authority from the divine source to this mysterious Son of Man. This is not a human figure seizing power through conquest or political maneuvering. Rather, it is a divinely appointed figure receiving dominion as a sacred trust, a symbol of ultimate, legitimate authority that transcends all earthly claims to power. His coming with the clouds of heaven further underscores his divine origin and supernatural nature, separating him from the earthly, often violent, origins of the preceding empires. The investiture of power bestowed upon this Son of Man is absolute and eternal. Daniel records that to him was given dominion, glory, and a kingdom, that all the peoples, nations, and men of every language might worship him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which will not pass away, and his kingdom is one which will not be destroyed. This declaration explicitly contrasts the Son of Man's dominion with the transient, destructible nature of the previous empires. Their rule was temporary, marked by rise and fall, but his kingdom is everlasting, enduring beyond all human time and political change. Furthermore, the scope of his rule is universal. All the peoples, nations, and men of every language might worship him. This foretells a global, inclusive reign, drawing humanity together under a singular, benevolent authority. The prophecy emphasizes not only the duration but also the universality and ultimate peace of this coming kingdom, contrasting sharply with the chaotic, warring nations of human history. For Christians, the figure of the Son of Man is unequivocally identified with Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus himself frequently used this title to refer to himself throughout the Gospels, emphasizing both his humanity and his divine authority. For instance, in Matthew chapter 26, verse 64, when questioned by the high priest, Jesus declares, "You have said it yourself. Nevertheless, I tell you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven." This direct reference to Daniel's prophecy solidified for his followers his claim to be the promised Messiah, the one who would receive everlasting dominion. His earthly ministry, his death, resurrection, and ascension, and his promised return are all interpreted as integral steps in the establishment and ultimate consummation of this universal, eternal kingdom. His kingdom is not of this world, yet it will ultimately encompass all of it. The establishment of this Son of Man's kingdom is understood by Christians as beginning with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus and the subsequent spread of the Christian Church. This spiritual kingdom, made up of believers from every nation, language, and tribe, grows globally, transcending political boundaries and cultural differences. It may not be a visible earthly empire in the traditional sense, but its influence has profoundly shaped morality, law, art, and philosophy across vast swaths of the globe for 2 millennia. The prophecy implies a gradual, pervasive triumph, much like the stone that grew to fill the whole earth in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Ultimately, this kingdom will culminate in a future, visible reign of Christ, ushering in a new heaven and a new earth where righteousness and peace will permanently dwell, fulfilling the promise of a world without end, one that banishes the chaos of human empires forever. The enduring influence of this prophecy on religious thought is immense. It provides a teleological framework for history, suggesting that all human events, all the rise and fall of empires, are ultimately moving towards a divinely orchestrated climax. It offers a profound sense of hope and purpose to believers, assuring them that despite present global turmoil and the chaotic nature of human governance, a greater, eternal order is destined to prevail. The Son of Man's universal rule promises an end to division, injustice, and strife, replacing them with a reign of perfect righteousness where all nations will be united under a single, benevolent authority. This vision has inspired countless movements for justice, peace, and spiritual transformation across centuries, serving as a powerful beacon for a future where humanity's deepest longings for universal harmony are finally met. It challenges us to contemplate not just the past and present, but an ultimate destiny for humanity, one that transcends earthly limitations and offers a glimpse into a cosmic future of everlasting peace under a divine king. From the cosmic vision of the Son of Man's eternal kingdom, we now arrive at the culmination of our extraordinary journey, a journey that has taken us through millennia of human history across continents and deep into the heart of the unknown. We have explored 50 ancient prophecies, each a unique whisper from the past, seemingly reaching across the vast expanse of time to touch, influence, and even shape the present. From the subtle rustling of oak leaves in Dodona to the precise timelines of Daniel, from the cryptic pronouncements of the Oracle of Delphi to the foreboding visions of the Kali Yuga, we have witnessed an astonishing breadth and diversity of prophetic traditions. Some were grand and sweeping, foretelling the rise and fall of empires. Others were intimate and personal, detailing the fate of individuals, Some were unambiguous and chillingly precise, naming places and actions, while others were cloaked in layers of symbolism, open to countless interpretations. What unites them all is their enduring power to captivate, to challenge our perceptions of reality, and to provoke a profound sense of wonder. As we reflect on these incredible accounts, the central mystery remains stubbornly intact. Were these genuine glimpses into a predetermined future, impossible premonitions delivered by divine insight or extraordinary human intuition? Were they simply remarkable coincidences, the product of chance alignments between vague predictions and the chaotic unfolding of history? Or, perhaps most intriguingly, were they self-fulfilling prophecies, potent narratives that, once believed, actively shaped the decisions, actions, and even the collective unconscious of millions, thereby manifesting the very future they foretold? This last possibility is particularly compelling, suggesting that the power of belief itself can be a formidable force in shaping destiny. Consider how much effort was put into fulfilling the prophecy of the eagle and serpent by the Aztecs, or how the oracle of Delphi's pronouncements often spurred the Greeks to specific actions, sometimes heroic, sometimes tragic. Regardless of their precise origin or the mechanisms of their fulfillment, the profound impact these prophecies had on history is undeniable. They shaped the decisions of kings and generals, driving them to war or encouraging them to seek peace. They inspired movements, galvanizing entire populations to migrate, to fight, or to build. They influenced the lives of millions, providing comfort in times of despair, warning in times of complacency, and purpose in times of uncertainty. The very fabric of civilizations, from their religious beliefs to their political structures, was often interwoven with these ancient whispers of the future. The belief in a preordained destiny or a divine plan has, time and again, provided meaning to the seemingly random chaos of human endeavor, transforming historical events from mere accidents into part of a grander, more purposeful narrative. They instilled fear and awe, hope and despair, propelling humanity forward through the intricate dance of fate and free will. This journey through ancient prophecies ultimately brings us back to humanity's eternal quest, our relentless desire to understand our place in the cosmos, to decipher the patterns of existence, and to glimpse what lies beyond the veil of the present. From the earliest shamans gazing at the stars to modern-day economists predicting market trends, the yearning for foresight is a fundamental aspect of the human condition. It reflects our innate curiosity about the unknown, our anxieties about the unpredictable, and our deep-seated hope that there is meaning and purpose to the grand narrative of life. These 50 ancient prophecies, whether fulfilled by divine intervention, cunning interpretation, or the sheer force of collective belief, remind us that the past, present, and future are far more interconnected than we often perceive, and that the echoes of ancient wisdom continue to resonate through the corridors of time, inviting us to look not just at what was, but at what could be. What do you think? Which of these prophecies did you find most compelling, and why? Do you believe they were genuine insights or simply coincidences? Share your own favorite ancient prophecies or interpretations in the comments below. We love reading your thoughts and insights, and your engagement helps us bring more fascinating historical mysteries to light. If you've enjoyed this deep dive into the world of ancient foresight, please give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel for more explorations into the enigmatic corners of history, and don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Share this video with anyone you know who's fascinated by prophecy, history, or the unexplained. Until next time, keep questioning, keep exploring, and keep wondering about the incredible threads that weave through the tapestry of our shared human story. What do you think? Which of these prophecies did you find most compelling, and why? Do you believe they were genuine insights or simply coincidences? Are there other ancient prophecies you know that seem to have come true that we didn't cover today? We love reading your thoughts and insights, and your engagement helps us bring more fascinating historical mysteries to light. Your comments and theories are what make this community so vibrant, adding incredible depth and perspective to these age-old enigmas. If you've enjoyed this deep dive into the world of ancient foresight and the strange threads that connect the past to our present, please give this video a thumbs up. Your likes and shares help our channel grow, allowing us to continue unraveling the most perplexing historical puzzles and bringing them directly to you. Subscribe to our channel for more explorations into the enigmatic corners of history, from forgotten civilizations to unsolved riddles of antiquity. And don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure into the unknown. Share this video with anyone you know who's fascinated by prophecy, history, or the unexplained, anyone who loves to ponder the deeper patterns of existence. Until next time, keep questioning, keep exploring, and keep wondering about the incredible threads